This is actually like the first episode that I'm actually like pretty thrilled.
You can follow through on that.
What base are you in?
Yeah. For base, we gotta go green. I'm sorry.
I hope you can follow through on that. Going to green.
There's where that come from. Follow through. The
Plan.
plan. All right,
Okay.
so draw that and put it bottom of the deck.
It's going right to the bottom.
Interesting.
No, Charu? That little
Save
blind
him.
guy?
Gotta save him.
Okay.
And then it's coming all the way back around to me.
Yep.
So I'll tap Tarkin, pay 1, and give an experience token to Ozzel.
Nice.
Juicy Ozzel.
Yep.
And then, goes
And then I
back
pass.
to-
That's it?
Who passed?
Yeah, we're all done.
That's-
Yeah. All done too.
This is nice. Oh, baby. The hand is juiced. Y'all ready?
Right, you initiative out? You got the initiative, huh?
I do.
Oh, not like that.
Definitely liked it better when you had the initiative.
Dude, we ball.
I just revealed Zeb. I got a lot of choices here. But I think if I played Dodonna, I could shield him. And that's gonna make him really hard to deal with.
We ball. General Dodonna.
General. Plus
And they're
1.
all the rebels. Rebellion.
Can I get a woo-woo for my rebels? Dude, Dodonna and I go way back. Don't you worry.
Hit it. Do something, please. Try it.
Dude, all of them I got a +1/+1 now.
All of them get a
All
+1.
your cards get a +1/+1 basically because they're all rebels.
Yeah.
We gotta do something about that, y'all.
I know. You got something? Dodonna is definitely beefing up a lot of units over there, but I'm gonna sit back and let these guys deal with it.
Why are you faking like I'm a big deal, brother?
That's really.
Look at this guy right here. You should tap it, by the way,
Oh.
because we get to ready up a unit.
That's if you get ready at that Dodonna. But I think what I'm gonna do here is get a little cheeky. I'm gonna tap resource 1 or exhaust 1. Play snapshot reflexes right on top of the Jabba.
Wow.
Jabba's got them snapshot reflexes.
He's swinging.
Straight to. Let's go.
How ease, brother.
He can't.
Should I do 3 to the Dodonna or kill the chopper?
He can't kill the chopper because he's a
I
rebel,
can't-
right?
can't kill the
Oh.
chopper.
Oh, I
So
gotta hit
it's a
that
lot.
Dodonna.
That the donut.
Can any of y'all take out the Dodonna on this turn? If not, we're
I don't know actually. I want to, but I don't know if I can.
okay.
Well, you know what? I think I can.
You think you can?
Yeah.
All right. I'm swinging 3 on the wind plate effective snapshot reflexes. I'm gonna swing 3 with my Jabba right into that Dodonna and take 4 back.
Dude.
Ooga booga. Dude, get that nasty little slug off my guys.
Y'all are haters. Y'all are some haters.
And he wants to get that ready up from Ozil over here.
I sure do.
He sure does.
Hey, I'm trying to help us out here. Okay, look at this field. Look at that. 4 rebels all buffed. There's nothing scarier than that right now. Hera didn't come to lose.
The rebellion is strong.
Well,
Where did this Akbar come from?
I had to discard a card from
From the
Solo.
resource.
Yeah.
That would have been a nutty card to play right now.
Yep. I thought about that one.
You thought about
But my hand's a little too juicy right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Big green's a sneaker.
let's do the tap.
Readying?
Ready up. Everyone ready
Spin
up.
5, and let's drop Gideon.
Are you readying him up?
Oh, he's ready.
All right, now I'm going to ready a unit off your... Right, can you read
Yep,
all
you,
of
can,
them?
you can ready it. He can ready it. Only one that doesn't get to be a part of the party
Yep.
is Green over
Cool.
here.
We're readying up the Jabba again. There goes my Jabba, ready right again.
Wow, Gideon. Oh my god.
Yep, he's about to get juice. He's about to get juice.
Y'all are wasting all your resources into my Dodonna, dude. Look at that juicer.
Jana.
When you get quiet, bro, it gets scary.
He does. He's got something to do.
This is scarier. I just want y'all to know this. And if you hit me, that does that.
This does that.
I got 3 to orange.
Ooh, straight to the face.
Ooh, dude,
You
ball,
said
man,
you
go
could
move.
do something.
I
Wow.
I can.
We're screwed.
I have to.
Congrats, Hera.
I have to make sure my Chewie can ready up first, just in case anyone tries to attack
Yes.
me.
Yes.
I'm gonna Luke Skywalker
That's true
the
to them.
Dodonna.
You be more careful.
Oh my goodness.
Dude.
I don't know if I can help you out with that one.
Dude. I don't have a ping this turn.
Jeez, the freaking wheeze. Oh, dude, am I really gonna waste my whole Java on this guy?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If you waste your Jabba, I'll take him out.
You
That's a
promised me
promise.
last
Turn it
time.
into promise.
Anything.
I still am keeping my promise. I just had to make sure my
Trust
choice.
him. Trust him. He's good for his money, man.
He has true and Han this turn.
Trust him,
Just
baby.
a heads up.
Just true.
No, you have only 5.
If I get tricky, I can get Han out.
If I get tricky.
All right, I guess. Faith's in you.
Yeah.
Let's swing.
Ooka. Body slam on top of the donut, top of the hut.
I choose you.
And I got 8 on my job. I got 8 on my job, but he has 9 because of snapshot reflexes.
Dude, what is this? Hoodies that you got here. Wait, where? No one's dying.
Oh, did he not? Where did he
No.
swing it?
No,
It's Dodonna, but I have a
Oh,
shield.
the shield. The
Yeah.
shield,
Yeah.
dude. The freaking shield keeping him alive.
Yep, I had to do it.
All right.
Gideon can kind of do some things
Gideon
here,
can
brother.
do some action.
Take out the Dodonna for me, so I don't have to.
I'd rather knock out the
Chopper.
chopper. Yeah, I'd rather knock out the chopper.
What?
All right, Chopper's
Take
getting
1
out.
damage.
It's not good.
I know Jake's got this Dodonna handled over here.
I do. Not this turn.
Not this turn.
Yeah, buddy. I like to hear that,
Not
buddy.
this turn, but I do got it.
I like
These
to
are
hear
false promises over here.
that. I like to hear that.
Selling us on
People hate it
hope.
when you win, man. People hate it when you win. I gotta tell you.
Dude, Jake's field is nasty, and he has Pyfel, and he has Chewbacca, and he has Restore, guys. Why are you looking at
Yeah.
me right now?
Because if we don't handle you now, you're gonna spiral out of control.
Don't know what you're talking about.
I just deploy true.
Nice.
Liar.
I'm not lying. I told you. I'll get him.
All right, what's Justin's next move?
Florida orange. I just.
You're
Florida orange. I have to.
Whoa.
I have to just teach orange a lesson.
We're breaking double digits, baby.
Already.
Let's go.
You're not winning this game, guy. You got resources though, and you have Boba Fett and IG88.
This is true. But this guy's not tapped out. Let's go 1. Play as benthic tutus.
Okay.
Okay. He's staying low to the ground right now with these little guys.
I like Benthic. Underrated card.
Yes, sir.
I do have 5 resources, so it's time to bring that Tarkin out.
No
No
star
way.
system will dare oppose the Emperor
Tarkin
now.
is about to bark. Well, I could hold on to this Tarkin and try to fly under the radar, but I think it's best to get it out early and start getting some experience tokens on some units.
Jakey wakey, wakey wakey.
Jakey wakey, eggs and bakey.
Take him out like you said you would.
Can't believe Chopper's gone, dude.
Get rid of that static 1/1, please.
You thought Chopper was making it to endgame?
Fat chance.
Two to big blue.
Oh.
Sword
Never.
He's lying
We're
to
done.
us.
Sword
I'm
two.
done.
He's lying
I'm
to
done
us
doing
too.
The round is not over.
You don't get one over on Jabba the Hutt. Bunka
The
I'm
round,
a gun for you.
the round isn't
My
over.
goons.
Hey, they're trying to down on me. I'll take him out. I'm taking him out. The round isn't over.
Oh, look more, please.
The Sentinels are so nasty.
Match that freak.
Yeah, match that freak.
All right, that thing's swinging. Everything's swinging for +1 more damage on his field. So
Somebody
let's see what he does.
Somebody gonna match my nasty. Okay, I taught Julian a lesson. We'll be nice, dude. We'll be cool. We'll be guys. Let's actually.
You know how dangerous Green's looking.
Green is.
I
know you feel it.
Sentinel.
I know
I'm
you
not.
feel
But I
it.
died, bro. Anything that I hit in the green right now, I
know.
die.
And he
off
readies
of.
up,
And he
so it's-
readies up. This is nasty.
Green is not looking spooky.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with another guest segment. It is about to be round 4 of the Swiss stage at the Portland Planetary Qualifier. And we did have a little bit of a glitch out on the stream. It froze for a second, so we had to pull up that link and get it back online. But we're back here. I am joined by, of course, Late Night Gaming's Loopy, and we've got Tower number 9 on the call. Tower number 9, how's it going?
Hey, it's going great. Thanks for having me on the stream.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Tower Number 9 is one of the nicest guys in the Star Wars Unlimited community. He's got a channel, and he's been busting his tail doing commentary of these planetaries. So shout out to you, my friend.
Yeah, I've done, I think I've done I think I've cast 3 PQs, and I'm actually playing in a PQ this weekend, and then I think I'm going to cast another one next weekend if all goes well. So it's been a lot of casting, and it's been a lot of fun.
All right, so tell us about the planetaries that you're commentating.
Yeah, so basically what I've often been doing is remote commentary. So I have not been there in person. I know you guys at the Bucketheads had the I think it was the Dallas event where you guys were actually there at the store.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's like super cool. That's when you can do the full production. But usually what I've been doing is I've had a video feed of one of the top tables, and I've been doing commentary usually with a co-caster on the thing and trying to do kind of a mixture of just like play-by-play, explaining what's going on, and then discussing some of the tactics, some of the places where the decks fall in the meta, some of the decisions the players might be making, and so on.
And do you think that the community's continuing to grow around these events lately?
Yeah, I think there have been a few events that have been streamed before. So I think some of the events in Europe had been streamed, and I believe there has been streaming for a few of the like fan organized events during the first set.
So, what are your thoughts about casting and advice for viewers as they're seeing this content?
Yeah, so I think from the personally, when I'm casting, I like it when people are active in the chat and are ready to ask questions or point things out. I like interacting with the chat, and I think it's actually one of the most fun parts of casting, at least in some cases. Now, you can't get to every comment, but it's still I think it really adds to the experience when it's not just somebody or 2 people talking or whatever. There's more like engagement and interaction with the community. This is also part of why I think having a co-caster is better than solo casting. I've done a bunch of solo casting in other games, and I've done like commentaries that I've recorded for this game as well, but I think having another person there to bounce things off of helps make it a lot more like natural and free flowing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I really want to commend you. I mean, I think that you actually jumped in complete last minute in Chicago, and we're commentating during the, end match that I had, and that, things beyond that were what the New York one, last time.
Yeah, so there were. I'm going to give a shout out actually to Mclunky Gaming. They were the ones that did a lot of the direct logistics. I think some of the Mclunky Gaming people might actually be on stream here later as other guests. But
yeah, we actually have Philip coming, and we actually just I met Crusher. Actually, we just did a Boba Green masterclass. I feel kind of like I'm helping the dark side, with that, but it's a heck of a deck.
So, Tower Number 9, which PQ do you have coming up that you're actually playing in?
Yeah, so the Mclunky Gaming is not. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm playing in San Francisco, and that event is actually tomorrow. And after I get done with this stream and stuff, I'm gonna go and try and get my deck together to play in that event. But I'm excited for it. It was originally going to be the last one, but I think we had a few that were delayed and rescheduled due to the hurricane or some other issue.
All right, and actually, we just got exciting news that we got permission to cover San Francisco at late night. So Pome is going to be bringing a rig over there.
Oh, and, very cool.
So it sounds like you can return the favor. Tower give you the caster curse in your finals, and now you can do the same for him in his finals when he gets
yeah,
there.
Maybe I can go from commenting on the games to playing in them. That's wild.
Well, wouldn't that be funny if you're in the final? We'll do that.
I don't know if I'll make it.
People will start making Hamilton references if that happens. And I'm commentating, do I imagine?
Yeah.
So,
that was pretty funny when I was doing that one with Rebel Trader, and the Hamilton jokes were flowing pretty fast at the end there.
It's like not good to be in the room where it happens.
Oh,
but
God.
the San Francisco one is apparently in a venue with 0 or really poor Wi-Fi, and that's known.
Ooh.
So, I mean, I don't think that it's going to be live, and I really do feel what you're saying, because my favorite part of doing both late night gaming and these planetary coverages is interacting with the chat and actually kind of having that give and take. We'll probably be doing dub commentary, which is good and bad. It gives you better video quality for sure, because you're recording in 4K, which is something that basically no internet connection can do very well, upload, and then out. But it will be likely a little after, and we'll be working to do commentary as soon as we get that of the recorded games. Now, if we can get a hotspot live enough, maybe we'll try to get a Top Cut up live, so stay tuned.
That'd be pretty sweet, yeah. Regardless of whether or not I make it, I think having more coverage for these events is really cool for the community. Earlier I was talking about how some of the events during Set 1 had this, but I think it's really been with this PQ season that we've seen the number of events that have commentary and so on greatly increasing.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what do you think about the meta as Set 2 concludes?
So I think that the meta is at least decently interesting. I think there are some definite choices to make. I think that looking at the overall results and looking at top 8s and event wins and so on in these PQs, I think it's pretty difficult to avoid seeing that Boba is overperforming right now. Now, what is the cause of that? I think it's hard to say, but I do think that I do think he came in pretty hot. I was actually predicting that we were going to see kind of a pivot towards more control decks to counter Boba, but that didn't really show up as much as I was expecting this season thus far.
I really agree with you.
So
Something I was expecting as well.
I think that's a great point, Tower, because I think that the Sabine still being as strong as it is keeping some of the control decks that have a favorable matchup into mid-range Boba tempo out of it. Now, I would say that, at least in my mind, a big cause of the problem is Boba Fett's armor. So we'll see if anything changes about that.
I know this is kind of weird. I personally am not convinced Boba Fett's armor is that big a deal. So I think that, I want to say, I think that if this were a game where where Set 2 was developed after they had looked at Set 1, Boba Fett's armor would be a confusing card to print at that point, but it was designed before they knew what the Set 1 meta was going to be, so there is that. To me, the core issue with Boba Fett, I don't think it's the armor or Fett's Fire Spray. Those are both very good cards, and it's very strong that he has access to them, and limiting them would nerf the deck. But I think the biggest issue with Boba Fett is just his stats and deploy timing. I think that if Boba Fett deployed on 6 resources, we would be in a much better state, but it would be difficult for them to do that unless they want to do Balancer Errata, which is controversial.
Yeah.
Yep. So, KTOD in the chat says it's been space to counter Boba lately. Absolutely. Though, it's kind of ironic that the best space deck to counter Boba is also Boba.
I don't think that's true. I think I don't have a super high opinion of the Boba Red 30 HP decks right now. I know that they've had some success, but I'm not loving it. But I do think going space to counter Boba is a good idea. I think that there are probably other decks that can do that better, but I don't know. What do I know? I could be wrong.
And he mentions Quinlan will be busted. That's actually my favorite leader so far in Set 3. I'll tell you what, Quinlan Red's got some game.
I do think there is an issue also. So they have this pattern where they release cards that are better with specific leaders, and I actually think this is a decent thing to do in starter products. So, and we've seen it in all the starter products thus far with cards like the Mandalorian's rifle, Luke's lightsaber, Vader's lightsaber, stuff like that. I think that having those, especially for upgrades, is kind of cool because it can be sort of a pointer towards newer players that gets them to use the card in a more effective way. But yep. Boba's unusual because he has not in starter products Fett's Fire Spray and Boba Fett's armor. They're both super good cards, and no other leader has 2 direct leader synergy cards.
And it really is surprising to me that Boba's armor got printed. I do respectfully disagree with you as far as that card, not being the problem. I think that card is exactly the problem. It skews matchups that Boba shouldn't win.
I think if you put Boba Fett to deploy on 6 resources, Boba's armor would be fine, though I could be wrong.
I mean, it is pretty nasty that it's on the turn that you flip your leader, you can play that, and then you can also get all those resources back. I mean, it's
and then you can, and green can barrage. I mean, green can actually, play the Boba armor, kill something, ready 2 resources, and then do an 8-point barrage on the flip turn. I mean, no board state's going to do that. I mean, I think you have lots of people innovating to deal with the problem. I mean, you have some Boba red decks, which did win 2 PQs today, by the way.
Yeah. I don't think they're a total joke. I don't love the deck, but I don't think it's unplayable by any means.
Do you think there's anything else then that's an option to counter Boba, if not the Boba red? We were talking about space decks. So I don't know if there's other space decks that are on your mind or not.
I think that I think you can run a more space-oriented Sabine build. I think that actually a lot of the Sabine builds had been moving in a direction that made them more vulnerable to Boba. So in particular, I think that with set 2, a lot of the Sabine green builds stopped running Alliance X-Wing and stopped running as much space presence in general and went to the ground more. And against Boba green, that's really not what you want to do. I think if anything, you want to have more space beyond just the Alliance X-Wing for those builds. But the emphasis, I think, hasn't been super optimal. I see in chat there, Julian Guerrero says Sabine Yellow, shout out Rebel Resource. I think Sabine Yellow can put together a much better space fleet than Sabine Green can. Does that make it the best deck? I don't know, but I do think that being able to go space both to avoid a super laser technician and also because these Boba decks are generally weaker in space can be pretty strong in my opinion.
Yeah, we did in Dallas. We actually saw the Boba Green versus the Blonde Sabine matchup in the finals of Dallas. Of course, the Boba Green was victorious in that one. But hopefully we can see it pull out some wins in other locations. There was a chat question earlier for you from Ryan who asked, "What is the deck that you're playing in your PQ?"
I'm not sure I should say, but yeah, what the heck?
Keep it close to your chest.
So I currently think it is most likely that I will actually be playing Sabine Yellow myself. It's kind of my own take on it. It's a little different than some of the other builds.
There we go.
But that is what I arrived at in testing. But it was interesting because I was thinking about some very different builds. The other one that I was most considering would actually be Iden Double Blue, which is kind of the opposite approach. That's a very control-oriented deck.
All brakes, no gas. All right, we have the players for the next round seated here. So thank you so much, Tower Number 9, for everything that you do for the community. I mean, it really is great having people step up to do commentary sometime on short notice, and we look forward to all of your stuff going forward. I'll put a link to Tower's channel in the chat here for anybody who isn't subscribed.
Tower, thanks so much for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was fun, and good luck with the stream and the commentary for the rest of the event.
Thank you very much. All right, Loopy, we are back with just us here, and I can see them shuffling up on the table over there, so we will probably get that up on the screen very, very shortly here.
Blitzwing says Sabine player is the most vocal against Boba. Ah, guilty. But I'm a Vader player too.
Yeah. So I don't know if you have it up on your screen already. Do you see the matchup that we're looking at going into this round 4? Okay, here it is on mine as well.
I see it on there. It's a Boba yellow on one side, so our Fett free streak has ended. We'll see what actually is playing against the solid aggro tempo deck. If you look at the standings here, I mean, I would note that I think that we have a Gar Saxon 3-0 with Nicholas Nelson is actually running. He confirmed he's running Gar yellow. He actually top cut that in Seattle. So that was cool.
By the way,
and we have
call out for stream. Jasper on the Boba yellow is they them. Please get their pronouns right.
There we
Gotcha.
go.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you.
We have Jasper on Boba yellow, and then
cool. Yeah. So Jasper's playing the Boba yellow, and we don't see the other side, but here they come to the table right now. And it's Boba Green. Boba Green versus Boba Yellow. One's got a prettier Boba than the other.
Well, that's a showcase Boba Fett. So one of the most, actually I think that is the most expensive card in Star Wars Unlimited. And then we have Boba Green, which is a 30-point base. It looks like it does not look like it's ECL. And then we have Boba Yellow on Corellia, the base there, 30-point base.
And Loopy, I feel like these are two of the most popular Boba decks. Of course, Boba Red has been in the picture, but who do you think is going to take this one, Boba Green or Boba Yellow?
Oh, it's too. You can't say that. Okay, so it's a very interesting match, and these matches are tough. I mean, I would say set one, there is probably a favor for Boba Green in the ECL because Yellow did not have all of its tools yet. But here it really can go either way, and I think that the Boba Green player, really wants his ramp. That's the thing that Boba Green can do that Yellow just can't. Boba Yellow, on the other hand, is looking to certainly be the aggressor, push into the space arena, where Boba Green, the typical list, will have far less answers, and then win the game before the stabilization. So we'll see how this goes.
And we did see a little bit of Jasper's resources over there. It looks like they dropped the Greedo and kept the Viper probe, and that's coming out on turn 1 into the Salacious. Reveals a Maul and a Boba Fett. Oof.
Yeah, and that's bad news though for Boba because he does not have resupply. He does not have super laser tech. I see that our Boba Yellow player actually writes down, takes notes on the cards that he sees, which is a good thing to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Rufus McDucis, my teammate, says Boba is favored in this matchup. Well, you're not wrong, buddy.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid guess if I had to say so myself.
I do predict that Boba will win this match.
Yeah, I am in agreement there. 100% in agreement. And
okay.
It looks like the first swing to base, or the second swing to base, actually.
Yep, is Viper Probe hitting for 3. We get a Toro into the ground arena as well for Boba Yellow. So this is a very good start for, is it Kyle on Boba Yellow?
That is, no, so Kyle's on Boba Green, actually. Jasper's on Boba Yellow.
Yep. So Jasper's liking, this beginning. Notably, Boba Green did not ramp so that he gets his flip turn. At least he may still get his flip turn, but he's going to have to resupply to do it, probably. Though he does have Crom, I suppose that actually a super laser tech gets him there too. But he does not. He actually, what is that? Hot Shot Blaster on Boba Fett. So he clears Toro with a Hot Shot Blaster.
Yeah, and takes out that Toro very easily, especially when it came in exhausted this round.
Yep. So I think that it's a given at this point that Boba Green will flip at the same turn as Boba Yellow, which is there. The Viper Probe droid does 3 more damage to base for a total of 6.
And that's an interesting one because I feel like he could have taken off, if my health calculations are right, could have taken off the Boba Fett off the board with that swing, but chose to go to base.
Yep. And, I think that he's playing as the beatdown. He 4-loms into Crumb, which is a good play. He knows that the play that is it Kyle on green can make.
That's right. That's right.
Is no good to be dead. So.
And 4-lom's going to be taken out with the hot-shotted DL-44 Boba Fett.
Yeah. Yep. And green just needs to save damage right now. I do see a Cunning.
Oh, in hand for Jasper?
Yep, absolutely. So Jasper has the best card in his deck available. He pounds 3 more damage in with the Viper Pro Droid to 9.
Yep. That's a very good position to be in right now. A little bit of board advantage, a little bit of health advantage. There's a Syndicate
asking
Lackeys.
for some Syndicate Lackey plays. I mean, you got what you wished for. The Syndicate Lackeys clears the Viper Probe Droid that has done the 9 damage to base. But Jasper has a full grip of resources here.
I think the Cunning, I don't know if the Cunning needs to be used quite yet, because I think they want to get the advantage out of that +4 potentially.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that it's too early to do Cunning. So it's Boba math, right? So right now Jasper's counting to 8, thinking that, hey, can I remove that Syndicate Lackey? Something like a Cloud Rider would be real good right now to be able to do and, get the resource. He's going to bounce.
Cantina Bouncer.
That's a good play. Yep, and the Cantina Bouncer turns on there. He'll be able to ready 2 more resources with Boba, and Kyle deploys his leader.
And here
And
comes
then
the
an
Boba
immediate
Fett.
flip the other way.
Yeah.
He goes base. Green goes to base instead of attacking into either unit there.
That's interesting. They're both going to base right now, maybe trying to call the other's bluff.
Does anybody have armor? I mean, it's going to be
That is a question. I
significant
don't think we saw it in Jasper's hand because we were getting a little bit of bleed there from their side. But there it is on the side of Kyle. Just asking you shall receive.
And we know that Kyle also is holding a No Good to Me Dead.
That's true.
Unless he's resourced it, which would be not my expectation.
That's true. And
for
a Fett's Fire Spray is coming into the hand of Jasper over there. So a lot of good cards in hand for Jasper. Cunning and Fett's Fire Spray.
Yeah, no, he's going to have to use Cunning here. And not in an ideal situation either, because he has is there now does Kyle have Barrage is going to be able
and
to sure
there is the Barrage. You are thinking exactly in line with what these guys are thinking here.
Yeah, so we just did a Boba Masterclass. I was mentioning that before, so I heard from 2 PQ winners. In fact, Crusher won 2 of them with his Boba Green deck. So, ramp armor barrage.
It's going to take out the leader and just put 1 onto the Boba Fett unit. That is definitely smart to clear out that unit, or to clear out that leader.
Yep. So, he does Cunning before the Boba can hit. It looks like he buffed the Cantina Bouncer.
+4 on the Cantina.
Now, yep, so that's good. That's a good amount of damage. He's going to be able to do 10 this turn. So, Yellow's Jasper's just got to finish the game.
And then what was the other thing we saw? Did we see the discard?
I think he buffed Cantina Bouncer, +4.
And then what was the second one?
He tapped Boba.
Tapped him.
So Cunning has multiple modes you can do. One is buff a unit +4. One is exhaust 2 units. One is return a unit with 4 or less power to hand, and the last one is discard a random card.
Yep.
Of those, I think that if you listen to the Boba Yellow masterclass we did, the one that probably doesn't get used as much as it should is the discard. That was a good opportunity. That was a good opportunity for a buff because he had already barraged. He didn't have any removal left, and nothing could really get the Cantina Bouncer. So I think that was proper to do it there. Jasper's just got to do 7 more damage.
Yeah, 23 damage on Kyle's base. Only 6 on Jasper's.
Kyle's got to stabilize. I think he might have another barrage though.
Oh, Darth Vader. That
so
might
Vader will
be able to get a Sentinel out.
Yeah, but it better be a Space Sentinel.
If there's no Sentinel here, he has to take out one of the units on the side of Jasper.
Yeah. Well, he'll take out either Boba or Cantina Bouncer. With that, he'll Bazine away.
And Salacious, okay.
He'll Bazine away. Now he should Bazine, I think, the Fire Spray.
The Fire Spray? The other one's a Cunning in there, right?
Yeah, but I think I don't know. Pick your poison. This is actually a tough decision here because do you take the Cunning there, or do you take the Fire Spray, or do you scoop?
Yeah. Well, I think the Cunning +4 on either of these units would be lethal.
Yes, but as would the Fire Spray, and he has to do that because he has an wide open space arena. So it's going to be there.
Swinging.
Mentioned the possibility of scoop because I don't know that anything saves Kyle. He just should jam Fire Spray and win. He's at 25 damage on base.
Well, there is full resources up on the side of Jasper, which is going to bode very well for them. This is going to clear a unit for sure because otherwise it's going straight to base.
But Jasper's just going to play his Fire Spray. So, I don't know.
Yep.
Can't do anything.
There it is.
Tapped out.
There it is.
Yep. So, great game by Boba Yellow. So, Jasper really piloted well. Throughout he used Cunning in an appropriate way. He drew 2 of them. That's always a good thing to do. And we'll see as they go into the next round what they do. Sideboarding wise, I think that Boba Green, looks for some space answers. Oh, they're still going. Maybe
I'm a little surprised. Oh, because No Good to Me Dead came out on the table. So Fett's Fire Spray is exhausted for this round here. So that is going to stall it a little bit.
That it is.
Ooh. Pulls out an overwhelming barrage with a discard from the Cunning.
Okay.
What a huge pull, because that would have cleared a space.
Yep.
My goodness, that was luck of the draw right there.
Yep, you know, if you can draw all 3 of them, that's even better. Better still.
Really, really, really happy on the side of Jasper after that pull. And Bazine's the only one that's still up on the side of Kyle. That's not going to be a ton of damage getting on Jasper's base after the end of this round, so it's still going to be a huge gap between the two.
He plays Ototoro. Yeah, you know, that barrage that is in the discard pile is exactly what he needs right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Maul hitting the board is pretty solid. That can take care of the Toro.
But I think he just claims.
Yep, and then Salacious comes out, so Jasper should get the first action here.
Yep.
And
so
that'll be that. Well, it is 1 damage off right now. As of now, it's 1 damage off.
It's 1 damage off.
Let's see what they have in hand.
I mean, yellow typically does play
There it
surprise
is.
strike,
Yep, there it is.
That
You're
is
right.
the end of the game.
That's game 1 going over to Jasper. They had a really, really, really good series of plays. One of the biggest moments in that game was pulling out the Overwhelming Barrage on the Cunning discard. There was like 3 or 4 cards in hand there for Kyle, so sneaking out the Overwhelming Barrage was crucial.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. I mean, I think that the Cunning play of discard is one of the best modes on that card, in that, you know, you attack the hand. If there's ever just 1 card in the hand, that's highly likely to be, you know, the right play that you should do. So unless you have an absolute sure thing on the buff, I mean, look to the discard mode. Both players are clearly, you know, well familiar with their decks. They're sideboarding in a hurry. And Jasper has to feel good, you know, going into the second game with a 1-0 lead. This is round 4 of the Planetary Qualifier.
Yeah, it is round 4.
Kyle is probably looking to beef up some space presence against the Boba Yellow.
So, yeah, a little bit of space side on here. That might do it. It was definitely the answer in that last game if you don't have the Overwhelming Barrage, was having a space unit in hand. Kyle took care of the ground, though, that side, that game for sure. Keeping the Boba Fett leader off, Boba Yellow leader off the board. A lot of units by the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, and he was representing all kinds of damage that could have won. He just needed to beat the tempo. Now, I do think that it was all 3 Cunnings drawn. So.
Yeah, all 3. Yeah, I think we did see all 3.
That doesn't always happen.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, especially when you only see 2 OBs and one of them gets pulled out. So only 9 damage at the end of that last match. There was really not a ton of base pressure at all on the side of Kyle's Boba Green. What are you hoping to see, other than some sideboarding options? What are you hoping to see from a playstyle? Same game plan or switch it up a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Boba Green probably hard mulls for ramp. I mean, so that's really what
try to
was
be the
missing.
first one.
Yep.
Be the first one to flip.
Yeah, because he wants to deploy Boba before the other one happens.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because yellow can't do that. So, you know, that was tough. Now, yellow, if the ramp is a super laser tech, has the ability to waylay, which is a very strong play. I see a Bazine and a resupply in Boba Green's hands. So, you know, read them and weep.
Yeah, that resupply hopefully is hanging in the hand for turn 2 and going straight into the resource pile for an early flip.
Yeah, so, and this is where the initiative matters too. I mean, if Boba Yellow had initiative, that resupply would be vulnerable to a Bodhi Rook. But Boba Green has initiative, so probably can get it down.
Yeah, definitely should be able to get it down safely. And there we see some cuttings in there. We see some surprise strikes in the hand of Jasper.
That's a lot of events, though.
There's a lot
That
of
is a
events.
lot
Only
of
Crafty
events.
Smuggler looks like it could go down in there.
Looks like a Crafty Smuggler and 2 Cunning, and a Surprise Strike,
Yeah.
and a Waylay. He might have to roll the Surprise Strike here in order to
And
keep
you're right.
Waylay.
Good call.
But playing against a super laser tech, possibly. The Crafty Smuggler's real good there because the Cloud Rider is Boba Green's play.
Yeah, that Crafty's coming in nice and safely with the shield going into the next turn.
So he puts down, I think he puts down Waylay. I see a Toro in Jasper's hand, and a Mercenary Gunship. We know Boba Green has a resupply in hand. That was a risky move. That could have been a Bodhi Rook and take his resupply, but it is not in this case.
Yeah, just a Toro coming out, and there goes the resupply into the resource pile. And Crafty Smuggler, of course, is the one looking to trade between the Cloud Rider. It's got the shield, so it's protected. Greedo's coming onto the board.
And Jasper just drew Boba's armor.
Okay, we saw Boba's armor actually on the side of Kyle last time. This time around, Jasper's got it in hand. Another great draw from Jasper.
Yeah, but Kyle's going to get a turn. Now, he has no presence. When you cast resupply, you have the ramp automatically. Possible to stop, but except by ripping the card. But then, on the other hand, you have nothing on your board for that turn.
And Kyle goes in with the Syndicate Lackeys, ambushes the Toro, taking it off the board. And now...
Yep, Syndicate.
Yep.
Syndicate is really in a good spot right now with its 5 attack ambush line.
And Jasper's kind of got eyes on the base now. Probably not swinging the Crafty into there, but going to exhaust it. Exhausting the Boba Fett leader as soon as it comes to the board, and a +4 going on the Crafty Smuggler. That's going to be a big swing to base.
Yep, and he goes base. He doesn't actually attack the Boba Fett leader. Courageous. Boba Yellow going with the aggro strategy.
Yeah, it worked last game, Plenty of damage down before the Boba Green was able to respond, but we were looking for the resupply, and we got it.
He knows that he has armor in hand, so he can buff his Boba, which is going to flip this turn. He has to barrage. Loses his board.
Yeah.
Does not hit a Greedo flip. A Greedo flip there would have been huge for Jasper. He instead discards a 4-lump.
Yeah, that would have taken the Syndicate off the board, huh?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what the answer is to that. Definitely has the Boba Fett's armor in hand and is really looking to flip out Boba Fett and put down the armor, I'm sure. But do you really want to do that into a board that's ready to attack?
Yeah, so, and now Boba and the Syndicate Lackey are guarding the flip. And he's just going to take the hit here, I think.
If I'm not mistaken, the overwhelming barrage is still on Boba Fett leader on the side of Kyle.
Yep, so
right?
he's going to take 6. He's going to take 6.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal.
If he chooses to attack the leader, which I imagine is going to be the case.
Yeah, yep. I agree. And probably swinging Syndicate Lackeys in as well to clear it off.
So I'm interested in believing he'll even cast the armor here. So he's got options. So he has 3 available. I don't recall. We have seen actually Kyle play a Cloud Rider early, which is a risk if you do anything other than attack right now.
I like that play. Just saying, you know what? You put a ton of damage down on my Boba Fett. If I do anything with it, you're going to kill it anyways. So let's just take both our leaders off the board.
Right. So instead he's going to run with the Toro line.
And we will not stop seeing Boba Fett's in this game, that's for sure, as the Boba Fett legendary unit is on the field now and is the only thing left.
Yeah, Season 2. Planetary drinking game. Take a drink every time somebody says Boba Fett. It's happening a lot.
Absolutely. Yeah, Justin would start screaming Boba, 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 Boba.
And the Cantina Bouncer bounces Baby Boba back to Kyle's hand. Kyle is on 7 resources.
And that is 6 on the side of Jasper. Resupply giving Kyle a little leg up there. Maul coming to the table.
In the chat, he says alcohol poisoning. You're probably right, JD Chavez.
Yeah.
You're probably right. But both of these decks allow for a great deal of skill expression. There really is quite a bit going on with the piloting here. We play Zuckuss from hand.
Zuckuss is down. We did see the 4-lum, one of the 4-lums, get flipped out by the Greedo discard attempt.
So I see DZ in the chat, who was top 4 in Chicago on Boba Yellow. He says this is a wrap. I think that sadly you're right, my friend.
Ooh, a lot of confidence in the Boba Yellow.
old school. No, that was not a comp. I think he's actually saying the other way around, that green will get this.
Oh.
But he does have a lot of competence in Boba Yellow, and Boba Yellow will have a game 3 even if this one does not go his way.
Yeah, we will be getting our first game 3 of the day if this does not go the way of Jasper. And that would be pretty exciting.
That's a good point. And who doesn't like a game 3?
Oh, we
at
love
Planetary
a game 3,
Qualifier?
baby. We love a game 3.
We love a game 3. Sure. So, and shout out to Alex over at Guardian Games, for doing such a good job being our man on the ground, telling us where the players are in matchups. I know they're working on the deck list for us. The cunning comes down and stalls a little bit.
It does.
For Jasper.
It is good enough to stop things for now.
That hurts. That's going to rip the cunning right out of his hand. The second one.
Yeah.
I expect.
And one going back into hand is just a crafty smuggler that Jasper is picking up out of their deck. Now let's see, it's 14 damage on the side of Jasper's base and 9 damage on Kyle's. This is not the same thing we were seeing in game 1 at all. Jasper had the very big lead going into this phase.
Yep. And, Jasper's going to get a hit here. He's got his Zuckus. He's actually scooped the game. Okay, so I was going to say, I don't think that there's any way that Jasper realistically gets back in that game to the point that he can win, so might as well save your efforts and save your bullets for game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. We got about 30 minutes going into this game 3, so plenty of time for these two to duke it out all the way
both
through.
Both players, they've clearly got reps. You can tell from their confidence on how they're doing it, the sideboarding and everything through that they actually, really know these decks inside and out. They're kind of chatting through, talking about that game 2. Boy, did that ramp make a difference. That's my takeaway.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about what does Kyle look for from a gameplay perspective, and the resupply was exactly what you mentioned. Wanted to flip before Jasper's Boba Yellow, so it worked out in that game and got Kyle a huge advantage. And Loopy, we're getting our first game 3 of the day here.
Here we go.
Let's go.
So we have a Boba Yellow aggro tempo deck against a Boba green ramp tempo deck mid-range. They're going into a decisive game 3. Jasper really did a great job clearing the board and keeping a lot of threats down to get through and do 30 damage in game 1.
Mm-hmm.
In game 2, really Kyle ran away with the ramp into barrage.
Yeah.
And being able to go and when you have your Boba flip first, it really is tough to then flip into a barrage Boba and just take that 6 damage hit.
Yeah, and we have the most 100% accurate pick'ems guessers here in the chat. They have gotten it right 100% of the time that Boba is winning these games, and the same they expect is going to happen in game 3.
Yep. And I appreciate Jasper, kind of a pro move for anybody playing on a feature table, tipping his cards a little bit so that the commentators can see. We appreciate you, Jasper.
Super nice on the side of Jasper, really helping us out.
Yep. So if you got that opportunity and you have the camera above you, folks, don't let the opponents see, but you can let everybody at home do that.
And so you think that's intentional, huh? On the side of Jasper, they're thinking about us.
It may be not, but I do it.
Yep, perfect. All right, and resources are down on the side of Kyle, still waiting on Jasper to make their decision. I am really interested to see if Kyle is going to be able to get another resupply down on turn 2, because that might just send it down the path of game 2, which went in Kyle's favor.
Yep, and really, though, Kyle took a risky line on that second turn of the game. He attacked with the Cloud Rider for 3 damage before casting his resupply. So had there been a Bodhi Rook in Jasper's hand, that actually would have probably, ripped his ramp and made him a very sad Boba.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder, have we seen the Bodhi Rook in hand or come out onto the table on Jasper's side?
I want to say Jasper's hand is fire. I think he's got 2 Cunnings, a Viper Probe Droid.
This is the same turn 1 play that Jasper was successful with in game 1. Not that the Viper Probe Droid is that significant.
He has Resupply Barrage, a Black Sun Starfighter. He did bring in the
space.
the Black Sun.
Yeah.
Probably from the sideboard, but that card is really, really good against Boba Yellow.
Yeah, and we did see some very, very scary cards there. The Overwhelming Barrage.
Or at least real
and the
necessary. I think Black Sun Starfighter is kind of like vegetables. I mean, it never really feels great, but you lose games when you don't have that Space Sentinel that your Vader can pull.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's one of those things that could definitely stop up a game-winning play from Jasper. Well, let's see. Greedo is coming down. Greedo is ready. First,
Okay, so
right off the
Jasper
bat,
goes
swinging a base.
3 to base. I think Greedo is going to also swing to base.
Look
We'll see
at
if we
them
see a
trade.
Mclunky. I mean, surprising no one, Kyle resupplies, which is active there, and then go into the next turn of the game. He does have Cunning. This is going to be Boba's flip turn.
Yes, this is Boba's flip on the side of Kyle's Boba Green. Cunning is in the hand of Jasper, so an answer for that if it does come out before the Cunning is played. Can't exhaust it.
Yep.
And that's right, if everybody is reading the chat, there is a giveaway happening at the end of this round. We are in game 3 here of round 4. And at the end of this, we're doing a big giveaway for everybody in the chat.
Yeah, 6 packs of Twilight of the Republic. Late Night Token. All sorts of good stuff.
Potentially a deck box and some Shadows of the Galaxy packs.
Yeah.
Spark
yeah,
packs, actually, is what we've got on hand
Spark
here in
packs.
Dallas.
Well, Spark packs are pretty good. Spark packs are the ones you want.
Yeah, we were buying those Spark packs for giveaways specifically because they were hard to find for a little while. Hopefully that's not a problem for too long.
You can't pull a Boba showcase out of a Shadows pack.
So true.
That is 100% true.
Well, actually, that's not 100% true. Because you could get a white Boba.
That's right. It surprises me that Boba's armor from set 2 is not a heroism card. I mean, that really feels like what it was supposed to be. Boba Fett is his name for set 2. Boba Fett. It feels like that was supposed to be his, signature item.
And there's the exhaust from the Cunning.
Ooh, and that is a big Cunning. It is tapping down 2 and bouncing the
1.
Black Sun back to hand.
Yep, that's
and
efficient.
now his Boba is going to be able to, swing into a likely empty field, but he's getting the armor ripped away. So
Ooh,
short of actually replacing with Bazine, I mean, I don't think there's any question what he takes here, right?
Yeah, pulls out the armor. 100%. There's a flip, but not as threatening when there's not a Boba Fett's armor to come down with it.
So he did get a 7 Fleet Defender, which is pretty good. Boba attacked. Who did Boba attack? Did he attack the base?
So Boba Fett attacked I think it was Zuckuss on the board at the time.
Oh.
And took 4 damage from it.
No, but who did Jasper's Boba attack? I think he tapped in. I would think he would go to base, but I didn't see that.
Oh,
the damage
No Good to Be
changed,
Dead.
but-
I think No Good to Be Dead came out.
Oh, it came down. No Good to Be Dead.
Yep.
That's right.
So he is exhausted for this round, and that's why Boba is sleepy over there on the side of
Yeah,
Jasper.
Sleepy Boba. Yep. The Black Sun comes back out, which he would be expecting.
All right, there is a lot of work to do to handle this ground side that Kyle's got. It's threatening, very threatening. And if you're Kyle right now, are you looking to just hit base with all the stuff that you got, or are you actually trying to take out that Boba Fett leader? Maybe a Greedo plus your leader into the Boba Fett leader? Or maybe
Yeah, no, this is getting pretty dire for Jasper, to be honest. So, I mean, he's got to find an answer for the Boba leader. I don't think his leader is going to survive this turn.
I
Green
could see
can play
Kyle
a-
just swinging.
Green could play a more patient game in this decisive game 3.
They can. Absolutely. Let's see. Here goes a Greedo swing, potentially. Oh, thinking about it. Yeah, and that's going to be 3 damage onto Boba Fett. So they're probably looking to swing the leader as well. And that's a trade of leaders.
Yep. Yeah, the giveaway will be between rounds 4 and 5. We moved it back so that we could have the numbers go because we needed to reset the stream. Yeah, shout out to KTOD. That's probably Bobby Sapphire. there, is what I imagine. And they do a lot of giveaways on their excellent channel, and they have an excellent Discord for competitive play that I really enjoy a lot.
Yeah, it's so good to see everybody in these chats. So many recognizable names, and
Yep.
everybody just chatting along with us. It is a huge help. It keeps us energized throughout the day. Like Tower was mentioning in our last guest segment that we had in between these, there's nothing more exciting for the casters than having some viewers that are interacting with the chat and the stream, because it really, really makes our day a lot more enjoyable.
I really like that too, and I think that that's the way of the future for content. I mean, we try to do that on late night. It's really nice having a give and take with people, and and the best thing about Star Wars Unlimited is the community. Absolutely. How fun was the people that got to go to Gen Con, and actually meet folks. But I mean, boy, I think there's a lot of content creators that work really hard to give this game some better presence.
Right. Oh yeah, absolutely. Next year's Gen Con's a big question, because if it's on August, if it's on first week of August again, Vegas World Championships right before that. A lot of people probably thinking about going to Vegas. I know we are.
Yeah, I think we'll be there. Hey, late night PQ streams are goated. Hey, how about late night X Bucketheads? X take the initiative. Boy, is this great. And I am a believer in multi-streaming. I mean, we're going out on simulcast on all the channels at once because we just want the biggest reach. We just want the biggest reach for the game. And I know that's what's in your guys' heart over at the Buckethead channel too.
Yeah. And this is like you mentioned earlier, dire situation for Jasper. It's only gotten worse since the last time we mentioned it, with Vader coming out to the board.
Yeah, he needs to throw a Hail Mary out of the end zone, here. I mean, he's got a fire spray out in the space arena, but it's being blocked by the Black Sun Starfighter. And he's looking at a Darth Vader on the ground, as well as a Bazine Natal. As you know, when you attack with Bazine for one, you need to say Bazinga. So anybody not doing that, go ahead.
Little Big Bang Theory action.
That's right. Bazinga.
This is the new Big Bang spinoff right here. It's SWU, baby.
That's right. We got Sheldon coming down, as the next huge unit for Boba Green.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though. I mean, the set 3 cards are interesting. Both of these decks will be around in set 3. I mean, there are 2 of them. Is a great card for Boba Green, I think. And we got, some really spicy double yellow stuff as well.
And thematically, it's Boba Fett's set, right? It's Jango Fett's set.
So
it's
it may have the
family.
best. It might have the best, Twin Sun cards ever in Jar Jar Binks.
Oh, it's gonna be so much fun, dude. We cannot wait to play Jar Jar and have him run around and smack people randomly.
Brother, bring your RNG app.
Oh, we are already prepping like some sort of funny digital RNG animation, so we just see Jar Jar run around the base and smack somebody.
All right, so we're gonna focus up here. We got Boba Green with 14 damage on base, piloted by Kyle. Looking at Jasper's Boba Yellow with 10 damage on base. The Fire Spray trades into the Black Sun.
Boss getting the board. First time we've seen Boss this game.
Yeah, and Bosk is just a dominating card for Boba Green.
Beast. A lot of Fett's Fire Sprays on the side of Jasper. We did know they had 2 in their hand earlier when the Boba Fett's armor was ripped out.
And that one he cannot stop. Well, he can. He no good speed deaded and then gets a Boss Ping on top of it. And now it's going to be Mclunky of Bazine
the rest
to finish
of
it
the damage.
off.
Yep.
And folks, if you're wondering why Boba Green is good, this is why Boba Green is good right now. And then he pulls there to rip. I think he should not actually take a card with Bazine right there. He shouldn't, but he might. He decides to take the surprise strike.
So you think that there's more juice in the deck than there was in the hand there, so that's why you're saying don't even pull a card out.
Yeah, we do not make them re-sleeve. These guys just happen to have the same purple sleeves, so that's cool. But we do have actually Justin and Leo, some ace people on the camera settings that really have done a good job with getting rid of the glare here. And the other thing is, let's not forget about my boy RT with the bed sheets.
The bed sheets, baby. The lighting.
The bed sheets. The lightings have been blocked by bed sheets is actually what's going on in Seattle. So.
Portland, yeah.
Portland.
Yeah,
Seattle's last week. At some point, the PQs. I did about 15 hours of commentary, so it's kind of cool working with some people and getting some breaks today. But yeah, no, I ended on Seattle last weekend.
And since we last checked in on the base damage, Kyle has been able to work a few more points of damage into Jasper's base and not the other way around. Kyle's been sitting at 14 damage on his base for a little while now, at least a full round.
And he plays out a Toro into a dominant ground arena of Vader and Bosk. Oh, Bazinga, right there.
Bazinga.
Attacks for 1 to... the attack goes Bazinga. There we go. Hopefully that will catch on across the country. That's what you do.
Yeah, it's going to take the nation by storm. The world by storm.
Yep. Forlom's going to clear Darth Vader unit right now, save some damage.
Definitely worth it.
He's...
Bosk? Attack?
Zine went back to hand. He McClunkied.
McClunkied it. Okay.
Gar Saxon stream when? I mean, hopefully soon, because I heard Gandork tell us that he was 3-0. So, love to do that.
It'd be sweet to see that to see an undefeated Gar Saxon on the stream table here today.
Yeah, we had Gar Saxon in the top 8 of Seattle, and he had he was a surprise strike away from beating Boba. You know, and the Gandork is a great community exit. If you don't know that guy, he is a accomplished judge for this game and also plays.
Luke,
really
look at this disaster of a play for Jasper. It's Darth Vader bringing out a Boba Fett along with him. Oh my gosh, it's getting so ugly on the side on Kyle's ground side.
Yeah. I mean, it's Scoop City, and I think that's what it is.
And there it is. Kyle is taking our first game 3 of the day.
And for the Gar Saxon fans out there, 4-0 according to Melee. So Nicholas Melks and the Gandork, you know, taking down Portland with big, sexy Gar Saxon. Let's go.
We got an update on the Gar, 4-0.
Yeah, so
wow.
I think we should maybe give away some packs. Is that what we should do?
It's just about that time. Wait for me. So just 1 second over here as we get some things figured out for the giveaway process.
Yeah, and that was a great match. I mean, we kid about the dominance of Boba Fett at these planetary qualifiers, but I mean, those are 2 very, very good players. I mean, I think they both really hit the high points of their decks. It was, you know, cool seeing Jasper get the first win here, but ultimately the ramp deck carries this round.
Yeah, it was a great reverse sweep from Kyle, being able to play exactly to the line that he wanted to play in with the turn 2 resupply, getting an early flip on Boba Fett, being able to pull out Boba Fett's armor from Jasper to not let them do it. Really, 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 really good reverse sweep. Jasper put up a great game in game 1, and even in game 3 there, it was a little bit of a fight. Both had some relatively damaged bases. So we are going to do a segment before that giveaway. And give us 1 second here while we flip the camera back to the commentator desk.
All right. So let me pop into the melee round here.
All right, so we have an awesome segment coming up here with Mclunky Gaming and a PQ champion, I believe, from Mclunky Gaming.
Yeah, and you know, how fitting to actually get one of the, you know, great Boba Green players from Mclunky Gaming that have just been dominating the East Coast scene with their brew to come and talk to us right after a Boba Green match. So I see Philip over in the waiting room. I don't know if you want to bring him over.
Yeah, we're looking like we're trying to bring over Flip into the weight room. We'll go ahead and transition over to our next guest segment on the stream. And you're going to see a
number guy Philip coming in.
Crazy guy picture up on the screen. Hello.
Philip, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much for having me.
Welcome to the stream.
Thank you.
So shout out to Mclunky Gaming And one reason I thought it was a priority to talk to you guys have been doing excellent coverage of planetary qualifiers on the East Coast. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Yeah, so we did coverage of the New Jersey PQ at Red Seal Gaming, and we did coverage of the Clifton Park, New York at Flipside Gaming. And if you missed out on our streams and would like to see it, you can find, I believe, games on YouTube, and as well as the whole stream on Twitch, if you're interested in that.
So, Philip, you are a PQ champion. Can you tell us all which PQ that was that you were able to pull out the dub in?
Yeah, so maybe I should tell you a little bit about myself. So my name is Philip. So I'm a former professional Hearthstone player. I played Hearthstone professionally about 10 years ago. Had a contract with a team and everything. I've played 2 PQs for Star Wars Unlimited. I did the top 8 at the New Jersey PQ, and I went 7-0 in Swiss. Woo! And then I guess at Rochester, morally I got second, but officially I got first, and I went 6-1 in Swiss.
So you mentioned that you're a pro Hearthstone player. I actually have a question about that because Hearthstone and SWU both are games where you actually get to choose who you're attacking, unlike Magic where you're choosing the defender. And so how do you actually think Hearthstone as a game where you can do, big combos all in one turn, but you still have the attack mechanism of being able to choose your target? How do you think the gameplay compares to SWU where you don't get to combo all of that stuff in one action, but, of course you get to pick your target?
Well, I think there's a lot more skill in the fact that you don't just combo off and do whatever you do. So it becomes a lot. I really like the back and forth. I think it's very skill intensive. There's a lot of room for having small edges just by making the right decision every single turn. I think that really appeals to me about Star Wars Unlimited.
Also, the cards.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really great game, and I think that you guys really are doing a good job, crushing it out east. Now, are you and Crusher on the exact same list in your Boba Greens?
No, so Crusher. So if you don't know Crusher has done a masterclass with Loopy on Boba Green, and I believe he's the only person to win 2 PQs back to back. Wow. So he won both New Jersey and Rochester, which is why I say that, I do have a day 2 bye because I took second at Rochester. We're both some of the highest seeded players going out of Swiss. But no, we didn't bring the exact same decks. We had a slight disagreement on our Boba list, so he brought the Forlom Suckers combo, and instead I played with the Boss Syndicate Lackey. So I think the Boss Syndicate Lackey, it gives you a little bit more of an edge into the Sabine matchup, and the Forlom Suckers combo is a little bit better if you happen to not draw the ramp.
Yeah.
And if I recall right, you guys actually played in the final of the second PQ. And
yes, we did play in the final of the second PQ.
You played out the 2 games, and then he conceded as the
last action. That is what happened. Yeah.
And then
because we didn't have the knowledge about the buy going down, and we had already agreed to split the pricing before the match started. So yeah.
Yeah, but you did get him in Swiss. He told me a couple of times.
I did get him. Yeah. So Austin only dropped 2 games in Swiss through both PQs, and they were both to me.
So yeah, Boba Green, folks, fair and balanced. So we're getting comments in the chat. Can you tell us about Titan's breakfast regimen?
Because it looks like he's OBing and armoring better than anyone else in the game.
Yeah. Titan is a beast, man. I think some of the K2D guys also commented on it.
So shout out to Titan. I think he's actually at a Girl Scout camp, with his family. So he's promised to bring her along some SWU decks. The Brownies are getting a Star Wars Unlimited patch, this year. But where can folks find Mclunky Gaming?
So you can find us on YouTube as well on Twitch TV. So all our streams has been on Twitch TV, and then we have uploaded the separate games to our YouTube channel. And if you are like what you see and you want to know about our future events, you should also get into our public Discord, open to everybody.
Nice.
And I am actually a member of the Mclunky Discord. I actually will see if I can actually put some links here in the chat for everybody. Thank you guys for coming along. But, I mean, I think it's awesome to see the growth of coverage. I mean, I was tracking a lot of the people that were getting up streams, and I kind of had an idea, and I was kind of disappointed that there was only going to be, I thought, like 2 streams or so of each PQ. And all of a sudden, Mclunky comes out of the blue and, you know, pops up. So that's awesome.
Hey, I have a question real quick for you, Philip. I wanted to ask kind of what is the goal going forward with Mclunky? I mean, you guys coming out, I've talked to Titan just a little bit personally, but I feel like I want to hear kind of where Mclunky is trying to go as far as like future tense, especially within Star Wars Unlimited. Are you guys a competitive team that is trying to stay at the top end of competitive? Are you not only trying to do that plus coverage? Like what is a resource that why should people be coming to check you guys out?
Yeah, so we have 2 goals. Well, first of all, our goal is that on the 27th of July, one of us can call ourselves the Galactic Champion in Vegas, right?
Nice.
That's the one goal. And then we have another goal, which is just to bring high quality competitive coverage to as many people as possible.
Love that.
Right? So we are based out on Long Island. So if there's any, 1Ks, 2Ks, 5Ks nearby, then we definitely try to reach out, see if we can stream them. But I mean, we are also just going to be present at big competitive tournaments. Like we're all gonna be at, some of us are gonna be at the Star City Games in Columbus, for example.
Love that. Dude, well, I can't thank you enough for hopping on and doing a guest segment with us. We're going to start moving along into our stream day. We have a crazy giveaway to do for everyone in chat, so I just want to prep us for that. But, Philip, thank you so much for hopping on. We really can't appreciate it enough. And I can't wait to kind of continue to talk to you guys more. But I'm going to have Leo push us into the commentating desk, and let's get this giveaway rolling as we get set into our next game.
Thanks so much, Philip.
Yeah, thanks, Philip, and I'm really excited to see what's in the future for Mclunky Gaming. And cheers to you guys for taking. It's not an insubstantial effort to put one of these streams out there. So, everybody subscribe to them. I dumped the Twitch and the YouTube in the chat, and I'll give a Discord link if I'm able to do that from their server too. Why not?
Let's do it.
Alrighty, Phil. We'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by.
All right, guys. Look, it's the time you've all been waiting for. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, guys. We're going to be doing a fun giveaway. This is what you need to do to enter. This is important, all right? This is our call to action to you. We want to thank you guys so much for sticking through the stream with us today. We have a lot more streaming going on throughout the day, and we have a lot of stuff that we're going to be giving away throughout the rest of the day. We're going to ramp up leading into the day. So if you want a chance to win, we're doing 5 packs of Twilight of the Republic right here, right now. 5 packs for this giveaway. 5 packs. We're going to throw in a couple of Spark of the Rebellion packs. Whoa, those are kind of hard to get.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oh, those aren't on shelves.
We're going to throw in... I keep hearing people needing... I keep hearing people need initiative tokens. We got a late night gaming initiative token. Kind of looks like a poker chip. That's it is what it is. And... we'll be throwing in a deck crate for Star Wars Unlimited. Yep. It'll be a couple of Star Wars goodies, maybe a couple little extra goodies that we'll put in there. It's all free. All you need to do right now is make sure you're subscribed to Late Night Gaming. Make sure you're subscribed to the Bucketheads. And I just want to see a bunch of W's in the chat. Throw a lot of W's in the chat. I just want to see a bunch of W's. As many W's in the chat as possible.
Let's go. Spam it up.
You are subscribed to both channels. And we're going to just click through someone random here, and we'll make sure you get your information to Discord.
So if you are selected and you are not subscribed, of course, you will not be able to claim that prize. So, of course, go subscribe, and then come back to this chat and spam the W's.
I need W's. I have one W in chat right now.
It doesn't matter which stream that you're seeing this from. It is all connected to our restream here. So we are seeing all these chats coming in. We're seeing the W's coming in. Keep spamming W's. Don't just do
W's.
Because we're going to pick a random person here in a second as we see these W's. If you want to win, don't just send one because your name will get passed up very, very quickly. But we will keep an eye on it, and we're going to pick one here randomly. We see the W's coming in.
And I think what I really want to do, Loopy, what do you think about this? Leo, should be the person who's gonna make this random generation happen.
Oh, that's definitely, let's assign that responsibility to Leo,
Yeah.
who has done an excellent job. Cheers to Leo for figuring out all of the technical issues. There's just many W's in the chat. Holy cow.
Many W's in the chat. Make sure you guys are subscribed. After we choose a winner, please reach out to us. We'll be the one that's shipping out the giveaway. Go to the Bucketheads Discord. It's in the description of the video. And
I think Leo's picked a winner over here.
We got a winner. All
He's
right,
feeling
ready?
confident.
Ready? Little drum roll. Star Killer!
So there's packs going out to Idaho, I imagine, because I saw him earlier say that he plays locally with Gandork. So
Let's go.
Star Killer!
The Bucketheads and Late Night Gaming can reach even into Idaho. Folks.
Star Killer. If you are listening,
we can
claim
reach
your
anywhere in
prize.
the world except Minnesota. That's the only place we can't reach for some reason.
Star Killer, claim your prize. All you got to do is just join bucketheads.gg. That'll redirect you to our Discord where you can DM any of us. You'll see our names in there. We chat a bunch. So join Buckethead. Go to bucketheads.gg, and that'll redirect you right into our Discord where you can DM us. Loopy's also in there, so you can DM him as well. And we will make sure to get those packs and those goodies over to you.
Yep.
That is not the only giveaway that we're doing today.
Oh,
there is
no,
more
buddy
to
pal.
come.
No, that is only the first of the three. So
Yep. We're doing another giveaway. I think the goal is to do another giveaway around the end of round 7, going into the top cut, and then we're gonna do a massive giveaway. And when I say massive, guys, we're pretty much doubling the size of the giveaway going into the final round of the game. We want to make sure that we get as many people into this stream as possible. We're gonna continue to do giveaways. We love y'all so much, and we can't thank y'all enough for having so much fun with us. We're ramping, bro. We're ramping. The swamp is coming out. The W's are still coming.
All right, guys. The W's are still coming. You can stop the W's at this point. That is a sufficient number of W's.
Wait.
And cheers to Star Killer, who I think is a reference to. It's a reference to that video game, right? There was a Star Killer, like Sith Apprentice. I forget what the name of that one was.
Played by Sam Witwer.
That's literally actually me. The story's about me, actually.
Is it?
A lot of people don't know that.
So actually, Star Killer was secretly Harris Syndulla. Who knew?
Yeah, dude, there's a lot of backstory here. I actually am a part of a lot of Star Wars lore here. Webbington puts L in the chat. You're funny. Guys, if you want, please, Loopy, I gotta go trick-or-treating, but if anyone from out of the U.S. wins giveaway, I'll cover shipping, just hit me up in the Discord. That's amazing from KTOD. We absolutely appreciate you guys. Wow. That's amazing. We appreciate it. We're gonna be taking care of that. Star Killer, you won. You don't have to do any more W's. Actually, guys, continue the W's. Just put Star Killer behind it.
Star Killer dub.
Let's put a lot of love behind Star Killer. So W, Star Killer, please.
Yeah.
The fact that there's still W, I'm happy with that. That's good. That's good commentary from our chat here. Just a bunch of W's.
Yeah. So that's what's happening right now. So what do you guys think about the next match? I mean, can we pop up? We should actually pop up Melee, see who's 0-4-0. I mean, we're getting to the point that we know some things about what's going on.
We do know some things. We can actually go to our random guest segment, or round 4. It's not updated yet. We're going to hit a refresh on the Melee. It's not updated yet, so we're still waiting.
Yep, so is round 4 totally in? So,
by the way, guys, I'll have Leo type this in chat, but my hot ass pancake take earlier at the beginning of the stream is going to be debated right after this round with Thork Live. The French Monsois is going to debate me about why I think Boba is good.
Well, there's no question that Boba is good. The question is whether Boba is too good.
He ain't broken.
He needs some help.
But he ain't broken. That's it. You can't fix it if it ain't broke. So that's we'll kind of get into that. We are waiting for the next round. Loopy, do you wanna? What do you want to say? By the way, we still are getting W's. Star Killer, you have won. You do not have to continue to type W.
So,
Star Killer's gonna make sure to get the last dub.
You know, it's a little like Lemmings when you actually are doing live commentary with online chat, so there's just a whole lot there. But yes, you guys can all see yourself.
Leo's over here itching to pick another person. The W's just keep coming, and he's
somebody hold him back. Somebody hold him back. We're gonna need some more.
I know. I'm grabbing him.
That's so funny, actually. But everyone just keeps doing W. We appreciate you guys so much. Make sure you guys are sharing the stream. Here's another call to action to you guys. We really want to continue to show really great live coverage for the game. Thank you so much to all the people involved in the live stream today. There's a long list of that. But I'll just go ahead and say that real quick. Late Night Gaming, Take the Initiative, us, all the guys in the community that are doing so much to help us, and advertisement. I really, really want to say, please share the stream, get this out there. We really want to bring a really amazing entertainment stream today, and everyone that's doing guest slots and everyone is spending so much time to invest and to make sure that we can be here and bring an entertainment stream. I know that PQ season has been a little redundant because there's so many PQs, but hey, we're here, we're having fun, and that's the whole point. So that is why we are here to do giveaways. So keep pinging people in the chat. We'll have more interesting, fun games. I feel like that last match, I wish I was commentating on it because it was so gasaroni-maroni, dude. Finally, y'all hit a silver scrapes, and I wish I was a part of that.
Yeah.
I was jealous.
Yeah, we heard you singing from the background.
I wanted a wee-woo.
Was singing over in the chair.
Because it was so cool. And it was a great game. Wow, what a complete, Jasper was an absolute nutty Boba Yellow player, and I felt like they were going to take that match. And I think that match is a very hard matchup for Boba Yellow, so I really thought they were going to take the entire round.
Mm-hmm.
But Boba Green coming in again.
Yeah, and I mean, it sounds like an oversimplification, but maybe it's not. I mean, what was the difference? How much stronger did Boba Green look the games that he got resupply?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
You can ramp up above it. The first game, I mean, I thought that both players played really well, but Yellow looked to be, really in dominant control throughout. But being able to flip Boba a turn early really does change that. Yeah, actually, I can share around the Melee GG link. We're all waiting for the round 5. It's actually round 5 coming up.
Yep, round 5 is coming up.
And the standings actually did just go in for round 4 on Melee.
So we do have the standings up.
Yep.
We have.
So if we could stop the W's a little bit so people can grab the Melee link, that would be awesome, folks. I mean,
or just start spamming the Melee link. Switch your W's over to the Melee link.
Yep.
So it looks like we actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 undefeated players going into round 5 here. So
okay,
it's whittling down.
Let's see who we have and what we know. Because I know that Nicholas Nelson or the Gandork is 4-0.
And I believe Gandork is on the stream actually right now. We can all go ahead and start looking into our leader animations here because we have a Gar Saxon Yellow on stream, and I believe that is a Boba Green as well. So I'm going to go ahead and switch it over to our Gar Saxon animation. Prepping Gar. So we have Gar Saxon, which is, if you don't know, an upgraded unit gets a 1+0, and when defeated on its flip side, you may return an upgrade. This is an upgrade menace. Dr. Ev is on. We're talking about jetpack. We're doing sneaky little yellow cunning things, but we're doing it with a Gar, and we're trying to upgrade and sneak some damage in. Next, guys, it's the Pride and True. We already know how it goes. We're looking at everyone's favorite leader in the entirety of the game. Boba Fett, baby. Boba Fett. Oh, by the way, someone had texted us saying that the W stopped a long time ago. They're just trying to catch up to our restream right now. Woo!
That's actually probably what it is.
That's so crazy.
So we broke the internet. Congratulations, Bucketheads.
We broke the internet. And so on this, we're looking for the names of who the winners is. It's Kyle on Boba and Nick on Gar.
So this is Kyle, who we just saw.
Kyle will say,
Kyle is sticking around on the table here. We just saw Kyle take a beautifully played Game 3 and a reverse sweep in that Game 3 too.
So Kyle is really, looking here to do a similar strategy because though different leaders, Gar Saxon does have a lot of similarities to how Boba Yellow plays in that it has some tempo elements. Now, obviously, Gar Saxon, with his ability to buff upgraded units, takes a lot of advantage of the excellent shielded units in Yellow. 7th Fleet Defender being first and foremost of those.
Of course.
And he's got a significant space attack. We do know that Gandork's list, just because I know him in his list, is going to be running Surprise Strike. It's going to be running some Waylay. And it's going to, have answers to a lot. He's also a great player and certainly a great judge. I can't emphasize how important it is to have everybody on the same page as the rules.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's
now
that's something that definitely happens from him.
Loop, give me a run through here if you know Gandork's deck. What are some of the things that we're looking for on the top end? And specific in the counter to this Boba, are we looking at a top end? Are we looking at trying to just ramp up the speed in the early game to do something? And then look at that. There's a Dr. Avazon, just as much as I said.
Yeah, so actually, I think that the Gar Saxon list is very low to the ground. It is much more of an aggro, type deck.
Yep.
And it is trying to push a lot of damage first. It certainly is the aggression. He is playing, PQ. Look at the flex with the top 8 Dr. Evanson. He's won it in 12 systems, and Portland, Oregon is one of them.
Yes, sir.
And he shows what? He shows a jetpack, a power of the dark side, and a no good to me dead.
Yep. So it looks like we're running a lot of events and upgrades here, which is expected. So you're saying to me that Gandork is running a Gar Saxon that is aggro-based, but is going to want to put a lot of tempo down. Now, here's the thing. Dr. Evazon is a very sneaky card, especially going into a deck like Boba Green, who is already readying up resources off of a kill.
Yep.
So...
Yep, and look at that. He drops a lurking tie, and he sees the last card he wants to see from Boba, one of his 7th Fleet defenders.
Yep, absolutely. Well, I mean, I think you can say that Nick is kind of happy that we're not getting a ramp out of that Boba Green coming into this game.
And that's the good news. And it wouldn't surprise me to see a no good to be dead come down right now.
Yep.
I see Veil is another card that is played in the Gar Saxon list because for its ability to give experience counters, which then, of course, buff a disproportionate amount for a Gar Saxon deck.
Yep, and there's also Covert Strength, which I think can come in very clutch, very much at the end. So No Good Be Dead is going to come down on the 7th Fleet Defender, and we're going to have an attack of the Lurking TIE Phantom. Boba is going to flip because of the resupply ramp. Now, Dr. Evazon, if it does die here, is going to lose, but I think the jetpack's going to come down and give it that shield, which I think is exactly the right play. Now, Dr. Evazon is going to be swinging for 6 right now.
And what a card for Gar Saxon.
Absolutely.
The jetpack. So it gives the shield. The shield goes around at the end of the way, but Boba Green does not have an answer for it. So the Evanson's going to get to swing. Kyle's already taken 8 damage on base. He does 4 with his Boba, but he did not remove a opponent this turn. So there we go. So meanwhile, Dr. Top 8 Evanson is 14 damage into base. So there we go. I asked before for somebody to show me a deck that uses Evanson well.
And that's going to be Gar.
Gandork's doing it right on stream for me. Thanks, buddy.
Yep, I absolutely agree. I think, it's one of the only and few decks that I think uses the Dr. Evazon. Now, it's a risk. It's a risk factor. You're going to put all this damage on a base, but for a deck that wants the resources and heavily benefits off of playing curve, if you could play 2 items on curve. So we're going to do the Hotshot DO44 Blaster. I'm assuming this is going to go into the Dr. Evazon. So then he's going to get to ready up all the resources again off of the bounty trigger. And for me, killing the Dr. Evazon on curve, imagine playing a Maul into it and then readying up all the resources again, is kind of where I was expecting to see from that. But I think you just can't accept 7 damage to your base over and over. So I think you're just going to have to kind of take it as it is. Or 6 damage.
Yep.
And Boba Fett's armor.
This is a matchup that Gandork will have seen a lot.
Yep.
I mean, he's been running this quite a bit, and he does get a 7th Fleet Defender into the space arena.
Yep. Which is going to be swinging for
version of it.
4. Now, Val is a card that we don't see very often, and I think that's a card that we should kind of highlight here as a weird, interesting bounty text. And I think what's really interesting is also seeing it in such a later stage in the game as a 2-drop. It's a 2/4, so it does have a bunch of toughness, which is a really difficult unit to deal with at the beginning of the game. But when you're playing at the 5-6 resource range, I think it's a very risky play. I think it's a risky unit to play because the bounties deal 3 damage to a unit.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think actually, well, look at the board state, though. You have the bounty deal 3 damage, so that actually can't actually hurt the Lurking Tie, which is now dead from the 7th Fleet.
100%.
But it wouldn't be able to hit that, or it could go bounce off the shield of the 7th Fleet. So when defeated, though, Gandork would get, which gives 2 experience. So I think Boba basically can't kill that unit. He doesn't want to have a 7th Fleet defender hitting for 6 every turn. That's what will happen if he kills Val.
So he's gonna actually sack the Val himself.
Is going to kill, and that's exactly what we talked about.
Now,
that's exactly what we talked about.
With full resources, though, on Kyle, you got to imagine that we're kind of scared of an overwhelming barrage or something coming out here that's going to immediately zap that 7th Fleet defender.
Yeah, you gotta make him have it, though. I mean, you can play scared, 7 days a week. I mean, there's a fire spray right now. The 7th Fleet could actually kill the fire spray, attacking for 6.
Absolutely.
I don't know that would be the line of play that he takes.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're in Gandork's shoes here. You're gonna try to put the race to the base, maybe not try to control the deck here. The top end is gonna be a lot scarier than yours, and at the end of the day, you're not looking to run yourself into a reinforcement walker while you're only having 15 damage on the opponent's base.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and I think that's exactly what he does. He's got to play to his strategy, and you're exactly right that the ability there.
Gar's going to come out.
Yep. So Gar's going to come out,
which we're going to assume is going to take take the jetpack from the discard pile when he is having the chance, because I think that's the only upgrade that is available in the discard pile. I think there's like we've talked about all day, and especially within this PQ season, it's a bunch of. Oh, there's the trade.
Boba clears bar. Actually, Boba does not die. You know, armor's totally fair and balanced. Boba does not die, killing the recently deployed Gar Saxon.
7th Fleet is going to come down, so it's going to be a 4-2 hitting unit with a shield. Like I said, I think you got to imagine if you're in Gandork's shoes here, you're trying to put the pressure to the roof, the ceiling. You are trying to put the pressure to the roof. You're trying to make this Boba chase you. And I think if you can continue to kind of play this cat and mouse game with these shielded units, it's going to be very difficult for Boba to deal with, even with overwhelming barrage, because you're going to have to ping off that shield first.
Yep. No, I think you're right. I actually just got an image of Gandork's list, so I'll pop that into the Discord channel between us.
Yeah, would love to see that.
Show people the big Saxy.
Big Saxy. So the 7th Fleet's going to sack itself to get rid of that shield, which makes me imagine that there's got to be either a Fett's Fire Spray, a Mclunky, or even an Overwhelming Barrage ready and prepped. Now, I don't think that Kyle's going to use that Overwhelming Barrage just for that 7th Fleet, but I also don't think you're willing to take too much damage onto your base, because, one Surprise Strike is going to put, Kyle within one hit lethal, so 1 point lethal. So I think we need to, maybe he's got to play full control here and waste something that he doesn't want to waste just to make sure that he doesn't take too much damage on a base.
Yeah.
So that's 3 to base. Now they're kind of everyone's kind of stalling out their turns here, trying to see what each person's going to play. He really does not want to waste some of these big resources. If we had a look into his hand, he's going to bounce the Crumb back, put the damage onto Boba, but just takes no damage. And Boba's swinging for 8 right now. So whatever Kyle's has in plan here, he's going to drop 3 resources for the 7th Fleet. Do we feel like it's going to leave 5 resources up? I mean, you got to imagine that's leading into an overwhelming barrage.
Yeah, no, he hasn't shown one yet this game. He's got to have it. But, I mean, I think that actually Gandork's taking some good lines here, Nick.
Yep.
Because he's not making it so the barrage feels real good. I mean, he's got to see it coming, so all he has out is a 7th Fleet.
And I believe Nick called pass, and Kyle took the initiative there. I think it was the right case. You ended up controlling here. Even swinging the 8 there is not worth it. So the Salatia's going to come down. He's going to drop him down 1 health, and now that looks like 25. Did I mistake the health there? Because that looks like 25 damage on a base.
Yeah, so we have another dock coming down. Yeah, I see 25 damage on Boba's base showing. That's what's marked. He's going to give Doc a shield. So he's just trying to get him to survive a round. So if he can get through with that Evanson still in play this round.
There's a jetpack onto Evanson. It's a double shield.
Mclunky is good. Yep, so he's got to find another way to do a damage before he can be killed. But
again, these shielded.
Can Kyle remove this Dr. Evanson? with 2 shields.
I mean,
So one of the shields is gone. I mean, Boba Fett obviously has all kinds of damage to do it, but I don't know that he can.
He's got an overwhelming barrage to ping off the shield and then swing into the unit. W's still in the chat from Bran. This is true.
Does he still? I don't think he has barrage in hand. I do not think he has barrage in hand. I actually have a little bit of an ability to see through the direct video a little bit farther out there, but I do not think that Kyle actually has it.
And I think Gandorf is calling bluff here. I don't think he has it.
Other than that, I mean, a Mclunky would not. Well, he has a Crumb, so a Mclunky would do it.
But here's
to where he could kill it. But he might need to rip Surprise Strike because
here's the
right
thing.
now,
if
he can't get rid of the shield, it's lethal. Even with the Crumb can heal 1 down to 24, right? So that leaves 6 damage to do. Right now, I believe Dr. Evanson's hitting for 6. The 3 plus the 5 plus the 1 from the shield. So if he can't remove that shield before the end, he might as well scoop City.
Absolutely.
Can the big Gar Saxon deck, can it topple game 1 from the power of the meta, Boba Green?
Well, I think...
Is that Syndicate Lackey?
Yep.
So it's not automatic lethal now, and Boba can kill it. So he has a Syndicate Lackey that's available as a play.
He's willing to trade the Boba Fett into the Evazon here. You got to imagine.
Yeah, he's going to have to.
It's going to ready up the resources. I mean, if you can drop a big 7-drop unit here, like a Maul or something like that, just to get pressure on the board, I think it's really important. The biggest thing here is this cat and mouse game. What's so great from Nick here is he's playing this cat and mouse game and saying you have to chase me and you have to waste your resources to chase me. And Kyle has fallen right into his trap. If you don't start turning the tide and turn the corner and put pressure on a base, Nick is going to sit in a very comfortable spot. I'm just saying, hey, I'm going to keep playing shielded units. I have Crafty Smuggler. I have Dr. Evazon. I have the Client, which we haven't even seen yet. I'm going to keep playing these shielded units, and you're going to have to take care of it.
So, I mean, I think he's really piloting well. He knows he has a change of heart on an unshielded 7th Fleet Defender. Does Boba have a space answer?
Ooh, I mean, you're looking for an overwhelming barrage on Salacious B. Crumb, which would be a crazy one.
It's an underwhelming barrage.
Yep.
Can the Crumb do it? I think Kyle's on the ropes here.
Little monkey going. Nee! Oh, he just bounces the monkey back. No.
Okay, does he have Surprise Strike? He does.
And that's going to be the game. Off of a change of heart Surprise Strike on a 7th Fleet Defender. What a steal play there.
And Big Gar Saxon. Big Gar Saxon takes one. And I sent over the list to the chat. I don't know if we can pop over while they're sideboarding. Take it for the people that want to see some Gar in their lives.
We're communicating with Leo right now to see if we can make that happen. He's gonna get that prepped.
Right. So what if you're doing? I know you play some Boba Green. The villainous scum that you are.
Tried.
What are you thinking to sideboard in against Gar Saxon Yellow?
Oh, this is the interesting thing. I did a lot of testing against shielded based upgraded units decks. You're talking about like L3, things like this. It is hard. It's hard to deal with, and you're relying on cards like Mclunky and your little pingers like Bazine and Salacious to kind of ping off of a shield and do some things that you need to do. You need maximum value out of your overwhelming barrage, and if you can't use a 5 resource card that is a game ender for your deck because of all these shielded units and you're just pinging off 1 shields, it is a difficult time to be the Boba Green, which is why I think this Gar Saxon Yellow can be such a meta stomper specifically into the Boba Green. You're looking at heavy shielded units.
Yeah, and it's got a solid space attack, as we saw. It's got trips. Boy, look at that change of heart. Who needs a space unit when he can just take Bobas? He's got so few in his deck. I mean, I think that's a great play. So, yeah, boy, who wasn't, the chat is going riled for Gar Saxon.
Yeah, I mean, I think we want to see something that's really interesting in the meta, and I know that there's been a lot of creep of this Gar coming up into the meta. Now, there's some interesting plays, and there's something that I've been testing a little bit that I think a lot of Bobas are not running, and it's just been a side test, and I think it's really good into the mirror matchup, depending upon specifically the fact that you're going into so many Bobas into a PQ like this, but also into a mirror matchup like this with these shielded units. Have we forgot about the card Relentless Pursuit? I think the deck is so efficient. Yeah. The deck is so efficient, but have we forgot about the card Relentless Pursuit going into the sideboard? making this game like Waylay is someone that Moy said as well. Waylay is a great one, but I also genuinely think that Relentless Pursuit would be such a great card into the sideboards to help play against these shielded units.
And Leo coming through, we have the big Gar Saxon deck. This is actually Gandork's list. We actually I think have the rest of the deck list for the event.
Yep.
But I know this guy, so it's using a lot of upgrades. Look at all the shield units. He's got 3 Evanson in there. He's got Crafty Smuggler. He's got 7 Fleet Defender, 3 Jetpacks, 3 Hot Shot Blasters, 3 Snapshot Reflexes. What a fun deck to play.
I might build this deck. This sounds fun. This looks fun.
Everybody in America, and probably worldwide, let's not limit to that, is probably going to be putting together Gar Yellow as we come tomorrow, particularly if he can keep up this run. Both of these players are 4-0. This is not down the Swiss tables.
Yep.
This is right up there. And both have sideboard and both are ready to go.
If we can have Leo real quick change the Thork graphic on top. They're both sideboarded, so we can actually go into the game. Actually, rather than that, let's just switch over.
As we play it too, we have a Cloud Rider, played by Boba Green with no ambush because he had initiative, and then we had Val beating it.
And there's that Val off that turn 1 drop. Now this is where it gets, unless Boba has an answer for that Val right here, right now, she's gonna sit there. You're gonna put a bigger unit down like a Lurking TIE Phantom, and things are gonna get a little difficult from there.
Yeah, and another thing about Gar Yellow, it's an affordable deck. I mean, I don't know what the prices are today, but as of the Seattle PQ, the Gar Yellow build in total costs $32 on TCG Player.
Okay. One legend. And there's a Lurking TIE Phantom, exactly the line that we were talking about. And there's going to be 2 debates off the Val.
Yep, and this is what I'm saying. Because the bounty is something that's done by the opponent, Kyle, it can't be hurt. The Lurking TIE can't be hurt by Val's bounty. All right, so we're going into the next round now. Kyle did get the all-important ramp off.
So we got the resupply off. I mean, you're definitely trying to go for, and he's just double-checking the read on the Lurking TIE Phantom. You can't. Overwhelming Barrage is not going to affect that card. You're going to need something like a Waylay. You're going to need something like your 7 Fleet Defender, or you're going to need something like your Fett's Fire Spray to take care of that card. No Good to Me Dead will also work to delay the inevitable here. But I think what Gandork is in the position of here is just trying to apply the gas. It's a gas pedal, and he's slapping all that thing all the way down to the floor. I didn't even say that correctly, but he's pushing that thing down. And there's the Bosk.
And absolutely, Bosk comes down, but the Lurking TIE gets stronger.
Yep.
And as he's reading the Lurking TIE, there's no table, I think, at any PQ that's less likely to have a rules there than this one right now.
Absolutely. And I think that's a judge call right then and there.
Yeah, it's not, he's explaining how it goes, but it is correct. It is correct that the Veil Bounty cannot hurt the Lurking TIE.
So now Phantom is swinging for 6 and 7 because of the upgraded unit, and then it's going to get double boosted.
TIE Advanced, which has made a comeback in set 2. So we now have a 6/6 native Lurking TIE Phantom, and notably, that takes it out of Fire Spray range. Boba better have No Good to Me Dead, or this game's going to be over in a hurry.
Absolutely. I think, what's the damage total on that Lurking TIE Phantom?
It is 11 damage on Kyle's base.
What a unit! Oh man! And I think everyone in chat is getting really excited that Boba Green is getting their face stomped in right now by a deck that isn't doing it.
And Kyle is a great Boba Green pilot. We
Absolutely.
saw that with the masterful play in the next round. But, I mean, boy, has he got an issue here. He confiscates away one. That's actually a smart play. So he confiscates away, one of the plays to remove it. But where did he do the 2 damage from Bosk?
Yeah, it looks like he didn't actually. The event would have actually hit the.
Yeah, and I think Bosk is a May trigger that you may do 2 damage. So I don't think that there's any obligation for Nick to correct it.
Absolutely not. It is a May trigger.
It is a May trigger, so he doesn't have to. Now, how that works and what we're talking about for tournament plays, both players are responsible for the game state. So this happens with like Zine. If your player doesn't choose to draw, you are supposed to reminder. And I think that Kyle could have confiscated. He could have done 2 damage and killed the TIE Advanced, and he did not do that in this game. Will that come back to bite him?
Well, when you're under the pressure cooker and there's a surprise strike with that exact unit that you should have killed off the boss, I can imagine that you're feeling the pressure. There's still a 10 hitting unit that's about to swing right into your base. 26 damage on base about to go right now. What do you do?
Yeah, and it is tough. He's looking for answers. You know, he's there, but I mean, I bet that Gar Saxon Yellow was not on his, prep list, of the gauntlet that he put his deck through as it goes through here. And we should say it's really easy for us to see this stuff when we're sitting comfortably on our chairs in Dallas and Wisconsin. But when you're under the lights, it's a whole different story.
Absolutely. And you're staring down what was an 11 hitting unit. And you're thinking to yourself, how am I going to take care of it? The client comes down out of Nick.
And I would say, too, that the confiscate to remove the 1 damage was a very, very heads-up good play itself, because it actually takes the lurking type back into the range.
And that's the scoop. That's the game. Kyle pulled into absolutely no answers against Nick. And what are you going to do? Gandork built this deck to build this deck. That's what he did. He built this deck to beat this deck. And it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do.
And since I have the opportunity here for everybody watching, we're at about 250. I just linked there the Artificery channel. Gandork is a member of it. You want all your big Gar Saxy content, that you can get it from the source right at Artificery. And also, that channel has been around since Destiny days. They're great guys. It was formerly headed up by a guy named Agent Zion, who very tragically passed away between it. But they're close to my heart. So check out Artificery. Taxter is a Wisconsin local with me. Yeti's there. So absolutely, you want to get that from the source. And who expected Gar Saxon to just push down a Boba Green up here at the 4-0 top table?
Now 5-0 of the day. Gandork is 5-0 on the day.
Can anybody stop Big Saxy?
I mean, you got to imagine it's got to be something like a Sabine as we go into the casting table here. And don't forget that we are coming up with Thork as a debate about why I think Boba is not that broken. And we just saw it right there. There's counters to decks like this, and you can take care of those counters if you play a good game, and you get it. So we're going to head over to the commentating desk if Leia can get us over there. All right, Loopy, it's always a pleasure seeing that beautiful face here.
Perfect timing for you, Justin. Right before your big debate on why Boba is not broken, you get to see
let me just rephrase this.
counter.
Boba is nasty as all get out. I'm just saying I don't think he's undefeatable, but he's pretty damn good, but he's not crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that was good stuff, and who doesn't love seeing the innovation even in the very final days of the set 2 meta?
Yep.
I mean, we have Gar Yellow really coming here, and Nick Gandork has been working on that deck a long time. It shows he really knew that matchup, I'm sure, into the Boba Green.
Yep.
So yeah, a great game, and boy, is this a fun planetary qualifier. Shout out to Guardian Games. I actually made a special request to see if we could get Gar on the stream table, and Alex, my man, hooked us up.
Hooked it up, baby. I mean, that was such a pleasurable match, man. I feel like we needed something a little bit fresh, and I think everyone was down with the Boba, the pitchforks right now. So I think everyone was extremely happy to see someone take down Boba, not only so convincingly, but so fast. It was quick. That was a quick series. That game 2 felt like 2 seconds.
I think the whole thing.
And on that note, I was chatting with a fella in the K2D forums in the Vader Green fella, and he took down a 3-0 showdown with Vader Green.
Nice.
Also not dead, folks. So shout out to Coffin Talk.
I love Vader Green.
I love the creative use of that Lurking TIE Phantom in that Gar Saxon deck. Really relying on it to just avoid anything that Boba is throwing out from the ground side.
And the combo with Val. I mean, I think that actually there. I mean, people think Val is terrible. Val has spots. I mean, that was actually it was the experience from Val that brought that game out of control, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. That's what kind of kicked off the whole series. And again, it's about why the cat and mouse type of pressure that you're applying to the Boba. Again, when you're putting shielded units down and big experience units down, and you're getting things outside of the overwhelming barrage range, especially when it goes onto the kingpin of a unit, which is that Lurking TIE Phantom, and you're calling the bluff. I think Gandork says, hey, you have a waylay or you don't. Which one is it? And if you don't have it, good luck. And that's exactly what happened.
And he squeaked that game out. The game 1, I think, was actually masterfully played. Game 2, he really just rode that Veil and that lurking time, to a win. But, I mean, he was on the ropes, and he did that double shield Evanson, and then the change of heart, and then the surprise strike, to pick his spots. But that happens when you have the reps and you know the deck. Now,
Tom says so. Shields do count as an upgrade because they're an upgrade, as a token, upgrade token. So shields count as a 1+. That's why Dr. Evazon and cards like Seven Fleet Defender, Crafty Smuggler, the Client are so good in Gar Saxon decks because it is a token upgrade. As we are prepping for Thork is in the waiting room as we throw him into our chat.
And let's jump over to the screen here where we're sharing screen. Beautiful. Thork is now on the call with us. Thork, can you hear us?
One sec. Let's Loopy, what were you saying, bud?
I was just going to introduce Thork a little bit because I've known him before release. He's done a great job, and he's actually somebody that I tested with before actually the game even released, and he is, I think, at this point, the highest English language content creator in Europe. So thanks for joining us, buddy.
Hey guys, how's it going?
It's going very good.
What's up, man? Real quick before we debate hardcore to the hardest extent, I do think it's really important that we shout out what you guys are doing. You and Yona are doing tomorrow, right? I believe it's tomorrow, right?
Yes. Tomorrow me and Jonah, we're gonna be casting the Switzerland tournament. So the Switzerland scene is awakening, and they're trying to get some momentum and organize some pretty cool tournaments. They have some pretty good prizes.
Amazing.
So be casting that tomorrow, and they have a very interesting tournament system where there's multiple ways to qualify for their tournaments, and we're going to be casting the top 12, which is going to be on double direct elimination, which in my opinion is my favorite tournament format. Actually, it's very, very good. It has the upside of the excitement of the direct elimination, but without the frustration of just getting kicked out after the first loss.
Yeah, especially if you have like a bad draw or the cards are just not. Something that's, not to cut you off there, Loopy, I do apologize. I think one of the things that like I see here is this is one of the first. I'm not going to say is the first, but it is one of the first multi-day tournament events for Star Wars Unlimited. And as the game grows in its maturity, I'm actually really excited to see more of that, more multi-day events through this game.
Yeah, really cool format, for sure.
In Europe, we're doing loads of multi-day formats because the tournaments are really big, as you know, so it's hard to get all the rounds in one day.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Loopy, what are you getting?
I was going to say, what do you guys see in the prize pool there from that Two Moons tournament?
Ooh. So they have the full set of the promo cards, like the expensive ones, the black cards. I forgot the name. Anyway,
the black dark side box or black box convention.
Yeah, exactly. The exclusive the promo exclusive promos, the like Vader, like the box that you have to buy $100 to get it, and you have to go on a queuing list to get one. Like it's super hard to get.
Yep.
You get like all the Sith stored in there, in special black art, which is really cool.
Those cards are beautiful, and that's a great prize. Pretty unique.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
How cool would it be if Fantasy Flight is listening to see like this kind of stuff as the PQ prizing, at the top tables?
I think that would be a good start.
That would be a good start.
I don't fly tickets, bro. I live in Europe.
Well, you're talking to the people that fly people out, so I mean, I don't know.
Are you flying me to Worlds?
We are on a You gotta play some Twin Suns, brother, before we fly you to Worlds. You gotta play some Twin Suns.
I mean, I'll play all Twin Suns in the world if you fly me to the world.
You gotta get down and dirty in the swamp. You gotta dress up like Watto on the show for us to get you to Worlds.
Absolutely, I do anything. I do anything.
I love it.
I won't say anything else, but you know what I mean.
I sincerely hope you made Ryan dress as Watto, because if you did that, that will make my life complete. But
I'll dress as Jabba the Hutt. I'll just eat all the McDonald's. I'll take 100 pounds and I'll dress as McDonald's.
Prosthetic on him.
So before we settle this Boba thing, tell us quick about your channel, Thork.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so my channel is focused on competitive play. I also have like a game designer background, so I talked about the game from both like kind of a game design standpoint and from a competitive standpoint. I follow competitive all over the world. Like I cover tournaments, I do card analysis, deck techs. I'm a big on deck building. I love building decks, but I like to build powerful decks. So I show my designs and I share it with people and have fun. I used to do coaching. I don't do it anymore because it was too time consuming and I just did too many things. So I don't do that as much anymore. But yeah, that's what I do.
That's awesome. Yeah.
All right. So check out Thor's Hot Takes. I actually linked it in the channel. Anybody not subscribed, hit him up.
Yeah, absolutely. We're a big fan of the show over here in Dallas, and a lot of the guys talk about you all the time. So it's a really big pleasure to have you on for guest streaming. So let's talk about this Boba ordeal. All right, guy. Let's talk. Let's see what you have to say about this. I want your honest truth.
And I've actually moderated some political debates, so I'll help a little bit with this. So let's just pop it up to you first, Thork, and then we'll get you a response, Justin. But is Boba fair and balanced?
Okay, well, so I made a video about it actually and my take was that we're just too close to set 3, so we need to see what set 3 does, how the meta shapes up with the new set, and see how Boba does, because we know that very few cards can make a massive difference. I don't know if you remember Loopy, but before the release of the game, we had Boba was very dominant, and then they released Super Laser Blast, and then Boba was still dominant because people haven't figured out a way to play hard control yet. And then when hard control kicked in, this is where the meta got really balanced, because we had this real balance, as you were talking earlier, with control beating mid range and control beating mid range beating aggro and all that stuff. That was really good. What happened in set 2 was that Boba got a lot of tools. Boba Yellow and Boba Green got a lot of tools to fight control. So now if a Boba player wants to beat control, he can do it. All he has to do is dedicate a lot of sideboard cards to it, and he can do this, and the deck is so incredibly solid that he can do that without sacrificing his other matchup most of the time. So, and that's actually, in my opinion, the right thing to do, is to just have to sideboard, to dedicate like 7 sideboard cards to control. And what happens then is, and I've done extensive playtesting on this with some of the best players in Europe, where we basically placed the matchup, and what happened was that post-board, Boss Control, which in my opinion is the best hard control deck in the game right now, was destroying Boba in post-board. But then after sideboard, the matchup flipped completely, which is very impressive. So we're talking about some of the cards. A lot of people talk about Boba Fett's armor, but in my opinion, Boba Fett's armor, it helps for the fair matchups, but it doesn't really help against hard control. What really helps in hard control is Bazine, TIE Phantoms, and Palpatine's Baton specifically. And so Palpatine's Baton is incredible because it gives you extra copies of Relentless in your deck, so now you can play like 3 Relentless plus 2 Palpatine's Baton. That's like 5 Relentless.
Yep.
Hard control cannot fight that. And it's not that many sideboard cards, which is kind of crazy. Then you have Bazine, like basically when Boba puts pressure on the hard control deck, he goes into Vader, goes and fetch Bazine, and then discard Super Laser Blast, and that play is incredibly backbreaking because and then of course we have the TIE Phantoms, which get also very powerful. So you got all those different ways to win the game, and this is just so many angles of attack that Boba can win that makes the matchup incredibly difficult, because control, fundamentally what control is trying to do is trying to identify how you're supposed to win the game, and then he's going to try to shut down that way for you to win the game. The problem with Boba is like there's so many different ways it can beat you, whether it's grinding you out with some Relentlesses in the main, or just aggro you out with some fire sprays. It's so incredible to navigate through all those different win conditions. Sorry, you can speak, Lupi. I was just...
No, I think that's actually excellent analysis there. I'd put Mclunky as another important card as to Bosk, because really, actually, that can be backbreaking too. But let's have the reply from Justin. So, I mean,
that was a difficult thesis to follow too.
I just want to finish my point. So basically, sorry, I'm very thorough. That's my channel. I do 45-minute videos. I cannot speak less than 15 minutes at once. I'm joking. Anyway, so what I was saying is that what happens in set 2 is that hard control does no longer counter Boba, and when that happens, it breaks the wheel. It kind of like breaks the entire balance of the game because it all relies on this. Sorry, I'm done.
Yeah, and I think that the other thing that's going on is you had the rise of Sabine, and Sabine ECL being so strong, because that is an excellent deck. I know you had that as your early best deck of set 2. I remember a video of that when we were just starting out, but the fact that Sabine is so strong into like the greedier ramp decks like Palp Invader really opened some things for Boba. But Justin, we'll give you a response then to the barrage of thoughtful analysis.
Julian, our one of our Bucketheads, is like, Justin, you're so cooked. Look, this is my truthful and honest analysis of Boba. He is a very, very, very good leader. We all see it as it is, as suit. I do think I 100% agree with you as far as where the reach of Boba Fett could be is so good into the hard control decks as it is, and if you could sideboard in Palp's Return, like you said, and I even made in my Boba deck the change from Devastator to Relentless. Like I just didn't see Devastator as a useful card, especially in a meta that's so easy to take down massive units like that if you're in blue. So to me, it didn't make sense, and I felt like Relentless was just a way better tempo play, and you're putting so much base pressure. Now here's my indifferent. I think the Kiera matchup is a quite difficult matchup, especially against a very good Kiera matchup. And I think that the mix of this all is the difference in units. So I think a hard control deck, which is very truth like a Bosk Blue, which is a very, very unreal deck, but is running a low count of units, is also a very easy deck for you to skirt tempo if you know how to play the tempo correctly in a cunning deck at the end of the day. Like whether you're cunning green, cunning yellow, like you just have to skirt tempo. And even doing that in green is a lot easier with units. So it's like when I had like my main deck is a Vader green, and I play that a lot. I've played that since set 1. I love that deck. But I hard stomp Boss Blues in the deck just because of the way that I built the deck around running cards as tempo. It's like a tempo deck. So to me, I think using Boba Green into a deck that isn't running heavy units and is just running straight removal, you have the options like Vader. Vader's such a powerful card into removal because you could just go wide and then you bring out Bazine and take care of Super Laser Blast. The tools are there. To me, where I see a difference is a deck that runs units plus heavy end on top of control. So like a Kiera, a very good Kiera is a very hard deck for the Boba to deal with. But the problem is that Kieras can't ultra survive in the meta because it's very difficult to deal with Sabine in that sense, unless you build your deck around Sabine, and then at the end of the day, you're losing all the point of the Kiera matchup that wins against other matchups. So I think there's a weird balance in the game that exists that's very good. Now, is that to me to say that like I think Boba tools are insane. Like I also think Fett's Fire Spray coming out on curve, so 5 to 6, and it's a win plate on ready, like that. These types of tools that Boba gets are unreal. There's no question about it. But to me, I think a real big spec is to look at the other side of the table, which is like the most thriving, like it's still a thriving leader going into set 3. Like, I mean, people were building, I have Ryan talking to Rebel Resource all the time, talking about how like looking at all set 3 leaders, set 2 leaders, set 1 leaders, Sabine is still a monster aggro leader going into set 3. And the idea of putting Sabine Green up against the table, yes, is Boba, but like Boba Green and the craft of the way it is supposed to beat that aggro matchup because it's a mid-range matchup that has top end. But the Sabine Green that can still pull out games against the Boba, I also still think that Sabine Green being able to reach so far into any form of hard control, like, I mean, you're talking about like any form of hard control, Sabine Green just hard stumps usually, unless you build your deck around Sabine Green. I think a big issue is Boba Fett armor is ass into hard control. I completely agree. It's not that. That's the problem. I mean, Boba Fett's armor makes the mid-range matchup so much easier for you to deal with. But
can we talk one point at a time because it's going to be wild.
Yeah. All right. So actually,
you made a point saying. So first of all, the first point, so just to break down, because otherwise I have to repeat. Because now you're talking to a different subject with Sabine. I'm just going to come back to the argument you made about Kiera, and I thank you for your honesty because I think you said it very right. You're very right saying Kiera can beat Boba if it builds against it. But as you very well pointed out, Kira cannot simultaneously have a good matchup versus Sabine and Boba at the same time.
Yep.
He needs to kind of choose which matchup he wants to be good against, and that's a problem because, as I said, the wheel is broken from that point. So that was your first point. So, then you said Sabine is also a problem. I think one of the major difference between Sabine and Boba is that Sabine, if you want to counter it, you can counter it. Boba is not as true. Boba really, there's no really specific cards. When you think about what are the good sideboard cards against Boba, you're gonna mention things like make an opening, stuff like this, stuff that are really against very specific things. They're not really like great counters. There's no hard counters to Boba. While there's a lot of things that do very well against Sabine. There's a lot of decks that do very well against Sabine, notably the mid-range. They will, if Boba gets banned, there's going to be a whole new range of mid-range decks that will appear, that will have good matchup against Sabine. Cat Bane is a good example for this. I also think that what you say about hard control struggling against Sabine, I don't think that's true at all. I think Bosk, the reason why Bosk control is so good is because it's a hard control deck that can beat Sabine fairly well. Obviously, we are agreeing on this. Sabine is an amazing deck. It's a deck that can beat anything if it has the right draws. But on terms of grand numbers, you're going to be running like 10 games. Bosk versus Sabine. I can guarantee you that Bosk, the ability for Bosk to heal 10 to 15 HP in one round, and I think it's funny because Loopy is here. We actually played a game, Bosk against Sabine on that, and I could show this on screen. But yeah, it's a deck that is incredible. That's really strong in speed. Obviously.
All right, so I'm going to cut you off there, Thork. We got to give Justin the last word in the debate, and then we're going to do a poll as to who won on the late night. That second. So Justin, give us the last word and leave my girl Sabine out of it.
My last one is actually just putting a bunch of time into Boba Fett. I'm a big discard player. I love discard. I actually think that's why Ray Red has become so prevalent in the set, and you're not playing Han Blue as much as it is a hard matchup, I think, but. I think Ray Red is so good, and I think the deck that actually won Germany is specific for the reason why it was so good into Boba Green is it took options out of Boba Green's hands, and that's the tool. At Boba Green from even set 1, if you could discard Boba Green's hands, that's why you see how Boba Green was running Recruit. Like you're looking for cards, so I think if you could take cards out of that card's hand or the deck's hand, I think you lose, and so I think that's a huge discard, like a reason why I think discard is actually a really good meta into Boba.
No, it's a good point. It's true that he built his deck to beat Boba, and he did a good job. He's actually one of my friends, is on my testing group. So, but his deck, as I said, when someone says he has a good matchup versus Boba, he means 55%. It doesn't mean 60, 70%.
I always say as good as anything when you're talking about Boba decks, because I mean, and it is actually a testament to how good the design of the game is, that any deck really you have to play it out.
Yep.
And can't win. All right, so thank you so much.
I have one last argument.
You cannot stop him. All right,
it's a short one. It's a short one. Sometimes, even if we consider that Boba is not the best deck or whatever, it's a game. It's an emotional experience. Feelings matters more than facts. And if people are sick of Boba needs to be banned. That's just as simple as that. It's a game for fun. If people are not having fun seeing Boba over and over in tournaments, then it needs to go. That's just the way it is. It's game design. Its feelings are matter. It's an art form. It's an emotional experience. But emotion matters more than facts.
Yeah, I could totally see where your point is. I really agree with that. I'm not even like a Boba fucking lover. For me, it's just I think there's a part of this game that is a little bit balanced, and I could see where the hate comes through, but I also could see 100% what you just exactly said. I think it is an art form. At the end of the day, the game is supposed to be for fun. People are supposed to love what they're playing.
So those are our contestants, folks. I just put up a poll on the late night Discord in general chat.
Oh,
so,
Lord.
Pop up there as to who won the poll. The poll will be open for another 58 minutes.
Oh, Lord.
And tell us what you think about it. So thanks so much, Thork, for coming on.
You're cooking! You're cooking!
The community.
Thork, thanks so much for coming.
Yeah, we're looking forward to see what's on Thork's hot takes for set 3.
Can't wait to see it, man.
Right,
Thank you so much.
See you later.
Thank you so much, guys, and you guys are doing a great job. This is a lot of fun to watch.
Thanks
so much, Thork. See you later.
Yep, okay.
Bye-bye.
All right, so we did just drop Thork out of the call. It's just us left here. So before we get into the next round, it doesn't look like they're shuffling up quite yet. So we can probably run a quick commercial break while we go grab some water, stretch our legs, and come back for round 6, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Loopy, real quick, last statement before commercial break. I think my last statement is, oh my God, Gandorf killed that last game. That's my last statement.
Yeah, go Gar.
Big Gar Saxon. More after this, folks.
Thank you guys so much.
Gar Saxon, let's go.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
There is no escape. Don't make me destroy you. Join me.
And we can play together in the same deck in Twin Suns. Come to the dark side and change your aspect color to villainy.
I'll never join you! If you only knew the power of the dark side. Obi-Wan never told you what happened
to the Bucketheads.
He told me you killed him. No.
I am their biggest fan. Come with me and watch Open Fire Season 2 together.
Because you're sympathetic to their cause? You agree with her tactics?
You know, clearly you have some kind of an agenda here. I don't have time at this point.
I don't actually. I don't care much for either side.
So what, that makes you fair and balanced?
4-5. He's rounded out.
All right, guys. Harrison Dulo's coming out.
Take my turn.
Wow.
Guy sitting across from me looking like Shrek over here.
I'm just so excited,
eager, bro. I'm eager to be on the build.
You put all this makeup on for something. Thinker.
It wasn't me. I'm going 2 to red, getting my restore 2.
Ooh, this guy's staying so healthy.
He's very healthy.
He's staying so healthy.
Simulation. Harrison doing the board. Harrison doing the board.
Hey.
Hey, gorgeous.
I whip my leg back and forth. I whip my leg.
I watch Rebels for Ezra. What's this big green freak right next to me? Enough of that. Cheeks.
Specters.
All right, let's do something here. I'll draw 2 for my turn. Imagine. Let's
This guy's just making up actions over here.
All right, you got 2 units, 2 units, 3 units. Basura.
Do your best.
All right. Ooh, okay, this is what we're gonna do. Exhausting 6.
What you got?
Do I only have 5? I have
No.
6.
Okay.
Cunning, baby.
Oh,
whoa!
This guy's a
the
double
aspect penalty. So now it costs 6. Choose 2 in any order. At first, get that awesome.
Bouncing
Yes! Get that awesome.
Is it defeating it or bouncing?
Bouncing.
Oh man, here goes Julian with the bounce. Ozel being bounced back to me is not the biggest deal because it only is a 2-drop. So if I do want to whip it out later, I can. But I've got some bigger stuff in my hand right now.
This guy's paying penalties for cunnings? Loser.
And then on my other ability, I'm exhausting those 2 fucks right there.
Absolutely.
Don't do that.
That's super sad, actually.
Abso-freaking-lutely.
Unka munka pop, tunka tinka, wah wah. Oh.
Let's get those spaces working on green. 3 to green.
3 to green, baby.
Cunning was
Oh,
nuts.
hold on. When an enemy unit leaves play, get ready to resource. Let me just do that real quick, guys. Thank you.
You better exhaust that bad girl.
Which one?
Boba Fett.
Oh, yes.
The green's thinking.
I got 3 in the loop.
Don't do that.
3 in the loop.
You smell something?
It is a lightsaber.
Does that not defeat
Nope.
him?
No. At the end of the turn or phase, he'll die.
Unless he has a lightsaber on him. But my over 4 damage on top of him could save him. Could not save him from that.
Unless he has
3-3.
a lightsaber.
No, but the lightsaber. What is the math on that? He had 4 damage on him before.
He had 4 damage on him. He was.
Oh, he would say he would live. No, he would be at 0. All right, guys. Gotta play my favorite card. Favorite character in the game, bro. To be real honest with you, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Sentinel is down. Hello there.
That's pretty nice.
It's crazy. Shouldn't have exhausted my stuff because I would have gave him a little shield. That would give him a little experience.
Yeah, that's what I don't want.
Yeah.
Let's throw 2 damage right into green right there.
Yep. And I'm gonna use that Vader ability, so I'll pay 1, tap Vader, and actually, now that I think about it,
hit that True!
The card that
Put
I
him out of
played
range!
this turn, actually, hold on.
Wasn't
the
black.
card that I played this card was actually a Vanquish and not a black card.
So no ping.
None of that is going to be able to happen. Unfortunate. So I will take initiative.
I wanted that baddie.
Thank you, sir. Well, the blast is still up for grabs.
I'm gonna spin 3. I'm gonna waylay Obi-Wan.
Massive.
Really?
What do you do now?
Real good play.
His turn meant nothing.
And we know that's coming out again, so let's put some damage on him before that Sentinel drops back down.
Exactly.
And we can relax a little bit.
I'm gonna take the plan.
Interessante. Let's flip that Boba.
No good to me, dead.
Let's go. Boba is
Comes with his own sound effects.
right.
Here comes the Boba.
I'll take the blast.
Taking the blast.
Wow.
So Chirrut's dying.
Wow.
Chirrut's dying, huh?
Thank you, sir.
I didn't have to do anything there.
Nope.
Very nice.
You know he's got a Sentinel coming in the ground.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You killing my Luke?
Kill that Luke. I set it up.
I think I have to.
You have to,
Nice.
bro.
Let's
think
go,
I
They
have
just
baby.
go back and forth.
Yeah.
How much damage did you get? Yep.
He's
4
perfect.
kills him.
He's at lethal right now.
Smoking.
So.
I set it
And he
up.
won't
for
be lethal
somebody.
next turn as soon as that Hera attacks.
Yep. So let's smack 4 right into that Luke, and I'll take 4.
Nice.
Well played.
No Luke play for Harrison Dewey.
Stinky guy.
And I'm gonna ready 2 resources off of that through Boba's ability.
This is not Return of the Jedi. Okay, that's just
Back
you?
to Jake.
I took the blast.
Take the blast.
Oh,
You
is
took
this
the
you?
plan.
It's all you.
Well then, do I want to get a little shiesty and pop my IG?
Yeah.
Is that what I want to do?
You got a lot of units out there.
I do have plenty of units out here, but we are coming up on resource 7, huh?
Yep.
Coming up on resource 7. Yeah.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
You see?
Let's pop that IG, baby. Boom. And I'm gonna exhaust 3 and throw a fallen lightsaber on that IG.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Alright.
Dude, this is why we target orange.
Whoa.
I think IG just found this tricky little thing called a lightsaber. Let's see what he does with it.
IG-88 came out as an 8-7? That is the craziest leader reveal that I've seen with an IG-88.
They're smacking 8 and 2. Let's get ¿cómo se dice? Verde. 8 to green. 8 to green.
That put him right back in it with the rest of us.
I had to do it for us, all right?
This is some deja vu.
Yeah, that's
Every single
crazy.
game I played.
This guy's a bounty hunter deck. He's not even set 2.
This is basically the same pod. I think I need to find another group to play with. This is easy dub city. Might as well just play this with my eyes closed.
Gross.
All right, this guy will sneak a freaking win.
All right, let's pass off that.
Oh my gosh.
Nobody.
Bro, buddy is right, guy. This is nutty.
We're sitting at 7, yeah?
7 resources.
Don't forget about my little Outer Rim Headhunter. Surviving since turn 1.
And he now has exhaust on attack. Oh.
Yeah, these space guys are they're sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
Outlast and outblast.
All right, Mr. Inish, what you got?
Do like having initiative.
Vader.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's resource 7 now, and I get to play my Vader. Yep, let's bring out the Vader.
Wow. He's sitting at 8?
He's 8 health. Yeah.
Wow.
So
oh, Jacob Bruce still doing some math over there.
I'm good.
He's that meme with like all the algorithms.
Yeah. Han and Thrawn players.
I'll just hook
Just
Yoda
like
up
that.
with a lightsaber.
Ooh.
Dude. You should teach Justin how to keep a Yoda on the board.
Dude, what's Hera without the ghost?
Oh! What's that ghost do?
Puts a shield on another Spectre unit and itself.
When played.
Nice. When played and on attack.
Hera and the ghost coming out together. Man, this guy's straight out of Rebels.
What is Hera without her ship?
Interesting.
Very nice.
That's a...
Vader gets a pinging.
That's a dinger.
That's a danger.
A non-leader unit. A non-leader unit, eh? All right. Well, that Vader is monstrosity. Pinging 2 to anything he swings at.
Not anything he swings at. Anything.
Anything on the
Period.
board. Period. Poo.
So it could help you.
All right. My instincts tell me just to swing all this damage at Big Green, bro. That's what my instincts tell me.
It's like a gut feeling.
That's my natural instinct, but
That's so funny.
I'll reframe. So this is doing 4 then plus. Yeah. Fuck. Okay.
Dude, where's Ezra? Where's Sabine?
Let's swing 5.
He's got an 8-7 over here.
Yeah, that's actually
That's
crazy.
the biggest unit on the board.
Maybe I should swing with that IG first, huh? No, y'all ain't taking out the IG. I think this is what I'm gonna do. Sorry for the holdup. I am going to swing the
Blue Bear
for 4 damage.
Why 4?
Because of the raid 1 from
Oh,
IG.
the IG-88.
I'm gonna swing 4 damage into
No
the
bounties on
boosty.
Base.
See the base.
Ooh, I do not like that.
Oh my gosh.
Holy.
This is, am planning for 2 rounds ahead right now.
Then I gotta go 3 back at your base.
We're in the end game right
Experienced
now.
Vader.
Okay.
Oh, Vader's getting big.
I mean, who's not killing your IG? I think he's gone right here. This guy thinks his IG is safe over there. Yoda's about to pump him down. Let's go.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, with a force unit.
-2,
Oh,
-2.
no.
Is he swinging for 4? -2?
5. He's swinging for 5. -2
Yep.
to your health, and then he's swinging for 5.
Yep.
And -2 off of your damage back, so you're only taking 5, 6, 7, 8. You're taking 6 back.
Yep.
So he actually lives.
He
through
survives
it.
that and kills my IG?
Yep.
That's the craziest Yoda hit.
Dude, and then Darth Vader's about to
Swing,
die.
swing,
I
Big
thought I was
Green.
safe.
Let's go.
I thought I was safe.
Oh my gosh, I'm so freaking pumped about this.
You totally should have swung that IG-88 straight into Vader.
I should have. That was the perfect play to do.
But
The caveat.
the table thanks you.
All right, man.
Hindsight's 2020.
Yeah, I'm feeling the burn right now.
Let's get spicy up in here. Hera, let's do 4 to orange.
Straight to base.
Straight to base. Put an
With that
experience
shield
token on the ghost.
Now you just made yourself a target, my boy.
We're getting to that end game, baby.
You're the target, my guy.
What do you mean? He's at 15. We gotta chop him down.
Vader's looking spooky as a bookie right now.
Yo.
Looking very
He's got
spooky.
8 damage. He can pump out.
He's spooking my goonk. Oh my god.
Spooking my
Oh,
goon.
you could smoke Hera.
With the ping. Or you can just take it to base.
Or yeah, just
He's definitely gonna pop something here.
He could smoke Hera right now. He could straight just ping her shield and then hit her.
Yep.
Don't hit me, baby.
I gotta put on my poker face right now.
You might have to smoke Hera. That combo right there is nasty.
I'm playing Bib with the shield token. Comes in shielded.
I think you might need to take out that shield right there.
Baby just missed your boy Jabba, but let's put some work in.
That 101 guy? You might need to smoke that bib.
I got you.
Oh,
I got you.
What?
I got you, baby.
Hold my leg,
Dropping
baby.
5 down.
No way.
For the overwhelming barrage.
No way.
Wow, I could not ask for a better overwhelming barrage. I have never seen a table this ready to face an overwhelming barrage. Multiple shields, multiple units just with 1 damage to go to defeat them. This is gonna be spicy. Going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Ping the shell
8, and kill that too.
So you're at.
That's gonna kill this.
You have 1 more damage.
So it's 8 total, right? Because I'm at 6 plus 2.
Oh, you can ping that shield. Ping that shield. Ping
No,
that shield.
I want to go 1 here, 3 here, 1 here, 1 there, and then 1 here. For 8.
Ooh, this feels.
And just clear that damn board.
All those shields. All those shields. All those shields. Britt, are you serious?
That barrage is nasty.
A ping there.
My Bing over here. Binging everywhere. Why me?
Yeah, that's a overwhelming barrage if I ever seen one.
Yeah, buddy.
That is now swinging for 8 damage.
I'm drawing my card.
It's lethal for me, guys. It's lethal.
Smoking.
I'm just saying, game ends here if he swings.
If you don't want him to win again, just go ahead and take him out right now.
I don't know where it lands though, man. I don't know what y'all got cooking up over there. You got full resources.
No, I got 4.
It's alright, you guys can throw me.
I just got 4.
No, you might be safe for now. We'll have to see how it plays out.
No, Julian could decide the winner in a way. Julian could decide the winner in a way.
Right.
Smoke big orange over there, win it.
What a game changer right there.
That Roman Barrage was nasty as balls, bro. That was fucking gross. God.
Woo. Can I get a yacht in the chat?
You got to be kidding me.
Falcon.
Oh,
Falcon.
That's
looking to
also a game.
And that comes in ready?
It does.
Wow.
Wait, I just want to preface this. Julian has a lot of resources right now.
Julian's got resources. He's got something to swing. I don't think we can end it right now. I really don't think we can end it right now.
I'm taking initiative.
Yeah, so let's look at this guy real quick.
17.
He has 3 right here. Right?
Yeah, 3 here.
He has
8 here.
8 here. That's 11 damage lethal right now. He heals 5. He's not beating Justin.
But then he can swing the Inferno 4 into him, and then he'll be beating Justin.
But if he swings into Britain, he'll decide the winner here.
This is really sticky right here.
Yeah, if he swings to me, heals 5, swings 3 to Justin. Boom.
I can't heal again though, so Justin would. Jay can take me down after I hit Justin.
Mm-hmm. And it can end in a draw.
So I can't.
It would end in a draw.
Oh.
Because Jake can't get his health down anymore. Actually, if he can't. He can only do damage control against you.
Yeah, but I can't end it right now because I will not win the game if I try to end it.
All right, everyone. We have Nick on top. We are back for round 6. This is the undefeated Gandorks #1 Gar Saxon deck, the little sexy.
And I hope we can see him take down another Boba here, but it's Boba Red, not Boba Green.
It is Boba Red on the bottom. This is going to be a gas deck. Now, it's not running Tarkin Town, which a lot of the Boba Reds are starting to run. So we just need to keep in mind that this is a 30 health Boba Red.
30 health on both sides here, so we're going the distance. Hopefully the distance on game 3 as well.
And they're both aggro decks with Cunning. So this is important to know that Cunning is going to be... We're putting top on Nick. Top Nick?
And bottom Nick.
Oh, they're both Nicks.
Nice.
Go Nick. Starkiller says go Nick. Well, who are you rooting for, bud? We got Val dropped by Gar Saxon here. Now, we knew the dirty line of Val here. If you destroy the Val, you're going to just bump that right into a bigger unit like Lurking TIE Phantom. Now, the good thing for this Boba Yellow is going to be, or Boba Red, is going to be the fact that the Boba Red is going to be space heavy. So Lurking TIE Phantom is going to be a lot less important. By the way, top Nick is not 1-0. It is 0-0 in round 6. So it's going to be Punishing 1 drop by Nick.
And I don't think we saw a turn 1 play from Nick, actually. It looks like he skipped it for the play with the Punishing 1.
So we won initiative here, and Starkiller is saying, let's go for Gar Saxon, sexy Nick.
Oh,
we have Punishing 1, and we have 7 Fleet Defender with Val on the ground. Now, 7 Fleet Defender is going to be a boosted unit. It's going to be 1 damage up, so 4-2 swinging unit. Nick is going to win. I agree with you. But who?
I feel like every game we get, it's a mirror matchup of some sorts. Either our audience can go Boba, or our audience can go, it's Nick.
Yep.
And they'll always be right.
We're double mirrored here. Every game. So Punishing 1's going to swing. It's going to do 3 to base. Now, here's what I'm expecting from this Boba Red. Now, you're in an aggression tree. You're in aggression aspect. So you're yellow cunning, aggression aspect, which means that you're going to put a lot of damage to the pedal. Now, blue can do good damage, but you're losing out on abilities like Ruthless Raider with a card. You're losing out on abilities. Yes, you have Surprise Strike. Yes, you have the upgrades like Jetpack. Yes, you have Hotshot DL44 Blaster. But
Triple Dark coming down.
Here's a nasty card that goes into a Boba Red is the Triple Dark Raid. We're looking for a Ruthless Raider here on this resource range, or potentially a Fett's Fire Spray. It looks like there's a Fett's Fire Spray there. That's going to choose. You have Kylo's TIE Silencer. Look at the amount of vehicle units in that 7 draw.
He had his
there
pick.
goes Fett's Fire Spray.
Let's see. It comes in readied, so he's going to get a swing out of it. There's probably not a way to remove it from the board right now, but maybe an exhaust could come out.
So Nick does have full resources up. That could be a no good to me dead.
Let's see if Top Nick has an answer to the Fett's Fire Spray on this round.
We did see no good to me dead coming out of the Top Nick. What is your favorite team? Top Nick or Bottom Nick?
Top Nick or Bottom Nick.
Boba Red or the Gar Yellow.
Val's
so there's going to be a
juice.
snapshot reflex on top of Val, and that's going to be a 4 hitting Val into base. Gandork is basically saying, hey, you're going to have to deal with this Val. You either deal with it now, or it's doing more to you later. Top Nick team. So we have Fett's Fire Spray going to go ahead and do 5 to base.
Everybody in this chat's rooting for Gar right now. If anybody in there is rooting for Boba, please speak up now or forever hold your peace.
It's 8 damage on top of Gar's base with 10 on top of the Boba Red. Now we are in a 10. We are in a 30 health matchup in between the two. It's not going to be the Tarkentown 25 on the Boba Red. And there's a double 7th Fleet Defender down on top Nick's side. It's going to be hard to deal with.
Waylay bouncing it back and defeating the upgrade.
Yep. And Waylay's going to be a big contender in here. If you can pull some type of tempo play, you're going to end up stomping TNT. Someone says, gotta root for Bottom Nick. He's from my locals, even though he's another Boba. You gotta go for your Bottom Nick here.
There we go. It's good to see some fans in the chat for Bottom Nick over here.
Bottoms up.
Bottoms up. Bottom Boba Nick.
Bottom Boba Nick.
TNT, Top Nick team.
Top Nick team.
TNT for Top Nick. So Boba's gonna go ahead and do what Boba does, which is ready up a resource after making a enemy unit leave play. Some say that's broken. Some say that's balanced. There's a ready 7 Fleet Defender on Gar Saxon Yellow with Punishing 1 also ready on the Boba Red. Now, Bottom Nick is taking his time to figure out what he wants to do here. Checking the resources. There's going to be a lot of things in those resources. There could be a Bazine, which is unlikely, but there is also going to be...
No good to me
and
dead.
there's going to be a no good to me dead on the 7 Fleet Defender. He's trying to protect the Punishing 1.
You know, this last game, it was the space units that really helped the Gar Saxon deck win out in the end. But in this one with Red Boba, there's answers for space.
Absolutely. So,
another no good to me dead, no good to me dead, no good to me dead. Everybody's doing it.
Yo, no good to me dead. That's exactly what's happening. And Greedo comes down with Boba Fett. Punishing 1's going to go ahead and swing to base. Got some original Spice Runners here. Now, you got to understand that this Gar Saxon Yellow is just trying to play shielded units.
Client, I love that card. We didn't get to see it come out until the very, very end of the last series, but this time we're actually getting to see it a little earlier, so maybe we can see some bounties going to work.
And I wonder if you're really using the client for that bounty ability. I think you're really just given the fact that it's a tough hitting, killing unit. It's a 3/5 right now because of the Gar ability. And if you're choosing to need it, you can hit that on that Greedo right now and just go ahead and get yourself right back into the health range that you need.
14 damage on Bottom Nick's base. The Boba Red is taking 14 damage, where it's 11 on the side of Gar Saxon. Gar Saxon has the lead, but just by a slim margin right now.
And we do have a heal bounty off that client if we tap it. Now, Boba Fett's not going to be readied, so it looks like we're going to tap the bounty. Nope, it's just going to be 3 to base off of that client.
And the lead grows a little bit more, slowly but surely. There is a Punishing 1 and a Greedo up on Boba Nick's side, so that's a bit more damage to maybe tie this up.
Gar Saxy boy is looking to define the meta here and take down Boba after Boba after Boba.
Oh my gosh, he's on a killing spree if he makes it through this one.
A little KDA, Boba KDA. The Fett fetish is starting to die because Greedo is the only thing that we can see on the ground side that's readied, and Punishing 1 is a 3/4 in space readied as well. Both players taking their time. It's going to be Punishing 1 hitting 3 into base. That leaves a readied 7 Fleet Defender. It's going to swing 4 right back into Boba Red's base.
Oh man, so that's 4 because that's a static. That's the +1 from Gar, not the +1 from an experience token.
Absolutely.
So
it's a 1 plus
21 damage on base for Boba Nick. I mean, he's got the Greedo swing here, but it's not. He's got to do something to units right now. There's too many units on board.
So is he going to test his luck? No, he's actually swing 3 to base. Now this is the point about this aggression, cunning, as you have some sneak here. We have Ruthless Raider that can come out very last second. You can do the sneak attack. And Gar Saxon's going to come out.
I mean, he's going to
resources still with Top Nick.
If he puts an experience token down, this is going to be a potentially 6 swinging Gar Saxon. Or if he put, this is a change of heart capturing the Fett's fire spray. This is getting nasty for Gar.
And that is going to be a scoop for game 1.
Yeah, there it is. Let's go. Gar picking up another one.
Top Nick, Gar Daddy is going to take a first round game in the round of 6 against the Boba Red. It is a Boba killing spree from this Gar Yellow.
Yeah, and we have to keep in mind, both these players are undefeated. This is an undefeated Boba Red deck. This is an undefeated Gar Yellow deck. And damn, is Nick just doing some work with this Gar Saxon, taking down the meta picks.
So let me ask you this, Britton. If you're in the Boba Red's position, what are you trying to do to get out of this stranglehold of shielded units?
Oh my gosh, dude, it's really... I mean, I feel like your balance is your best tool in that yellow side to deal with this upgrade deck.
Absolutely. I think if you're going to that sideboard, usually this Boba Red in that sideboard is not reaching for more control and tempo. It's reaching for more gas on the pedal.
Yeah.
So is there a world where maybe he's reaching for more gas in that deck?
And is it enough to sneak by?
I think a lot of triple dark raids is what you are looking for. And if you can start boosting up some of them space units and get something down, I think you are looking in a great place. Gandork Top Nick is looking great, and he is eating today. Gar's unbalanced, ban him. I've been saying it from set 1, baby.
Gar is perfectly balanced.
Set 1, I've been saying it.
They need to buff Boba is what they need to do. All right, they're both resourcing right now. Actually, they might still be sideboarding here.
I believe they're sideboarding here.
Yeah, they're still sideboarding.
Now I got to find that Gar Saxon deck. I promise you that will be posted. If you guys get the chance, check out Gandork and the channel that he's a part of. It was linked in the stream earlier with Loopy. Check it out. They do talk so much about competitive play. They're great people over there. Absolutely love them. And Loopy plays with Gandork all the time. And he says that he knows this deck and how nasty, dirty this little deck is.
So what makes me worried here for Boba Nick is the fact that I didn't feel like the Gar Saxon was really swinging that much at his units. He was kind of just buffing up his units and going at the base. And he was, I think, like 13 damage ahead of Boba Nick. So if he needs gas, he doesn't just need a little bit of gas to win the game. He needs a few actions worth of gas to win the game.
He needs a lot. You're looking at this Boba Red knowing that you have the ability to do that. I mean, you're talking, like I said, again, if you get to that 6 resource range, you have Ruthless Raider, but imagine bringing that on a double, triple dark raids. That's a triple dark raid right there. And if you can get 2 of those triple dark raids out with great big units, you're looking to put a lot of pressure on the base. Now, he did get the Fett's Fire Spray out of the triple dark raid, but it still wasn't even enough.
Yeah, it was not enough. He had so many choices, too. He had all of his choices in that hand.
Yep. I mean, I think, again, this is my personal preference. If you're playing the Boba Fett deck, I think it's something worth thinking about, which is understanding cards like Relentless Pursuit or Waylay. I think if you have 2 in the main board, you should be putting the 3rd one in. If you have 3 in the main board, you better keep it, because you're looking for these Waylays right now.
Yeah, you absolutely need Waylays.
You need tempo.
Yeah, I think that is the answer here for Nick. It's the only way out. There was just so much happening on Gar's side, and he was not able to keep up with it. And here we go into round 2. We can update the scoreboard as well. So Top Nick with the Gar is up 1-0 in this game. This is round 6. Both players are undefeated. And both of these players have a very, very, very good chance, no matter how this goes, of making top 8.
So Top Nick is going to be 1 up on the day against this Boba Red. Now, if you guys are hearing any issues with sound, give us 1 second. We'll get that figured out real quick. Britton, what are you thinking about going into this? You're 5-0 up on the day. This is your 6-round game. If you win this, you're almost guaranteed making it into top cut. You're struggling here because there's so many people that have been able to get to the 5-win range and go down 2-0 and lose it.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is a lot of pressure. I mean, both Nicks here are thinking, if I can just win this one, then that's going to take a huge sense of pressure off of me. And I'm going to be honest, if I'm sitting in Gar Saxon's position, the pressure starts to fall away when you're up 1-0. It's going to take a big series of plays from Boba Fett to make Gar Saxon start sweating.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm agreeing with you here. I think if you can mute the desktop audio on the in-game, if you don't mind, And then just move away here a little bit. Justin is in the bathroom. I am not in the bathroom.
Tell us how it sounds now.
But I appreciate there's a mercenary gunship, and again that Val playline. This is a nasty card, and a lot of people are undervaluing this card. But in a guard deck like this, the experience tokens mean so much, and if you can translate that into a lurking TIE Phantom, it really is powerful. Now, the mercenary gunship is going to kind of put a stop to that play in space. If you play the lurking TIE Phantom, you're expecting it to get crashed into by this mercenary gunship. Val again is a rightful blind. If you
is cookie cutter from the side of Gardnick.
Loopy saying Boba Red won 2 PQs because it's a gas deck.
It is. It's a good deck, but here we go again. Looking at this Gar Saxon beating everything that people are complaining about.
Loopy said the echo is just as bad now.
Okay.
In the bathroom.
So here's what we might do. We might use one mic.
All right, guys. Let us know if this is still sounding so bad. We're switching to one mic for the cast.
Yeah, tell us how this sounds. We are both using one mic here, so there should not be any echoes unless the single mic is picking up the echo.
All right, now Lurking TIE Phantom comes down with a mercenary gunship.
And this is a pretty good early game for Boba Nick. He's got answers in space. He can definitely take down the Lurking TIE Phantom if he wants to. But, like you said, he might look for gas. He might look for gas rather than controlling units. So he might just push all of those at the base and make Gar Saxon respond to it.
All right, guys. So we have TIE Advance coming down on the Lurking TIE Phantom, which is going to mean that Lurking TIE Phantom is out of reach unless that Lurking TIE Phantom on bottom Nick's side immediately smashes into it.
Okay, so we did fix the echo, but it looks like our volume is a little low now. And that's just because we're putting this mic in the middle of us rather than having it right in front of our mouths.
Hello, hello, hello.
And we could always switch to this mic as well. But nevertheless, there's 2 experience tokens coming down from the TIE Advanced onto the Lurking TIE Phantom. We saw this in the last game. Big buffed units in space. He's going to want to use those to swing base. I don't even think he cares about using those against Boba Fett's space units.
I think if you're bottom Nick here, I think he might just crash that Lurking TIE Phantom into his Lurking TIE Phantom.
Yeah.
Unless you know you have a waylay play in hand.
Let's see where he's swinging it. Yeah, he's going to base.
He's going to base.
I mean, that is a risky call. Risky call. Yeah.
So something about bottom Nick is saying that he can take on this amount of damage from top, and I just don't know if that's the correct play.
Is he a madman? We'll find out.
Maybe he's looking to sack the mercenary gunship into the Lurking TIE Phantom. It still won't be enough to kill it unless bottom Nick has
and
maybe a surprise strike. But would you want to waste a surprise strike just to get rid of the Lurking TIE? Especially when the TIE Advance can smash into the Lurking TIE Phantom on the Boba Red's side. Val is still up, full resources. Triple Dark Raid's going to come down, and that's why I think
he's searching for. You think he's going for Fett's Fire Spray here, right?
I think you have to. I think you're trying to make sure that your board is not just being crashed into and outsustained.
Let's see if he can pull it. He's searching. He's searching. A little hard to see, and he's got
another Lurking TIE Phantom.
I don't think that's what he was looking for, but it does come out for free.
I mean, I think at that point you're just going to smash that right into that other Lurking TIE Phantom and call that.
Yeah.
Loopy says he could have shoot first. This is completely correct. He's not going to pull out that Triple Dark Raid, but...
So I'll tell you why I like the idea of using a surprise strike to actually take down the Lurking TIE Phantom, because you're trading the surprise strike in one of your units to take down his unit, and then you're leaving 2 units up on your own board to take it down rather than having to sacrifice 2 of your units, which is swinging power for multiple turns going here in the future.
We're on the same page as you, Loopy. He's definitely was looking for a...
Oh, and he's swinging at it.
Fire Spray just to make the swing, but he's going to go ahead and swing the Lurking TIE Phantom. Now he's going to feel a little bit bad about not smashing that Lurking TIE Phantom earlier and just taking the damage into it. He's going to trade for the TIE Advance.
That Lurking TIE Phantom had enough with all the bonuses on the from the experience tokens to actually kill it off in one shot?
Lurking TIE Phantom is a Raid 2/2/2, and the other
so it only had 4 health on it. Yep. Yeah, so it was swinging for 4. That's right.
Surely you want Ruthless to clear all the space units. No, absolutely. Or if that's Fire Spray coming in.
And I don't think we saw the Ruthless in the last game, but that is definitely one of his tools.
The Triple Dark Raid is a big deal, and this deck is composed of most vehicle units anyways. I think all that Gandork is trying to do is, again, keep putting down units with shields, and that's exactly what that is going to be. A 7th Fleet Defender with a shield is now going to be hitting for 4. He's going to swing 4 into the base of Top Nick.
All right, and that's 9 damage on Boba Nick's base and 11 damage on the side of Gar Nick's base. It's still a very close game with the board state slightly leaning towards Gar.
And now we're tied.
And now, just like that, we are at a tie game. Let's see what they have. There is still full resources in hand for Bottom Nick, Boba Fett Nick.
Boba Bottom Nick, yo. Top
got
Nick
that Boba
Gandork is up 1-0 in the round 6. He's going to waylay the 7th Fleet Defender, which is a beautiful play.
Yep, that's what we wanted to see in the last game, is that waylay. It's going to clear the unit. Yeah, he could have used that on the other Lurking Tie that had all the experience tokens too.
It seems like he potentially could have top decked that card.
Here comes a flip and a no good to me dead.
No good to me dead, and that's exactly what Top Nick is looking to do every single time.
In round 1, we saw both of these players play no good to me deads one after the other to keep their units asleep. I don't know if we'll see that quite yet from Bottom Nick, but I think he does have it in hand actually.
And the Disabling Fang Fighter coming onto the field now, that's got to be potentially a sideboard card. It could be a main board card, absolutely, but we didn't see it in game 1 at all, and I think the sideboard is taking out upgrades. This deck, the Top Nick's deck is about upgrades. Gandork is about upgrades, and we can ping off those shields is going to present a big problem for Top Nick.
All about upgrades here, so he's looking for a shielded unit potentially to come in. Another Lurking TIE Phantom would be good. I think we've only seen 1 on his side. We've seen 2 on the side of Boba Fett Nick, but there's more Lurking TIE Phantoms to come in. Let's see what he's got. He's got initiative over here.
So we still do have Gar Saxon flip. Big Gar is going to come out
on this turn, right?
Yep, absolutely. Not looking for an upgrade, but looking for some board presence here. There's a Lurking TIE Phantom and a Disabling Fang Fighter down. So Surprise Strike for 3 plus 2. That's 5 in a base of 16 damage on top of Bottom Nick.
And they're both of these guys think that they have the one up on the other person. They're both swinging to base.
I mean, I think Top Nick is basically saying that he can out damage because the Boba Fett is exhausted from no good to be dead. No good to be dead. He can out damage both the Lurking TIE Phantom and the Disabling Fang Fighter.
Yeah, I agree with that, but it's not going to be enough to be lethal. So there is going to be one more round here at the minimum. Let's see if he can keep enough pressure on the board to get himself in lethal range.
So there's 4 resources. It looks like Top Nick is going to look for his smuggle, and that's going to be a hot shot.
There's a hot shot.
And it's going to be
7 damage, right?
7 damage in the base.
7, dude. That is spicy amount of damage. That was actually not expected. Was not counting that into my calculations. 23 damage now on Boba's base, and only 15 or 16, I can't really tell, on Gar Saxon's.
It looks like it's going to be 18 damage on Gar Saxon's base.
18, okay.
Bottom Nick is in a tough position here because he has to have an answer for this Gar Saxon going into the next turn. Otherwise, he was going to lose. 23 damage is exactly how much is left needed for this Gar Saxon to swing 7 right into there.
That's one single swing on the Gar Saxon, like you were mentioning. But he has a no good to me dead in his deck. He might even have it in hand. Let's see if he's got it. It might have to come down immediately on the first action of this next turn.
He's either take initiative or he's going to get rid of the upgrade on Gar Saxon, which is a very smart play.
Nice. Good answer. Good answer.
That was a good answer, and I think that's the correct way to do that. If you have no answer, you're just going to have to eat the damage from Gar. It looks like Gandork is looking to see if he has another Hotshot DO44 blaster. He's going to end up taking initiative, and Kylo's TIE Silencer comes down from Bottom Nick.
Oh, I mean, this is what I was worried about. It wasn't going to be lethal on this round, and he's going to go into the next round with a massive, massive, massive disadvantage in the space side.
Oddball, Gandork is on Gar. That is Top Nick Gandork.
They call it Gardork.
And that's a nasty space fleet. Right there.
That is
Boba's got a space fleet.
Yeah, that's
a crew.
Fleet.
He got some space ops.
Yeah, that's that scene in the sequels where all those ships just come out of nowhere, crashing down.
So there's another hot shot.
Another hot shot? No way. That's gonna be this.
No, that's not hot shot. That is a jetpack, which means that if he swings right into base, that is game over.
Oh man.
Bottom Nick's got to have an exhaust or another Disabling Fang Fighter or something.
Dude, this might be it. I think No Good to Me Dead is the only answer that I see, unless he's got an upgrade removal. Oh, he's thinking. It doesn't look like he's cashing himself out. Checking the smuggles, checking the resources. Does he have a save here? In a Triple Dark Raid.
Triple Dark Raid? That's not going to be enough.
He's got to be looking for the space unit that defeats an upgrade. That's the only answer.
Disabling Fang Fighter off of the Triple Dark Raid
is
the only. Can he win the game off the Disabling Fang Fighter? Can he stop it? And it looks like he doesn't have it. There's a Ruthless Raider, and that's going to be the handshake. Gar Saxon Daddy is going to make it into 6-0 for the day going into the 7th round looking for a 7-0 out of nothing. Tommy says TDR does nothing. It does. If he pulled another disabling Fang Fighter, he would delete that.
Yes. He would have saved himself if he had pulled the Fang Fighter, defeat the upgrade, Gar can't swing for lethal, and then he uses Boba Fett to take down the other unit.
It looks like this deck from Gandork is all about applying pressure and playing a game that I like to call bluff that fool.
Dude, this is
You're
exciting.
trying to bluff the opponent and making sure that you have a tempo pressure above your opponent. You're saying, hey, you think this is crazy? Attack this. You want to try this? Oh, go do this instead. Yeah. Oh, you like this? Well, check out my Val. She's crazy.
Yeah, and this deck is becoming a quick fan favorite. It's the Gar Saxon, and it's looking good to everybody in the chat. Now, what's really exciting here is we are going into round 7. So, we might get to see Gar play another undefeated opponent one more time, unless they do choose to pair to the stream table somebody that's on the border of elimination. Because now Gar is not within range of being eliminated. He will make top 8 with this record.
He absolutely will. There'll be 6-0 for Gar Daddy on the day. Top Nick checking the chat. Check out the Discord real quick and just tell how much you love your Gar. Because we're having fun, and I think this deck is absolutely amazing. By the way, Gar had 2 upgrades. One was a shield. That doesn't matter. Gar would only be swinging for 5 at that point. There was 23 damage on base. With the jetpack on, he'd be swinging for 7, and that would be lethal. So he's looking for that removal. Or some type of exhaust. But that's what TDR is doing. That's what Triple Dark Raid is going for.
That was something else, man. I cannot believe how much success we are seeing on this Gar Saxon deck, because I think it's been 2 O's. 2 O's, right? Was that last one game 3?
It's been a pretty nasty performance, and I think while we're waiting for Loopy, let's just go ahead and cut to the commentating desk without Loopy real quick, because we're gonna set up for a guest slot with the Golden Dice guys, with Just Jack. We're gonna be talking about an amazing charity event that they're hosting and running, and I think it'll be a super awesome time to talk about it. While we get that set up, Britton, I mean, that game was. We're just talking about tempo. I feel like every deck that we're looking at right now is just a tempo deck.
Yeah, and the truth is, he only got 1 Waylay during that whole game, and the truth is that Waylay came down on a unit that didn't even have a ton of upgrades on it. I would have loved to see immediately, as soon as that TIE Advance hits that Lurking TIE Phantom with a bunch of experience tokens, to be able to pop a Waylay on that, rather than having to sacrifice your own units into it.
Yeah.
But, unfortunately, that was not in the cards for Boba Red, and Gar Saxon Nick on this Gar Saxon deck is putting on an absolute show. It's crazy.
Absolutely. Gandork is doing what Gandork does best. And the class on him. He's doing great, and I think this is such a great example of a deck that is exemplifying what's a clear weakness of top meta decks right now. I mean, even Boba Fett Red is a different type of meta deck, right? We're looking at something that is really heavy in space. But if you have answer to the units that you're going against, right? Like playing multiple Seventh-Fleet Defenders that are doing more damage, you have the chance to outgas other decks that are specifically there for gassing you out. And I think if you can play on tempo, I mean, you saw Gandork had every single time on Boba Flip, there was a no good to be dead. And that's so purposeful, because if Boba is able to get the 2 resources up again and play another ship like a Cartel Spacer, play another ship like a Kylo TIE Silencer, or something like the sort, I mean, how you deal with it?
Yeah, it's a lot of tempo on that turn. Those no good to be deads were pretty crucial. Every single time I think when the Boba Fett hit the floor, that no good to be dead came out. And he just wasn't really able to do anything with it.
No, not at all. So I think what's best here is if we go to a quick commercial break while we set up our guest interview and get Loopy into the mix. And we'll just go to a quick commercial break real quick, guys. And we'll be right back.
There is no escape. Don't make me destroy you. Join me.
And we can play together in the same deck in Twin Suns. Come to the dark side and change your aspect color to villainy.
I'll never join you! If you only knew the power of the dark side. Obi-Wan never told you what happened
to the Bucketheads.
He told me you killed him. No.
I am their biggest fan. Come with me and watch Open Fire Season 2 together.
when they pillage you, but you just keep the thing that spends as much of your mana or resources as possible. So,
no, that's right.
And like again, if they do pillage on the turn you're flipping Boba, it's like cool. I've got a 4/7 that you're probably not doing anything about. So
yeah, and that's Han, and I was there, but I had a conversation with Wu about that at one point on his turret stuff. But I mean, you got to look for all Bobas. But I mean, if they're at 2 cards, on their flip, then actually probably you should be doing that because there's not that much smuggle. They'll maybe hot shot you.
Right.
All right. Best card in the deck, Cunning.
Maybe the best card in the game.
All right.
It's easily got a pretty crazy tool set of modes that are good in this game. You care about all of these things pretty frequently. So
yep.
So it's like the most flexible card in the game, has some very powerful abilities, and just stitches the whole deck together. It's ridiculous.
It seems a little undercosted for how much you're getting. If you just like line up all those abilities, like how much do those kind of things cost? I mean,
sure. We were gonna pay 6 for this.
Reflex did, and I mean,
Sat 1 people did.
He's a monster. He's a very, very good card player.
And so that's what I was going to say. As far as under cost go, yeah, maybe, but like it's a deck building cost, right? Because you're giving up essentially access to a whole extra color to be able to play it for 4. So I think from a design perspective, it's properly costed because there's other like not payoffs but other costs to it.
Like we had to play Swoop Racer in set 1. It was wild.
Just to stay all yellow, right?
Yeah.
All right. So when are you using which?
So in the aggro, you're usually going to use the double tap if you're against another aggro deck, right? Because it just kind of puts you super ahead in the math in the race. Returning an on-leader unit with 4 or less is super flexible. It can be used in almost any matchup. It just depends, especially like if you're potentially using it as part of a Boba flip turn to get to that 8 mana by flipping or bouncing and resetting and all that. +4, like I like to say, if their resources are spent and they have no units on board that are going to be anything, if the shields are down, so to speak, like give something +4 and smack them in the face. And then discarding a random card a lot of times is kind of like the fallback. Like, okay, I don't have something I use for the other for the second mode, so might as well take a card from your hand. But there are definitely cases where like I will just rip that discard, especially if I have a sense that they have a key card in their hand, or if I've say seen their hand with a Bodhi or a Viper Pro Druid, I'll take a 50% or 33% chance to take the card that they have that answers my board state, right? Like something like a Snoke that's almost wipes out my whole army, right? Or like something
it's a huge add-on piece of text for this card that already interacts with the board. It's great for when they don't have anything on the board. Same.
Right.
And we've seen some very big matches get decided with that, with the key card getting discarded by Cunning.
Yep.
Sometimes random.
This card is the best deck in the game. I don't know. I've been saying that for a very long time.
Like a year, actually.
Yeah.
For those that didn't, Bobby Sapphire's first Boba video credited poem was on this. Before him and Wu would be Boba.
I haven't won a tournament, but I can claim something here.
Well, you're getting your masters. But thanks for joining us for your grace.
The heavy lifting early on for us.
All right, is this the most significant addition for set 2? The Snow Lord.
It's the best card in set 2, probably.
None of you.
Yeah, Andy's. So I was saying, and like he's great because like I mean I'm being kind of facetious, but like he lets newer players almost play this deck because then the only legendaries they need are Cunning. They don't need those pesky Boba units anymore.
Yeah. All right. So first off, what buffs are you trying to get on him? Are you like prioritizing a Hotshot Blaster on him as soon as you can, or what's the analysis as to how to set up the machine gun?
I think a lot of the time when you're Toroing, it's awkward to try and set it up actively to pressure the damage. A lot of the value from Toro, I think, comes from just the extra attacks that you get for free for playing your main game plan. Sometimes you can set up these like cool Hotshot Blaster or Cunning turns, but that's usually when they don't have anything going on to interact with you, and it's already a huge target for your opponent to deal with, and it's a good distraction for that removal. a lot
right.
of it, I think.
Because here's the thing, like if you're spending everything you're doing just to buff him, like you're not developing your board otherwise, you're not undeveloping their board with a bounce or whatever. So Hotshot Blaster, yeah, if you can pull it off, or Cunning, if you can pull it off, it's great and can sometimes just steal the game. But I wouldn't tunnel vision on that, and where it's more likely to actually work out is like on your Boba flip turn, like maybe you swing with him or Hotshot Blaster with him, do something, flip out your Boba, remove a unit to reset, and then you have the resources to play a 4-lom and stand Toro back up. But I'm not like all in on just buffing him. I'm happy to just swing for 6 over 2 action.
Convenient enough that you get buffs. Mm-hmm.
All right, are there matchups that this is better?
There's three in Indy supposedly, right?
All right, everyone. We are here with Chris Schultz from the Bantha Network.
Welcome, Chris.
We hear that you're a Ray Red specialist.
Yeah, I've played the deck a few times.
Okay.
I've spent a lot of time working on it this set, trying to craft it into something that can compete in top 8 or win tournaments, and I think we got there.
So give me a...
All right.
Before we get into, because I know that one of the big things that we wanted to talk with you guys today about is, again, how amazing the Bantha Network is, especially being in that platform, in that Discord. It's such an amazing space to be in, but and also kind of what you guys are doing to cultivate the scene around the Star Wars Unlimited space and local play. But I mean, I can't not glaze a good Ray Red player here. So I just want to hear kind of like in your perspective, what is, the vitality of the Ray Red? What is something that makes that deck so good to you, and why you think that's really doing what you want it to do?
So I started off, the first pre-release I went to, I had Ray in my pool, and I had like a pile of like little weenies, and I threw them all together, and I was like, wow, this is like, I thought Ray just wouldn't be as good as some of the other sort of mid-rangey leaders in set 2, but after that pre-release, I was like, wow, this little like throwing XP tokens on stuff is pretty powerful.
Yeah.
So like just like the Conquer Dawns and the Village Protectors and things like that I had in my sealed pool. So I just like went and started seeing what other people were doing with the deck. A lot of people in like the KTUD Discord were porting over like Chariot shells from set 1 with the discard packages and doing things with that. So I started, and actually I took Loopy's list that he was working on really early in set 2.
Yep.
And that was the first list that I sort of tried to work with, and from that I saw that the direction I took it was like adding more Sentinels, slowing the game down even more, and realized that Ray, while good as a mid-range deck, was really good as a control deck.
Sure.
And I think that was sort of like the innovation that made it more competitive, was being able to just like go like very, very control-y with it. Yeah, and
we've played quite a few times. I actually don't think you ever told me that your first Ray list was the one I was working on. But I thought it was really, really interesting how Hero Blue Red, which people who know me know that Force Throw is my favorite card. I play a lot of Hero Blue Red. Ray really had kind of all of the momentum right as set 2 release. Everybody was all about, Ray Tarkentown. And I felt like I was saying, hey, Han Blue's pretty good. And, what about old boy Chirrut? And then it was actually your Bothan guys with Hey Kid, made a splash at Gen Con. And then everybody was on Han Blue. And then, Ray probably became underrepresented. And you know what? Chirrut's actually still pretty good too. So I do think it's really cool that you leaned into the strength away with the extra value. I mean, she's got some, control elements. And I know that's definitely a tough out,
when I first started playing with the deck, I thought I really just wanted to build a deck that would be able to beat aggro early in the meta, because everybody's predicting that early in a set meta the aggro was going to be everywhere.
Yep.
And I was like, I just want to be able to beat Sabine, and I want to be able to beat like sort of the space cheese decks that I was thinking that were going to be around a lot, like the TIE Phantom based like Tarkin type decks.
Yep.
And so I was just like, I want to go like a lot of early units, early space units, Conquer Dawn Interceptors, the Village Protectors, and things like that I just wanted to like lock down the early game. And but what really ended up happening was like I was almost like paying no mind to control. I was just like, I just want to beat aggro. But I found that the list that I was trying to beat aggro with was really good at like into control as well, like just without even trying. So that's when I was like, okay, this thing might have some legs. Like if I'm not even trying to beat control and I'm winning these games.
Yeah.
And there were some good placements from Ray today, and actually some still going on.
Yeah. There's as far as I know, there's a bunch of top 8s from Ray today. So people are, I think, I don't know if it's just like, there's like a snowball effect. People see a couple of good results and then they feel confident being able to take it and pilot it themselves. But there's, every week it seems like there's more Rays than the week before. We took it to, me and a few locals took it up to a PQ. Was it last week or the week before in Greenville, South Carolina?
Yep.
Where there was like 13 or more Rays in the room, and there was a Ray dominated finals. Where there's both of the top 2 were Ray Red.
Yep.
One of those was a playtesting partner of mine who was running a version of my list, who ended up taking it down. And I don't know, people are seeing that and running with it.
Yeah, and shout out to you for all of the work perfecting the list over the last couple of months. How do you go about doing that as you kind of go through the first couple of weeks of a set? That's something that we'll have happening to all of us soon.
So I don't think I'm a very good deck builder, but I think I am a good editor. And so I just try and for me it's just playing a lot. I played this deck probably 15, 16, 1700 games this set, and I just grind away at it and play against every single matchup lots and lots of times and try and find out where what cards just aren't pulling their weight, and then I just go back and look at the available card pool and just try and fill in the holes. One of the things we found I was adding in the Nema outpost guys, we added those late in the set, something a card that just wasn't in anybody's list at all, and just hey man, there's this card here, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Threw it in there and it started to end up doing work.
And look at this in the chat. Oliver Larigo Smith. He is the runner-up from Edinburgh on Ray. Watching you now, so shout out to you, Oliver.
Force throw yourself, kill Boba Leader. Very funny. I like that type of chat. I feel like Ray Red is and I would love to move on into to talking about the local scene and kind of what you guys are doing over at the Bonta Network, but I will kind of end the Ray Red discussion on saying I think it's a deck that there's a lot of decks that reward you for understanding your deck very well, but it's also a deck that I think rewards you for understanding the other matchup, the other side of the table really, really well, and understanding what is in their tank and how you can skirt around that and know that you're the beatdown or you're bigger than them, or those moments that that you should be force throwing yourself to you can go card down to kill something. It's a deck that you need to know the opposite side of the table very well to pilot the deck really, really insanely.
Yeah, and I was happy that KTOD reached out and asked me to write up a guide for it. So there's a guide on their Discord or on their Patreon where I pretty much go through every meta common meta matchup and break down how to approach those different lists, because I don't think it's a deck that you can just pick up and play. It's not really net deckable because almost every leader based combo I'm approaching a different way, and it's a very toolboxy deck.
Hey guys, I hate to cut us off here, but it seems like the top cut, we're going at around 7, immediately started already, and we were supposed to have 20 minutes more onto the segment. So Chris, we appreciate you so much for coming. We want to talk more with you, so maybe we'll get you guys back on and see if we could talk more about everything. We're gonna immediately cut back into the game, and so we can get into this game. We're a little bit late we're already about 6 resources in, so we do apologize for the late discrepancy here, but we did not know that was going on. We were supposed to have 20 more minutes left, so we're gonna cut right in. Thank you guys so much, Chris. I appreciate you so much, and we'll have a chat here soon.
Thank you.
And we see Han yellow here, and then it looks like we have a Boba Fett yellow. So we have a double yellow, matchup here. And I'm seeing that there's not reported games in round 6, so they must have found a game 3 for us.
So this might have been a table move. Yeah. If Chris is still in the chat, I wouldn't mind having Chris continue to talk to us while we look at this game.
Yeah, and Ian, if you're listening, this is your moment. Right after this,
Han yellow, baby.
We do have a Han yellow.
It's a double yellow matchup. Han yellow into a Boba yellow. Hey guys.
And I think it's 20 18 damage on Han Yellow's base, and 16 on Boba Yellow's. Obviously, Boba Yellow is looking at a pretty strong board state advantage right now.
And this is the Jasper from earlier in the day.
There's a Han Solo coming out with confidence.
Yep, so this is Jasper and Zach.
You know, I think this might be game 3 right there. Or game 2.
And someone...
We are piecing together the puzzle as
We're
we
piecing
speak.
together a puzzle.
And the way the cards are moving, I feel like the game is over because they're showing cards at this point.
Ian says Han Yellow, question mark, question mark, question mark. Let's go. Yep. That's what we're thinking.
Yep. That looks like a dub.
So it looks like that's game over. And I don't know if Jasper took it or Zach.
I do believe Jasper took it. Jasper was pretty close to being lethal, and then Zach did initiate the handshake.
Got it.
Yep.
All right. Well, while we keep on the screen here, Chris, talk to us about the Botha Network. Talk to us about what you guys are doing for the local scene. Talk to us, guys, about what some of your plans and some goals are for everyone. Everyone over there is so amazing. So give us some throw us down some information.
So I'm a member of the Botha Network's competitive team, and we have a bunch of good players, and many of which are located in the southeast. We have a bunch of us in Atlanta, and one of the things we're trying to do here in Atlanta is sort of foster new player engagement. We sort of recognize that in our area we have a lot of very, very good competitive players, and that's great, but what that can do is sort of crowd out not so competitive players. So we just started noticing that when we were going to weeklies, we were trying to like prepare for big tournaments and things, so we're trying to get our reps in, but then like we're just running against people that are playing jank or who are like newer and just steamrolling over them, and that's not really fun for anybody. So we started thinking about like, okay, what can we do about this? So we decided that what we would do is like sort of take our like competitive playtesting outside of weeklies and try and use our knowledge to try and bring new players into the game and not be so competitive like at like actual stores.
Yeah.
So what we've started doing is trying to partner with some local stores to have demo nights where some of the sort of enfranchised veteran players can come in and we build sort of our version of starter decks that we can hand out and try and teach new players and sort of grow the community that way. We just sort of recognize that, it's really fun being creative, but it doesn't necessarily help grow the community by being like really try hard at these locals.
That's a really, really cool thing that you'll notice, because I feel like that's not a lot of people's perspective, right? When they're training and they're trying to be the best competitive team, I feel like reps at any place you can get it is the mindset that they have. But you all took a step back and kind of looked at the audience that you're playing against and thought that there might be a better way. I know that in Dallas we do some Twin Suns events, and we take a very, very similar approach where we actively invite new players. We build decks for those new players so nobody has to own cards when they come. And it sounds like y'all are kind of doing a similar thing with these demo nights, which is really cool.
Yeah, exactly. Like all of us, like, a lot of us have like boxes and boxes and boxes of bulk, so it's just sitting there. So like, why don't we just turn that bulk into decks? And we sort of gave ourselves like deck building restrictions, like, all commons and uncommons. We never use more than 2 of any uncommon. We're generally trying to build the decks more for like to include recognizable characters.
Yep.
More than to like we don't want these, like, a lot of people have made content like where they're like, oh, here's like budget decks that can compete. We're not trying to make budget decks that can compete. We're trying to make budget decks that are like fun, that have recognizable characters, that a new player who's a Star Wars fan can like pick up and play with, like guys that they recognize that might not be like the best cards, but just that are like, they want to play with like Yodas and Chewbacca's and things like that.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
And that are balanced against each other, that aren't trying to like be like, you're not gonna like win your local with them, but that we can like pass out to the community.
Yeah, we go ahead, Libby.
That's really great, and I appreciate that the Botha Network is doing that. I was actually having similar thoughts about bulk. We do have actually Mr. Han Yellow himself in the waiting room. When you guys want to pop him over, he's a Botha guy too.
Yeah, we can pop Ian in.
Can join the party.
Let's
I
make
can't
it
move.
a party.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Chris, we take that pretty seriously as far as how our direction with our Twin Suns nights go. We take it extremely seriously. I'm trying to involve like new player bias, and it's the Twin Suns is such a political fun game. It's such a casual fun game, and it rolls the like super, conversational community part of it all. So for us, like when we do our events, for us, we every week we spend money on making sure we buy free beer and pizza for everyone, and we do giveaways every single week, and just try to foster a community of people who want to have conversations with each other. And now we're at a point where we've been like 25 people strong almost every week, and that's awesome. More than a lot of the rest of the local scene that has been fostered. I mean, we've converted a million Commander players over to like new player nights. We've built decks for people. We have pre-cons every week, and just trying to invest into the community and how the response of the community coming back has been so great.
Yeah, one of the things that I think Twin Suns is really great for that, and we also I wanted to start something we're talking about doing for set 3 is starting a like a league, like a sealed league, where you start with like a sealed deck and then you can like add a pack every week. There's like a lot of commander leagues that work that way.
Nice.
And I've always had a lot of fun. And one of the things I wanted to like emphasize in those events is not tying prize support to wins. I think that's really important because
we agree 100%.
If prize support is tied to wins, people will try to win.
Yep.
So
and especially with Twin Suns, there's 3 players that lose and 1 player that wins in most cases. So it's like one of those feel bad moments if you're only rewarding winners.
Yep.
Totally follow you.
Yeah, so if you can give points to people for playing like off meta leaders or by like just getting accomplishments in game, I think it's a lot better for like fostering a non-competitive weekly.
So something you touched on earlier that I really, really liked, and I think went a little understated actually, is for those that are trying to build experiences, good experiences and fun experiences for new players, you mentioned that you actually are limiting yourself to 2 of uncommons. And, you can tell me your insight about that in a little bit, but what I imagine you're getting at is some form of variance, right? When you have a deck that is optimized and you've got 3 copies of everything, the amount of times that you can play that deck and have a unique experience is limited. Of course, that's good for competitive, but for a new player, when they get a deck for the first time, it's actually good to have a little bit of variance in that deck because they can play the same deck again and again, and they can see some new things and have new experiences every time.
Totally. Yeah. Plus, some of the uncommons are pretty busted. We have to like.
Some of the commons in this game are great.
Yeah.
I mean, Super Laser Tech is one of the best cards in the game. It's a common. I mean, Barrage is uncommon.
You tell me.
A lot of power there. Ruthless Raider, we just saw played to great effect, is uncommon. Most of the cards in the Gandork's Gar Yellow deck are common or uncommon. That whole deck costs about $30. So
yeah, one of the things we also noticed was that it is very hard to make a fair like Pauper Boba deck. It's like we were trying to make we're trying to use like popular recognizable characters, and I built one for Boba that was just like, oh, let's just do a Boba deck that just has like some bounty hunter. It's just like a Jabba's Palace theme, and even trying to like have non-synergistic cards in it, it just like steamrolls everything. So we're like, even in Pauper, Boba is just very, very strong.
I love that.
All right,
By the way,
speaking of steamrolling everything.
I just wanted to say we have a new face in the chat here. We got Mr. Han Yellow. Loopy, you wanna introduce?
Yeah. So Ian joined us. We had a moment there. It looks like they found that game 3, and right before poor Han went. But we have Ian, who taught the Han Yellow Masterclass, with us, and is another proud Bothan guy. So how you doing, Ian?
Yo, what's up, everyone?
Yo.
Sick all day. Mad props to running this.
Oh, thanks so much, dude.
Technical issues be damned. Y'all be killing it. So that was sick.
Appreciate it, man.
I'm pouring one out right now for that Han Yellow player, but I kind of think he did it to himself. He was playing Administrative Tower, which is just objectively incorrect. So if you're not playing Jabba Palace, I don't know what you're doing.
You lose games on those.
So what is it about mono yellow players that the most discussed and hotly debated topic is their choice of 30-point pace?
You know what? It's because there's just, if you're playing Han, you got to be thinking about what Han is going to be doing in the game. And if you're not smuggling stuff out, and you know, being a true smuggler at Jabba's palace, then like I just think you're not going to draw the cunnings that you need in the game. You know?
There's right answers, there's wrong answers, and you got the right answers is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like the aura that presents itself with the deck. So
Got it.
There's like intimidation factor as soon as you step down and put that down.
Someone says a Jabba palace or lose. Oh, well, we saw it here. That's exactly what happened, actually.
Palace was like one of the biggest upgrades that deck got. So.
Yeah.
That is great.
Michael says chopper base. What are our thoughts on chopper base, real quick?
all right, so chopper base is only playable if you have the Italian version where it's called base chopper.
Ooh.
Base chopper is great. So, and I'm actually showing this too because I have a hyperspace level 1313. I mean, is this something?
Okay, hold on. This is hot off the press. I might be switching to level 1337 or whatever it is.
Ooh.
Are you sure you want to put that out there? You save that.
I still need to test it. You know,
it's rage bait.
Untested right now. I need to kind of feel it out. But it looks kind of fire. I need to see that hyperspace. Oh my god, look at that. It's gorgeous.
All right, so you heard it here, folks. Mono Han going to 1313. Now, here's the fun game to play for set 3. Is it a clone trooper or a battle droid? Come on, Ian. What is it? What is it?
Wait, is what a clone trooper or a battle droid? Oh, the backside?
Backside of this card is a clone trooper or battle droid. What do you think?
Oh boy.
I mean, I'm gonna vote for clone trooper because hero, but.
You hit it.
Nice.
You hit it.
Let's go.
Look, Mr. Rebel gets it again.
Dude,
you know what
can't lose.
It might need to be that if you play the 1313, you need to have it be a clone trooper on the back. So
you can't have it be a battle droid.
The vibes would be pretty bad if you have the.
You gotta trash the 1313 if it's a battle droid. If you're playing double Han.
You can't have the undercover battle droid.
No. Smuggling the wrong tech there.
So this 1313 is a battle droid. So just like what? Get rid of it. Oh, these cards.
No, yeah.
You can rip it. You can rip it up on stream.
Unplayable.
That's something that I could do. All right. So getting serious though, where do you think Mono Han is in the current meta as we close set 2?
Okay, so I will always say that I think it's the best deck. Not just because it's pretty much the only deck that I play, but I think that it just does something inherently unfair with the resource denial of DJ that no other deck can do because of Han's ability to defeat the resource that you steal with DJ. So because you have that way that can attack other decks that no other deck can, I think it just kind of puts itself above any other deck in the game, especially the fact that like you can do this on turn 3 because of tech, right? Like you play tech on 2, you activate Han on 3, and then you put out DJ, steal their resource, you get the flip Han, attack, you can play a 2-drop after it, and now you have 3 guys out, they're down to 3 mana, you're at 6 mana, it's gross. It's just, you just automatically win every game that you do that if you pull it off.
Ryan says that Ryan Rebel Resource says that he said he loves you.
Oh yeah, Ryan's my boy. Another Bothan Network homie, and also just another great YouTuber. If you want to check out Blonde Sabine, Deck Techs, anything set 3 involving Sabine, and Quinlan. I know he's a big Quinlan guy. I am gonna say I do like Quinlan, but I need to work on Han still for set 3. But
Quinlan Red is fire. You know, I'm on Quinlan Red myself.
Yeah, Quinlan Red, Quinlan Green, ECL.
Is really Gracie. Yeah, I know. Brian's been telling me that you guys have been testing a lot, especially against that Han double yellow 4 set 3 against the Quinlan ECL.
Yeah, it's super interesting. But back to like just why I think Han is so good.
Yep.
So besides the whole resource denial thing, it's also just that you get to play Cunning in the deck, and like Cunning is one of the best cards in the game, and just being able to have like such tempo leverage in a deck that also has like a bunch of discard spells, the resource denial from DJ, it kind of just like does everything that you want like a deck to do in this game, because you can be proactive and also reactive when you need to be. And with all that being said, the only matchup that I don't like for this deck is Boba Green. So once that became like the top meta deck, it was the saddest thing in the world. But you know, that's okay. I might have lost a couple PQ top 8s, top 4s, finals to Boba Green on camera, but you know, it's okay.
You know, I think
I'm
it
not
actually
salty.
was a pleasure. I was commentating you in the matchup in Baltimore. So great run there.
Thank you. Yeah, it was. I like knew going into it in Baltimore too, because I had played Ryan Conroy. I think that was his name. I know his name's Ryan. I forget his last name, but Ryan, who ended up winning. I played him round 1, and it was my only loss during the day. And then I faced him in the finals and lost to him again. And I just knew going to that finals, just like I just hoped that like literally all of top 8, I was just like, please lose. I know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna play him in the finals, and I'm gonna lose, and it's gonna suck. But
Yeah, and there's a path to victory, but I mean it's not what you want to see.
Yeah, it's really hard for the mono Han deck to be able to combat the Boba flip turn, especially when they ramp, just because yellow villainy is really good at dealing with the Han flip turn. And if you don't get to 7 mana that turn, it's kind of hard to come back in that matchup, because the Boba is going to do 8 mana worth of stuff, and like if you can't do at least 7, like you're not going to be competing on the same level as them.
Yep. And
they're really good at killing Han, right? Like they have hot shot blasters on their leader, which comes out before you action wise, even if you have initiative. They have overwhelming barrage, Boba's armor, no good to me dead, can just like tap your leader for 2 turns. Now you're not ever like gaining a resource advantage. So it's just really hard, and even with like all of the discard spells trying to take out their pivotal pieces, they can always top deck something, and you know.
Yep. Well, thanks for sharing your expertise. I can check out the Mono Hand Masterclass and check out the Bothan Network.
Yep.
All sorts of stuff. There's a whole cabal there. Let's update around the
There is a
country.
cabal. Shout out the Mono Han cabal. Also, real quick before I go, shout out Frank Myers, one of our fearless leaders at the Bothan Network. He is in the top 8 right now.
Nice.
In,
Good luck,
in
Frank.
Memphis. He's playing Blonde Sabine, going back to his roots.
You stole my thunder. That's actually I was going to do the PQ announcements, but yes,
Oh,
we
I'm
have in Memphis we have Frank going in on there. Let's go through the rest of the Memphis top 8. We have a Han Yellow, actually Eekfoil on KTOD. We have a Krennic, a Sabine ECL, good deck. A Boba Blue. I mean, why not hard control Boba? Sabine Yellow, who is Frank, another Sabine ECL. A Ray Tarkentown for my boy Rodney, and Boba ECL. So Boba Green, but ECL. We also have the Indianapolis Planetary going on right now. The top 8 is a Boba Yellow, a Han Green, a Sabine ECL, a Boba Green 30, a Ray Tarkentown, Boba Tarkentown, and Ray Tarkentown.
Nice.
So 3 Rays in the top 8.
Yeah. That's pretty high.
Alright, hold on, real quick. Please, I want Ray Tarkentown to win all of these except for Frank's PQ. I want him to win. But I want all these Ray Tarkentowns to win so that people don't play Boba Green next week at the Orlando PQ, and I can just steamroll with Mono Han. That's
What if I'm at the Orlando PQ, though?
Alright, Chris, I love you, and we'll have some hard-fought battles, but I'm rooting for myself.
Yeah, the Ray Tarkentown in Memphis is the one that handed Frank his only loss in Swiss, I think.
Wow.
Oh!
Frank blamed me because he said the Ray player had read the guide.
It is pretty much your fault. I mean, he's got a point there, and you're right.
Yeah, I think Frank is playing the Boba Blue deck in top 8. They're the only match in top 8 that hasn't reported yet. I know the Eekfoil on Han Yellow, who's also in the Mono Han Cabal, he won in top 8, so he is in top 4 now.
Boba Blue is such a matchup, bro. What a grinder.
Looks like the Ray went down.
Ooh.
Frank's is the only match that's not supported or not reported yet.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
There's hope.
And that's interesting because it goes. People think that Sabine matches all go quick, and I actually myself made you can eat a point of my deck tech. But some of the matches, particularly with ECL Sabine, go late. I actually had a match against Kira, the one that put me into the top 8. I won as time was called.
Wow.
With like 11 resources down because the Kira had healed like 40 with vigilance and top
Holy
targets.
moly.
But still got her.
All right, boys. Thank y'all so much for joining this segment here in between rounds. We will probably jump to a quick commercial break before jumping into round 7. But I would not expect those pairs to be too far away, actually.
And after round 7, we're going to announce our second giveaway of the
One
day.
more round until giveaway number 2.
Will be big stuff. If you guys want to win some free packs or some goodies, make sure you guys join into the stream and are active. And we'll announce what that's going to be. We're going to have a really amazing top cut. I have a feeling that this Gar Yellow Gandork is going to put some sauce on the table.
Yeah, I hope so. We probably will be getting a different matchup than the Gar for this round because they are looking for a knockout match.
Sure.
Gar's locked in.
Yep.
They are looking for a knockout match. We're hoping we can find one for this pair. But we will be back with that spicy Game 7. Hopefully a deciding game as well. Thank you all so much, Ian and Chris, for joining.
And we'll be right back
Thanks for having us.
after this commercial break. Thank you guys so much.
There is no escape. Don't make me destroy you. Join me.
And we can play together in the same deck in Twin Suns. Come to the dark side and change your aspect color to villainy.
I'll never join you! If you only knew the power of the dark side. Obi-Wan never told you what happened
to the Bucketheads.
He told me you killed him. No.
I am their biggest fan. Come with me and watch Open Fire Season 2 together.
Because you're sympathetic to their cause? You agree with her tactics?
You know, clearly you have some kind of an agenda here. I don't have time for this.
Don't actually. I don't care much for either side.
So what, that makes you fair and balanced?
Go to hit.
Dude, and then Darth Vader's about to die.
Swing,
I
Big
thought I was
Green.
safe.
Let's go.
I thought I was safe.
Oh my gosh, I'm so freaking pumped about this.
You totally should have swung that IG-88 straight into Vader.
I should have. That
But-
was the perfect play to do.
But the
caveat.
the table thanks you.
All right, man.
Hindsight's 2020.
Yeah, I'm feeling the burn right now.
Let's get spicy up in here. Hera, let's do 4 to orange.
Straight to base.
Straight to base. Put an
With that
experience
shield
token on the ghost.
Now you just made yourself a target, my boy.
We're getting to that end game, baby.
You're the target, my guy.
What do you mean? He's at 15. We gotta chop him down.
Vader's looking spooky as a bookie right now.
Yo.
Looking very
He's
spooky.
got 8 damage. He can
Spooking,
pump out.
he's spooking my goonk. Oh my god.
Spooking my
Oh,
goon.
you could smoke Hera.
With the ping. Or you can just take it to base.
Or yeah, just
He's definitely gonna pop something here.
You could smoke Hera right now. You could straight just ping her shield and then hit her.
Yep.
Don't hit me, baby.
I gotta put on my poker face right now.
you might have to smoke Hera. That combo right there is nasty.
I'm playing Bib with a shield token. Comes unshielded.
I think you might need to take out that shield right there.
Baby just missed your boy Jabba, but let's put some work in.
The 101 guy? You might need to smoke that bib.
I got you.
Oh,
I got you.
What?
I got you, baby.
Hold my leg,
Dropping
baby.
5 down.
Hold my leg.
For the overwhelming barrage.
No way.
Wow, I could not ask for a better overwhelming barrage. I have never seen a table this ready to face an overwhelming barrage. Multiple shields, multiple units just with 1 damage to go to defeat them. This is gonna be spicy. Going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Ping the shell.
8, and kill that too.
So you're at.
That's gonna kill this.
You got 1 more damage.
So it's 8 total, right? Because I'm at 6 plus 2.
Oh, you can ping that shield. Ping that shield. Ping
No,
that shield.
I want to go 1 here, 3 here, 1 here, 1 there, and then 1 here. For 8.
Ooh, this feels.
And just clear that damn board.
All those shields. All those shields. All those shields. Britt, are you serious?
That barrage is nasty. A ping there, a ping over here, pinging everywhere. Why me?
Yeah, that's a overwhelming barrage
That
if I ever seen one.
Yeah, buddy.
That is now swinging for 8 damage.
I'm drawing my card.
It's
From
lethal
Yoda.
to me, guys. It's lethal.
Smoke him.
I'm just saying, game ends here if he
Hey,
swings.
if you don't want him to win again, just go ahead and take him out right now.
I don't know where it lands though, man. I don't know what y'all got cooking up over there. You got full resources.
No, I got 4.
It's alright, you guys can throw me.
I just got 4.
No, you might be safe for now. We'll have to see how it plays out.
No, Julian could
Smoke
decide the
big
winner in a
orange.
way. Julian could decide the winner in a way.
Right.
Smoke big orange over there, win it.
What a game changer right there.
That Roman Barrage was nasty as
That was
balls,
disgusting.
bro. That was fucking gross. God.
Can I get a yacht in the chat?
You got to be kidding me.
Falcon.
Oh,
Falcon.
he's
That's-
looking to end it.
that's
He's looking to catch.
Also a game.
And that comes in ready?
It does.
Wait, I just want to preface this. Julian has a lot of resources right now.
Julian's got resources. He's got something to swing.
He's
I don't
got
think
some
I don't think we
resources.
can end it right now. I really don't think we can end it right now.
I'm taking initiative.
Yeah, so let's look at this guy real quick.
17.
He has 3 right here. Right?
We
Yep.
got 3 here.
He has
8 here.
8 here. That's 11 damage lethal right now. He heals 5. He's not beating Justin.
But then he can swing the Inferno 4 into him, and then he'll be beating Justin. He'll
But
be at
if he swings into Britain, he'll decide the winner here.
This is really sticky right here.
Yeah, if he swings to me,
yeah.
heals 5, swings 3 to Justin. Boom.
I can't heal again though, so Justin would. Jay can take me down
Jake-
after I hit Justin.
Mm-hmm. And it can end in a draw.
So I can't-
It would end in a draw.
Oh.
Because Jake can't get his health down anymore. Actually, he can't. He can only do damage control against you.
Yeah, but I can't end it right now because I will not win the game if I try to end it. I just won't.
Why?
Because I'll swing him, I'll heal to 16. I'd have to hit Justin to do anything with my last guy.
So you'd be winning there.
But then you can just swing into me and then you win the game.
Oh, yeah, 3.
No, he'll be at 18 still.
But I would be at 19. And Justin would be at 18.
And he would still be at 18.
Yeah. So they
They
would
would
win and I
draw.
wouldn't. Which is why I'm not going to swing for the end.
Well, then you take the blast, and then we're all at 19 with you.
But I ain't gonna tie, brother.
It's
I
open.
tell you what, I tell you what.
If it's
I ain't
open,
gonna tie.
we somehow pull out the tie against Julian.
We all 3 times.
Y'all win, bro.
We need it for our freaking ego, baby.
Sounds good to me.
Let's do it.
Let's group win against Big
Let's
Julian.
go, baby.
That's so fun.
That's so stupid.
I can't believe that might actually happen.
That better not happen.
It's your swing though, right?
Yes, my swing. Okay.
You're crazy. Power failure.
Defeat any number of upgrades.
Taking
on
off that
a
experience
unit.
token.
So just remove this one, right?
Let's take off your math.
So he's going to live through this turn for sure. Well then.
Not for sure.
Because he has the millennium.
Well then.
Depending on my
Damn,
next hand,
that's
this could be
crazy, yo.
crazy.
Red's at the lowest right now.
I know, I might put it into red. I'm really thinking about
He
it.
has the biggest board besides.
I'm really
you.
thinking about it.
Just clear his, just kill that bib. Just clear it. Kill that bib.
That hair is boosting that ghost. That ghost, by the way, is swinging for 6. Swinging for 7 if he swings with hair at first.
Let's put 8 onto red face. And then I'm gonna heal 7 because I lost that experience token. And then let's put 2 onto
Bib Fortuna.
Yeah.
You could kill your own Inferno 4 and get the card draw. Just make sure you have your next best hand.
You can smash into the ghost if you bring 2 to the ghost right now. Right? It's at 6. Oh, it's at 4.
I'm gonna put it on the Millennium Falcon.
Okay.
2 damage.
Interesting.
Maybe make him pull back to his hand rather than leaving it out on the table. Because he wants to refresh it.
Possibly. I don't think there's any coming back.
Good.
3 to blue.
3 to blue.
I mean, you're in it with the rest of us,
Did you take
man.
initiative?
Yep, take
You're in
initiative.
it with the rest of us.
Let's swing 2 to green.
2 to green.
Red. He has that nasty board. Red or blue?
2.
You gonna hit the
I have
Falcon or
nothing.
the base?
I have nothing.
You could
green.
kill the Falcon.
It's okay.
Okay.
I'm losing this game. If you want to ensure your victory, Justin's going to be swinging hella.
Swing 3 at Justin.
Okay.
Okay.
To the extent anybody's listening, no.
Hey, Luke,
Yep,
we're
they
back.
are going.
They're going. It looks like game 1, and it's a Han blue versus a Kira green ECL.
All right, let me catch this up. I was watching.
Yes,
so
catch
we
us
have
up.
Kira ECL versus Han blue. Hopefully my audio is on right now.
Yep.
But the Kira ramped. The Han blue played several cards. Kira deployed, was met with takedown, and she's just played Inferno 4, and that gets us into our turn 3 play. So they're about to go into turn 4. Kira has ramps those on 6 resources. Han blue is going to 5, as Han blue can't ramp.
Yep. And if we can have Leo update the name assets here. Thank you so much.
We are blessed with our second showcase of the day as well. A beautiful piece of art over there.
Blessed with the second showcase.
Yeah, Alexander's on Kira ECL.
Alexander's
Alexander's Kira. Yep.
I love that Thrawn token on top of the cards from the Kira, and there goes Concord Dawn Interceptor.
Yeah,
Matching in
so
space against
Kira, like Thrawn, is usually 3 steps ahead.
Overwhelming Barrage is going to come down on the Inferno 4, and it's going to go ahead and clear the Concord Dawn Interceptor. You know, I think at that point, it's just the Kira trying to soft control on top of the little units from the Han. I think if we're comparing Loopy, some of the top end out of these 2 decks, what would you compare to be a more preferable top end? I mean, you got to think the blue removal is about the same besides Power of the Dark Side, but for the most part...
Yeah, so these are 2 decks that I've played. I mean, I played Kira ECL in 1K, and I've played a lot of Han Blue. And I mentioned before in the break, I play a lot of Hero Blue Red generally. I think that the key pressure points are whether Kira can effectively ramp. I mean, that helps her. It did happen this game, but not take too much damage on the way. Force Throw is certainly a leveler, and the Han player is often looking to pillage and actually attack the hand.
Absolutely.
I mean, in the end, if you can't kill the cards through discard, I mean, Han does not have a great answer to Avenger, doesn't have a great answer to a Devastator. Han does have a Crate Dragon, which can be a problem if Kira isn't holding a Felda Dragon to deal with it.
And Loopy, give us a little bit of background here. Do we have the standings check to see if these 2 players are playing for an elimination match right here? Are we confirmed for that?
I believe we have Table 8, which is 2 4-2 players with very good tiebreakers. So the player that does not win is certainly out with 3 losses. There will be a 2-loss player or 2 in this PQ that advances. So
gotcha.
The winner very well may top 8.
Yep. They're going to be fighting. They got to win this game, and then they have to cross their fingers a little bit to make it end.
Take down into the Bean Ren, and now Han Solo is going to swing 3 to base. Kira is dead, so Power of the Dark Side is going to go ahead and swing out and kill that Han. And it's going to be a little bit of brutal play there. We got full resources on the side of the Han. Luke was...
Yeah, and I see. We'll see what he goes. I mean, the Power of the Dark Side hurts quite a bit. I mean, ideally you want to keep 2 units out at all times, but he just jams a Poe, which I saw that in his hand, and that's probably what I would do there too. Force Kira into immediately claiming, and she's got to answer Poe right away. He dies a lot in a Han deck, absolutely, because he can't TCL, but he's also a lightning rod that protects your Lukes later in the game.
So as Poe comes down, do you think we're looking to discard to make sure that we can get some discard out of the Kira here? I feel like that's the answer out of Jason, is trying to control that hand a little bit. There's 3 cards in the hand of Alexander right now. So I think there's a world where we can start to see Poe start discarding to discard as well.
Yeah, and I think that if Kira can't answer Poe immediately, that's a very good thing for Jason. I mean, there's a lot of removal in Kira. So, I mean, a Felda Dragon hits him, some other things. But yeah, Poe hits for a ton and can also discard. There's already 9 damage on Kira's base.
This could be very suppressive from the Poe. This could be very suppressive. Let's see if he does the discard right here.
He does. So he attacks base. It's going to be at least 6. Let's see what on attacks he does.
Yep.
He's staring down at an Open Fire, a Village Protector, a Race Crest, and I believe that is a K2SO in the hand. In your position, what would you be discarding to...
He's not discarding, I don't think. The action's moving on.
He's just going to do 6 to base.
He didn't do anything. And he did not do 2 extra damage either. So I think what he's doing is he's trying to go wide, right? Because Villain has so much one-to-one removal.
Yep.
And Kira chooses the mill plan on Vigilance.
So heal and mill. Eat you for lunch, heal and mill. Take your lunch money and walk away with it.
Yeah, but he's going to be able to develop his board greatly here. He plays the Village people. Shouts of YMCA coming from Portland.
YMCA. A lot of Village protectors here today.
And I also see that Jason has a K2SO in hand, which is a great card. Given the line of play from Alexander, we'll see if he has Super Laser Blast. I mean, that would not surprise me at all.
You're at 8 resources here. I mean, next place can look into a Super Laser Blast, or we're looking into potentially an Avenger drop. Now, Jason's hand is looking a bit different from a lot of Han Blues that I'm usually seeing. I mean, the succession of adding village protectors into the deck was something quite new in the past couple of weeks of the meta. Before, the deck was very top-end heavy.
Yep, I know KTOD Maddie is a big proponent of village people in Han Blues, so shout out to him. I also see I think I see a Ketsu.
There is a Ketsu.
In Jason's hand, which is a play that's not in there, but actually Ketsu's pretty good here. Can kill shields if she can attack.
Yeah. I think that's the beauty of it is just a lot of upgrade manipulation, which I think, if you're going against decks like even Gandorks with shields, or decks that utilize shields.
Poe is swinging 6 damage onto base, and again, it doesn't look like anything is being discarded. Part of the Dark Side is just going to remove Poe from the board.
You got to think, though, Jason feels kind of okay with that, to a certain extent. You're keeping only a 2-hit unit on the board. At the end of the day, you're baiting out these Power of the Dark Side, so when you get to the fact of your top end, you're not going to be able to Power the Dark Side a Great Dragon. If you're spilling out those Power of the Dark Side, there's already 2 down from Alexander.
And there's only 1 card in Alexander's hand right now, I believe, placed under the Thrawn token.
So you got to think now, the Kira is running ECL, so it is a game against the clock here. Razor Crest is dropped, which is a restore unit, and I think that space unit is getting more and more and more attention as the set was going on. The card is just a lot of restore. It's easy to forget, and it has really high potential, especially when you're running certain upgrades in the deck. Now, obviously, I don't believe the Han Blue is running any of the upgrades here in this deck, but Razor Crest is still an annoying unit to deal with as it's constantly healing and can do a lot of damage if you pump it up. Gear Green being on 25 health, this is important to note because we're at, what is that, 14 damage
14 damage, and 8
puts
damage.
you at 9 damage away from a win here.
And it is looking like Ketsu Onyo could swing right now at the base. Oh, and it's defeated. Yeah, it's ambushed immediately.
So there's Darth Vader coming out, and before the ambush is committed, we're gonna do the win played ability.
Yep, he's putting it back on the table so that they can resolve the order of operations here.
Like to do this every single time that everyone's watching the stream. This is called Common Courtesy. What Alexander's going to do is show that he is drawing 10 cards to Jason. There's no funny business there.
Yeah, and I see a Death Trooper, so I imagine the Death Trooper is going to come in and ace out the Ketsu, save the damage on Vader.
One of the best units you can pull out. And oh, there's a sneaky unit here, and I'm a big proponent of this unit. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I think he's just nuts. A time that you can skirt a tempo play here, I think he's so crazy. But there's a Del Miko in the deck there. And Del Miko is not going to do too much against Jason, so we're already up in the top end. But I mean, to me, maybe people argue this, but I like Del Miko a lot. Making events cost 1 more is a blow. And if you can make Cunning cost 5 on a 4 resource play, he's going to bring out the Del Miko instead.
He thought about putting the Super Laser.
Wow.
He brings in the Del Miko against a Han Blue.
I mean, what are we looking to make events? And Jason is like, what does this card do again?
Well, I mean, Han Blue probably runs, as few events as any of the big meta decks.
But what are we looking to make events cost more of? We're trying to make Fel the Dragon cost 5?
Yeah, there's Fel the Dragon cost 5. I mean, Open Fire costs 1 more because of Del Miko. But, I mean, had he saved the damage on Vader with that Death Trooper, he'd have a live Vader.
Yeah. This is true. This is true.
And that Del Miko +1 to the event does not really affect him being able to play the open fire to kill Vader, but we don't know if it will prevent a future play that he was trying to make this round with some extra resources.
So I am confused if someone can catch me up to date there. If Loopy, you caught that. It looked like Jason went to go swing the Razor Crest, and then he had to swing it into the Inferno 4. Or there was 2 damage onto the Razor Crest from where? Oh, it was the open fire. They ended up skipping the turn, so the Inferno 4 just went straight into the Razor Crest. I could also see Alexander, what he's trying to do, instead of putting a unit out, he's trying to get Restore. Now, a lot of people don't remember that Del Miko is a Restore 1 unit as well, not only the event. So maybe he's trying to get some of this damage off the base. Now, K2SO coming down is pretty brutal, and this is going to put you in a very hard matchup. Like, it's going to be really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, K2SO is a good matchup into the Del Miko on the board because he can clear it in Overwhelm. And then K2SO also has the ability to both discard and draw.
And this is going to be timely intervention. The beauty of the card, this is going to be the pay.
What will he
Put
bring
the card
in?
on the bottom. And what are we paying? That's a lot of resources.
I think we have an Avenger coming in with it.
Yep.
He must be at 11. He is. So that's going to clear the board.
So he's going to choose the ambush over the win plate ability, which allows the opponent to choose a non-leader unit that they control and defeat that unit. He's going to go ahead and decide to choose...
Let's see.
Well, I'm confused
that's not
here.
like that. So he can, if he chooses the first unit as the K2SO, then the Avenger gets to ambush. He would have had the opportunity there to choose the first unit to die as the Razor Crest, which then
that would have nulled the ambush.
Good point, Loopy. And they're talking about it right now. It feels like he made a mistake, and they're talking through it.
Now, if Alexander gives that mistake, that is completely up to Jason.
Jason,
here.
no, that's
Jason
what I'm saying.
shows that the
Alexander's
K2SO had to
explaining
die first, and
now the Avenger won't do any damage here because the Razor Quest will die because it has to.
Yep.
As the last unit available, but yeah, if you have an Avenger coming in with ambush, it has to have a target, right?
Yeah, remove the space unit, and then it can't do any ambush. So
I'm super confused. The Razor Crest, Jason should have chose the Razor Crest to die, and he ended up electing to just give up his entire board state there. He actually just should have chose the Razor Crest.
I'm surprised that there's 3 damage on the Avenger right now.
There shouldn't be any damage on that Avenger at all because of the win plate ability and then the on attack ability. We are going down a dirty line of misplay here because that is not how that mouse should work.
Where's the Avenger going into the pile for? The Luke is dealing enough to kill it, but that should not be happening right now.
No, the Luke shouldn't have... I mean, the -666 is not going to do anything to the Avenger. It shouldn't have the 3 damage on it. Now, this is...
Yeah.
I don't think this is something that we could potentially call a judge call for. I think this is more of just a players electing to go a route on this. I think there's a misplay with the Avenger ability going into ambush, but it looked like Jason's choice was to give the K2SO up rather than the Razor Crest. But the win plate and then on attack ability should have happened all before the ambush.
I think the 3 damage on the Avenger was a problem there because the on attack ability of Avenger would force him to kill the Razor Crest before it was able to return damage.
Absolutely. When you got to think, this is a tournament left on the stakes for them, so there's a lot of pressure. So there's a potential chance that they. There's a potential chance. The judge ruled on it though.
Oh, so they're saying here that he did the ambush and ordered it before the when played defeat. So that actually could happen. So if he did that, then actually that's correctly done.
But let me ask you this: why?
Oh, it's the right decision on Alexander.
So you give the opponent no choice of guaranteeing. Got you. Now that makes a lot more sense here. You're trying to guarantee that your opponent has no answer, and they don't just choose the Razor Crest to make the K2SO die, which makes you're forcing the Razor Crest to die, so it clears the field there. Now that makes a lot more sense.
So it does take the damage, and Luke Skywalker is able to kill it. So there was no misplay.
Yes, you guys are correct. So everyone in chat, that is exactly what is happening. What they're doing is it seems like Alexander elected to choose the ambush in the order of action there, which would allow the Avenger to hit before the.
Yeah, and the takeaway is, dead Avenger or not, that was a huge swing in the game.
Yep.
I mean, he luckily had a Luke to clean it up, but I think that Kira Alexander here is going to trade into the Luke. to finish him before the turn is up.
Do we think for some reason that even if you potentially didn't even could you just live with a Razor Crest being on top of space right now and just let it be what it is? I think when you play that you could have just left the Razor Crest there and then had the Avenger deal with it. But I mean, if this is the course of action, you are just trying to clear the board here. Alexander is getting really close. It looks like it's going to be 23 damage on base. That's one more swing.
And is that 3 damage on the other side? Oof.
Yep. And my teammate McBobber in the chat, who's a rules guru, is explaining in the chat for anybody who doesn't understand that interaction.
Yep. So the Del Mico is going to swing into the Village Protector. It's going to restore 1 on base. It's down to 22. She's going to just claim initiative here. It's going to scoop for game 1. That's going to go to Jason on the Han Blue. Kier Green had a hard matchup there. And we didn't even see any of that mega top end come out of Jason. We saw 1 Avenger come out of Alexander, but nothing out of the top end that really could have, I think, super scared him.
And we didn't see a pillage.
We did not see a pillage.
I mean, I think the Del Mico, as spicy as that is,
guys, when that Avenger hit the board, we were looking at that and going, oh my gosh, Jason is losing every bit of his board state. But one response from the Luke Skywalker and it turned the course.
And it's tough. I mean, the way that he did it with ordering the ambush first, I mean, the upside of that is that it automatically kills them both.
Yep.
Whereas if you order the when played first, you're probably not going to get to ambush, but your Avenger would be at full health.
Yep.
So
you take that risk.
Yep.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you're playing against a blue deck, you're expecting maybe potentially a Fell the Dragon. So if you can clear the board and maybe just get answered by, you call the bluff there. You say, is the Avenger just going to get answered by the Fell the Dragon anyways? And I just need to clear the board?
And I think that Del Mico, is better against the Fell Dragon. As it turns out, what he had in his hand was open fire. So the damage on the Vader was pretty significant. So they're both going into the sideboard.
And Leo, we're going to go ahead and update Jason to 1-0 in round 7. By the way, update, guys, these players are both 4 and 2, and there'll be one or two 5 and 2 players that will make it into the top cut?
So, by Swiss tables, it'll be 1 or 2. I mean, that's actually what you know, so it kind of depends.
Yeah, with 7 rounds and this number of players, there is a toss-up. It comes down to if somebody that was paired up and somebody that was paired down had an upset.
Yeah, they have tough tables here.
Yep. So there's I think 9 5-1s. There's 2 undefeateds which are playing right now. Big Gar Saxon and the undefeated Boba Yellow, Zed, and then we have 8 1-loss players, but they're playing against each other. So
9 5-1s. That means again that there is somebody being paired up to one of those players, which means that if there is an upset, then both the players in that paired up match would be coming out with 2 losses, making it even harder for the players with 2 losses to score that tiebreaker.
Right, and it's difficult to predict the breakers too as this happens because the one loss players that lose may go high, but both of these guys are certainly playing for their tournament life at the Portland Planetary Qualifier. So, I've played a lot of Han. I mean, certainly, if I'm sideboarding right now and I'm Jason, I'm looking for all of my discard.
Yep.
I mean, I have 3rd pillage in the discard, which absolutely comes in for Kira, and I'm also looking for guaranteed damage. I mean, sometimes people don't run all 3 K2SOs. That's a great card against Kira. What are you guys thinking for the other side? If you're Alexander, what would you do?
I mean, I think you got to look at your lines here and understand what you're trying to go against. I mean, if you're Jason, I think you're trying to go wide, get to your top end, and I think if you're Alexander, you're trying to play what Kira is best at, is getting units down and playing removal to keep those units nice and stable. And there's good events on both sides, which is really struggling to deal with. And Jason wants to cheat that curve, and I think Alexander's looking for a ramp and making sure that he can match that all the way up. And just get the use out of that villainy removal spells. I mean, you're talking about Power of the Dark Side is such a powerful spell, and it was used twice as an event this last game. And it took out Poe, it took out the Han leader.
But you're just trying to look for these answers to these units like Luke. But at the end of the day, just because of how big villainy topside can be, I mean, Snoke for an answer, you know what I mean? I think there's a lot of players that are not running Snoke so much in main board, but I think Snoke into Kira Green is such a great answer for a lot of stuff, because you can sit there and really just tank what ends up winning these games. There's a lot of width. And then you have answers for events. You just keep answering events with stuff, and you can ramp that into a Super Laser Blast. And I think we need a lot more of this top end heavy removal that the Kiara Green can kind of see out of. Or I'll throw this out, that the ECL Gideon Hask is actually such a nasty play. It's such a grimy play, and you really can get something on the board that is feeling pretty big and powerful. It says, hey, you need to fell this. You need to take down it. You need to use a removal event for this unit.
Yep, and I'm looking at Alexander's list right now. We don't have the ability to generate an image as much, but I do have the printed list that he handwrote out. He does have in the side takedown, which is probably a card that comes in for Han, because he tends to leave units down. Wouldn't surprise me to see some Palpatine's return.
Yep.
You know, coming in. He's also got some spicy stuff. He does actually main deck 2 Snokes, so he does have those available to him. He could have liked one in the last game.
Yep.
He's also got some cargo juggernauts, and as you said, the Del Miko. So
there's a question in the chat says, do we know the guaranteed top cut players?
It'll be on the Melee FFG link.
Yep, so the 2 guaranteed ones, I think, are Zayd and Nicholas the Gandork.
Yep.
So we'll be seeing them in the top cut because they're both undefeated. I think that all of the rest of them are at risk.
And so that's one Gar Saxon, and then what was Zayd on?
I believe Zayd, wasn't he Boba Yellow?
Yep.
What's wrong with that?
Let's roll with that. So Sabine's going to come down on turn 1. And we have a response here from Alexander. It looks like he's just going to take initiative. And that's one of those plays that you're... I mean, he has Death Trooper. I mean, I can't see if there's a resupply in the hand, or we're looking for a ramp here.
Excuse me, Zayd is the Palp Green.
Palp Green, got it.
What a spicy
Palp Green making it all the way, and there's the resupply.
And I know we saw Zayd early on, Palp Green there, but Palp Green could be a big problem for any Boba Greens that make the top cut.
Big time.
I love that. Palp and Gar Saxon undefeated right now going into top cut.
It's going to be 3 damage on the base from the Sabine. And we do know that the Alexander just resupplied.
Yep.
Full resources up for Jason. We got to see a big recovery coming out of Alexander coming into this bridge stage here. And usually what you see with Kiera, though, is when you use her as a bridge unit, she just ends up dying. So we need to see something big come out of this. Maybe potentially, like I said, that ECL Gideon Hask. Or even the Long Pike. Getting the Long Pike out early and starting to use that shield purpose is going to look good. I know there's an overwhelming barrage in hand. I do see a Death Trooper. But I'm not really seeing much else. I'm seeing 2 Vaders, but we really got to get to that point. It looks like there's a takedown as well. So overwhelming barrage, 2 Vaders, a Death Trooper, and takedown. So Kira's going to come out.
There was one more unit in hand.
Kira has to try to stabilize. Let's see if Han has another takedown for her.
I mean, if Han can actually just sack a unit into this.
Well, this is actually one of those kind of Kira playstyles where you don't have to put a bunch of units on board to match this right now, because you can get the value out of Kira.
And there's the open fire. And I think what Alexander was looking for is flip Kira and play overwhelming barrage and stabilize there. And now you're at a point where you're relying potentially on a Death Trooper here, and that's exactly what it's going to be.
Yep, it is.
This Death Trooper.
All right, yeah, the Death Trooper hits. He's going to take out Sabine, I think.
It's gonna be both units.
Yeah.
It's gonna be.
Oh yeah, the ECL Death Trooper. You know, classic ECL move. Both players both decimate each other's board.
Looks like
you see them actually having fun. I can see their faces a little bit. They thought that turn was funny all around.
I think Alexander's also asking Jason to make sure he can draw a card off that Yoda ability as well. I think Alexander wants it.
Choose any number of players. Sometimes you choose 128. See if everybody in the room can draw.
Ooh, and Sabine's going to be right dropped again, and he's just going to go ahead and use Han ability for her.
Yeah, I think that the one space, or the 1 cost Sabine there is actually real strong. Makes him have to deal with something.
Yeah.
Now we're at 6 resources, and it doesn't look like we have anything at the 6 resource range. There's going to be another resupply, and I think Alexander's just saying, hey, there's not enough damage that you're putting on my base. I'm just going to end up out racing you here to the top end.
Yeah, he's definitely not scared right now. It's so early right now. 6 damage is all that's on base, and he's already up to, what is that, 7 resources.
7 resources. You know, next turn, that's going to be a Vader flip or potentially there's a Power of the Dark Side.
Power of the Dark Side definitely takes out the
Definitely going to take the Sabine. So Han's going to be solo. I'm riding solo.
I might have to play the Only Hans intro at some point. If he wins this. Well, there you go, Jason. If we win this, we'll play an Only Hans video for you.
So Restored Arc is going to come down in space. And again, dropping these little units is what's going to get Jason out of this Power of the Dark Side play. Now, there was a Rival's Fall that was just top decked out of Jason here. It's a powerful card, man, and that's your answer to a big ol' Avenger, especially when Alexander's getting to this top end reach here. Now, it doesn't look like Alexander drew into a top hand that we see yet. We do know he has the Vader, but let's see how he's going to play this, and it looks like it's going to be a Vader. We're going to do the Wind Plate ability first.
And notably, he has 1 resource remaining here, too, so he'll be able to shield this Vader.
Oh, we have someone saying, I made someone draw with Yoda and Twin Suns. That's exactly how that's supposed to work.
That's a classic right there.
That's a classic. You say, don't swing into me, and I'll make you draw.
Yeah, and Kira's really going with a max ramp strategy, which is smart. I mean, that's actually the strength of her deck as it's opposed to Han. You know, Han has got there, and he's going to be able to bring a Luke out on
this
6
is going to be a 3rd ramp. This is crazy.
Now, let me ask you this, Loopy, and it's just going to... Oh, and there's already the takedown.
Whoa.
I was going to say, do we see potentially a Kira that's going to tap? It's just going to end up killing the Super Laser Tech. Do we see a Kira potentially tap and shield the Darth Vader there? But that is not going to be the play. It's just going to end up sacking the Super Laser Tech. And now we're getting into dirty resource range here.
Yeah. That base health, that base health is 14 on Alexander to 0 on Jason, but that does not tell the full story because there is 9 resources right now in Alexander's pile. He's about to get a 10th. On Jason, it's only 6.
So let me ask you this. Do we see Endless Legion? Just kidding. Just kidding. I know it's not in the deck. But do we see it? I'd like to see that one day.
I've actually seen Endless Legion played. Shout out to I think it was Golden Dice. One of the members there got off an Endless Legion. Died on the next turn.
Nice.
But that's okay.
So Vader's going to come out again, and we knew he had the second Vader. He's going to leave 3 resources up. He's going to do the Wind Plate ability first. I think here's the thing. When you're looking for the Wind Plate ability, I think, especially in this Kira deck, you're looking for, like, Death Trooper here. If you drop the Death Trooper, the Han is dead. You don't have to commit the ambush on the Vader, and you get a full health Vader here. And then at that turn, you can just...
Last time he brought out a Del Miko. This time he brings out a Pike, and he doesn't have a 1 to do it. Yeah, shout out to Just Jack. He says Brian played Endless Legions. Yes, he did on Late Night Gaming, folks.
Let's go.
So there's going to be the 3 damage on the ambush from Vader. Do we see a Kira ping here and get the shield? There's a potential that we get that on the Pike Sentinel. And there's a Fel the Dragon in hand, but do you waste that on the Vader?
It depends on whether you have another answer. I can't see all of Jason's cards, right now. But if he has a different way to take care of Vader, which is Luke, and that's actually a better, cleaner answer.
That's a way cleaner answer.
You save your Fel for an Avenger.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you do. And the Power of the Dark Side is going to come down.
Another easy decision for him.
That's a scary one. That's a scary one. They're using the Power of the Dark Side. 2 Power of the Dark Sides out as well, and it's wasted on 2 units that you really don't care about getting Power of the Dark Side on, Sabine and Restored Arc.
Yeah, so sequencing-wise, Jason really has to, on the initiative here, he has to play a unit. I mean, attacking with Luke is not great.
Nope.
Yeah, the truth is, though, at this point, there's so much gas in the tank, but you haven't seen it produce right here. Jason's been able to keep up with him.
Jason's going to end up doing that swing hit and take it out. I think I'll say the extent there, Loopy, is if you don't end up swinging with the Luke and getting something out of that Luke, you can always expect some type of unit to end up killing the Luke on the flip side as well, so a Power of the Dark Side as well, or a Fel the Dragon from Alexander. So maybe the swing there was just to get something off the board and make it a clean slate for Alexander to try to clear. It's going to feel really bad for Alexander if he has to drop a removal spell and have no board state.
Yeah, and he gets another Sentinel down, but I mean, this is the same situation he was just in, just with a little more damage on Luke. It's not promising.
Who is Brian? Do you mean Scrubblebutt? Yes, we do. Jabba King.
There's a Poe in hand.
Shout out to the 250 people watching, more or less, on the various channels. Thank you for joining us for the Portland Planetary Qualifier. We're in the last round of Swiss. We have Jason, who's 4-2, up over one game over Alexander, who is 4-2. So Kira's ambushing in.
And
it looks like a cargo juggernaut.
It's gonna heal.
So,
and kill.
So the sequencing there is there, and he kills Luke with it. So I was wondering if we'd see the spicy cargo jug that I saw on the Kira list, and we sure did.
Well, he doesn't kill the Luke, because Luke had only 2 damage on it, so it's gonna be 1 damage remaining on the Luke.
Julian in the chat, this is round 7, so we are on one of the do or die matchups. You know, certainly nobody's getting into the top cut with 2 losses. This is 2-4-2 players with excellent breakers.
And there's the Poe.
This is a pretty solid board for Jason here. He's got big units across.
There's a lot of, that's a board state, and I mean, I think if you're in Alexander's head, you're willing to sack this board and just throw down a super laser blast if you can pull into it.
Yeah,
and interestingly, Alexander's list has super laser blast in the sideboard. I wonder if he brought that in, you know, for Han or not. He absolutely is a card that could play there.
I feel like you're needing to. There's a world where even a Snoke would not be a terrible card here with the Sentinel down on the field. You kill the Luke, you weaken the Poe, and you kind of give yourself a round of tempo where you know they have to answer that. And there is a Crate Dragon in the hand of Jason, which we know we're going to see. And there's the Overwhelming Barrage, which is a great play. And that is going to not kill the Poe, but is going to kill the Luke Skywalker. And is going to do 1 damage onto the Concorde. Well, are we going to kill the Poe? Did he cheat out the Poe?
Yeah, I think Poe had damage on him from the Han ability.
God, I could not see the dice there. So
the Cargo Juggernaut should not be dead because it comes in with a shield, so when it ambushed into Luke, it had a shield.
Yep.
You have the ability to order the ambush before or after the shield. So he ordered the ambush after the shield so that the Cargo Juggernaut did not die. The healing is relevant too. I mean, at that point, there's 10 damage on Kira's base down with heal from the Cargo Juggernaut, and the only unit that Jason has is a Concord Dawn Interceptor, which is not exactly the most threatening card as far as finishing off an opponent.
Let me ask you here, this Loopy, there is a Crate Dragon in the hand of Jason, and instead he opted in for the Rival's Fall on top of the Cargo Juggernaut. Now, you have so little damage on base. Do we think it makes sense to drop that Rival's Fall that you could be using for an Avenger when that comes out, which is such a good answer into the rest of your deck, instead of just dropping the Crate?
I think I can't speak for Alexander, but for Jason, but what he might have been thinking is that if he brings in the Crate with 2 damage on it, the 6 damage from the Cargo Juggernaut plus Barrage plus the 2 damage from the Sentinel would be able to remove it on board. So he would have been getting a 2-for-1 of 2 inferior units. He is looking like he's playing a full health Crate now.
It's gonna be a full health
Crate. It's a hyperspace, beautiful card. Oh, actually, it looks like he used the Han ability that time, so it's kind of difficult to see the black sleeves that Jason has.
Yep.
He must have just went to 8, so I doubt he could have played it last turn.
So Krate's gonna do Crate things. Now we know with Crate, it's a pretty difficult unit to deal with. Now when you're in black, and especially in blue, it makes it a lot easier to deal with. But this is where the damage on base is going to be super relevant, because Krate's going to have the decision to drop whatever damage that you do onto base.
You're looking for a Rival's Fall here.
I mean, if Rival's Fall puts him in lethal range, I believe.
No,
how much damage are
he's
we
at 10. He's at 10.
Oh, we're only at 10.
10 damage on base.
So if you saw Alexander when the Crate jumped down, did a big stretch and put his cards down, it's taken a moment to consider how to remove that dragon.
I mean,
that considers that he's got options. That's what makes me think. Is as soon as you put your hands down and you're thinking about stuff, he's got multiple paths to dealing with the Crate. Which one is he going to go for? Or he's just stressed. I think he's a man with answers. Yeah. Alexander answers.
Or he's looking at the end of his tournament if he doesn't have Fell the Dragon.
Fell the Dragon.
Just one last breath, taking it all in.
And Concord's only going to swing 1 into base. I mean, you're safe for 1 round here. You could be trying to look for a top deck answer here. It's going to be Palp's return, so he knows he's going to take 6 damage where. It could be a ground unit or to base.
This is going to be a lot. That's 13 damage right there. Between Palp return and Vader, and if Vader brings out a unit, that's another 3.
And that could be game.
Yeah, he's got to do something about the crate.
Uh-oh.
So is Jason going to elect to do it to base or to the unit?
So all of the triggers will happen. So he gets 6 for the player of Palp's return. That will happen eventually. You have Darth Vader coming in. That's 7. And if he uses the when played, then that will be another 3. So as far as complicated rules question, the Crate Dragon is excellent for generating those.
And by the way, I just want to pull up Vader here. Vader is not a you may.
What would the you may? What would be the logic behind it? Oh, you don't want to play any of the cards.
I mean, within the search. That's
So
going to be the Death Trooper.
So he's going to be able to assign 16 damage.
It is a may.
I mean, 16 damage to base. The game's over. 16 damage to base is done.
So the reason it is a may is because you do not have to
all
reveal
the
your
base,
hand.
it's over.
Yep.
You don't have to reveal your hand with Vader, so it's not. It is a may because you can search your deck and you can say I don't have any units that are 3 or less, and you can put them all back without showing anything, and there's no requirement there.
I think that's correct. You don't have to actually play something even if you have a legal target because it's still secret information.
Right.
Everyone's saying you can fail to find with quotation marks.
Yes, fail.
Yep. And my boy McBobber's in the chat who, never makes a rules mistake in the 6 years I've been streaming with him. So
I don't know.
But this should be lethal. I think this is 16 damage.
That's 16 damage to base. I don't think Jason knows that he can't assign all the damage to base.
So he might have ordered all of the triggers there to see what his opponent does, because you can make as the active player. You can make the crate things go at the end.
Yep.
It is still 10-2 in this one. I mean, this one has gone on for a long time and barely breaking double digits on somebody's base. It's kind of crazy.
Someone saying that they need to call a judge here. I mean, at the end of the day, it is the decision of what Jason wants to do to assign that damage to what ground unit or base.
Okay, so he assigned some of the damage to base, but not all of it.
Yeah, it looks like we're missing something here because that should have been lethal. That's 16 damage that should have gone to base. That would have been game over for Alexander. There would be no way to answer.
He kills a pike and he kills the Death Trooper. So that's not a game state mistake.
Yeah, it looks like Jason didn't realize that he had lethal. Now that's gonna be 4 more damage that he can assign to base.
Yep, and I will put it there at 17-2.
Sean saying, what in the world? We're in the same boat as you. I think you missed some damage. That was a lethal game for Jason. He had 16 damage that he could assign to base.
And he didn't miss it. I mean, so he assigned some damage to the pike to kill it. He assigned some damage to the Death Trooper to kill it, and he assigned 3 damage to the base. But all of it could have went to base.
Yeah, I think that's what I think he just didn't realize that he had lethal on the target. Otherwise, I think that's the call. Obviously, is you would go to win the game. You would take this game 2-0. And again, we have to stress this, guys. This is round 7. This is do or die for some of these players. They are both 2x on the day. There's a chance for them to make it into the top cut with a 2x play if their tiebreakers are right where they needed to be. But they have to win this game. So it is very important for them to take this. So there's definitely some nerves here, and you're super hyper focused on for what you got to do. So Avenger drops down. It's going to kill the Concord Dawn Interceptor. Jason's looking at his hand. I believe he had a Felled the Dragon earlier, and that's exactly what it's going to be. Felled the Dragon onto the Avenger, and that's going to be game for the Avenger there. Just going to swing the 2 of the Infernal 4 into the base of the Han Solo. But I mean, we got 3 resources up for the Kiera. And it looks like a nice meaty amount of resources for Jason here. He's looking at that takedown. It's like, do you want to take down that Inferno 4? Give the scry there. Nope, you're just going to drop the K2SO, which is a amazing play into the soft control matchup.
Yeah, K2SO is good for both of its when defeated possibilities there.
Yep. Super flexible.
So if you see if he can get back in the game here, he does have 18 damage on Kira's base. The K2SO represents basically 3 if it dies, and maybe more. He has a timely intervention of another Cargo Juggernaut.
Yep.
So this Kira player is running 3 timely interventions in addition to ECL, just as addicted to ambush.
Yep. And I think that's the right play here.
Yep. And that's going to go. Let's see if he orders the shield before, because he'd have the opportunity here to actually ambush, take 4 damage, and then shield thereafter. Or he'd have the opportunity to make it so the shield goes on before and then doesn't take damage from K2.
I think you do the shield because, you know, Cargo Juggernaut sits in this perfect little balance beam where it can't be takedowned, but it also can't be Fell the Dragon. And so I think
So the reason that he might choose to actually just... The reason why he would have, he didn't choose it in this instance. Of course, he chose to take the shield first before applying any damage, so the shield soaked it all up. But the reason you might do the reverse is if you think something that's coming down onto the board is actually big enough to take you out in one shot either way. And so in that case, you would be able to shield yourself from that big attack, making it swing twice into you rather than once into you.
Jason dropping
and
the
I think
Cargo.
Jason has a Cargo Juggernaut of his own. So both players playing, you know, the 4/6 Cargo Juggernaut, which is really in a good spot. It's one of the hardest things to remove in the game. It's got the Ruthless Raider stat line.
Yep, it's dropping that, and the 4 heal to base is super beneficial. I think it comes down to Alexander is like, how are you gonna remove, you know, the shielded, both shielded units plus 1 Sentinel. I mean, that's the biggest deal here is how are you gonna remove this? You have 5 resources left on the field. You can't overwhelming barrage because of the pings, and you did timely intervention, so he's gonna overwhelming barrage just to ping off the shields.
Yep, so he gets 2 shields, but he has the other Cargo Juggernaut in range of death, but can't attack this turn, so the barrage will fizzle.
And guys, we are at 13 minutes left in this round, and this is still game 2. If Alexander pulls it out, his back's still against the wall.
Yep. What's the health that's so small? Apologies, guys. Tornado mic moment from Loopy. Yep. It is 4 damage on Jason's base and 14 on the base of Alexander. Alexander's running ECL, so he is at 11 more damage to go until the game is at win, and Jason with 26 more damage left to go.
Yeah,
Cargo
18
taking out the
damage
village
to
protector.
2. 18 on the Kira base and only 2 damage on Han Solo's base. Jason is pushing for a victory here.
And he plays a damaged K2SO, which is actually, you know, pretty strong.
Very smart.
There's Karabast in the hand of Jason as well. Loopy, if you're in the hands of Jason here, what are you looking for on that top deck? I'm assuming another Luke here to kind of persuade the field here.
If I'm playing Han, I'm always looking to draw Luke. I'll tell you what. I mean, it's basically the best card in your deck, as well as Force Throw.
Yep.
I mean, if you can get a Force unit down, I mean, I think that Alexander's on 1 card and has been. He's very aggressively ramped this game. He's continuing to resource. At some point, he needs to attack Kira's hand if he wants to finish him off.
I feel like Jason, we haven't seen a single instance of Jason's discard as well.
One of which is Super Laser Blast. So we go kaboom.
Yep, and that's going to take the cake there. I'm assuming we're going to do the 3 damage on the base.
Well, yeah, it's close. I think I would do the 3 damage on base, but I would also really feel pretty good about... Oh, he does take the discard. He takes away a Gideon hat from hand. So Kira is top decking going into the next round.
Yeah, this is interesting, but I still feel like he's in a great position right now.
Inferno 4 ability first before drawing into the next turn.
And I do really like seeing Jason, you know, move to the discard plan a little bit.
Yep.
I mean, that was really close because 18 to 21 is also, you know, very appealing to me.
It says that he doesn't have much in his hand for it.
You have to start attacking that hand. I mean, this is where if this deck can't pull answers, you're gonna win the game because it can't pull answers. And then that Ketsu.
Is that another? Oh, that's a Ketsu.
Ketsu,
okay,
shiny, sexy Ketsu.
A very, very shiny Ketsu, and that is an annoying play.
So there's Long Pike.
And he plays Long Pike from hand instead of smuggling it.
Long Pike is one of those interesting units, I will say. I think a lot of people, when they first saw it in the release of set 2, were like, what is this guy doing? And there's the Poe Dameron coming down. So we have 2 potential dis upgrades. So those shields from Long Pike is going to become very useless off of the back of both of these units. I think if you're Long Pike, I think you just crash that Long Pike or immediately into the Poe Dameron, giving it a shield, and crash the shield on that Ketsu potentially.
Yeah, he uses the Han ability, probably trying to set up a Karabast.
Yep.
He has 3 left. I mean, he didn't really need it. He is going to Karabast and do 3 to Lam, but because of that interaction, Lam will be able to kill Poe, whereas a Lam Pike cannot kill a full health Poe Dameron.
Yep. And here's the thing: are we looking to, I think if you're in the hands of Jason, maybe you're not trying to control this Long Pike. You're looking at the Long Pike and saying, "Hey, man, look how much health I have on my base. I'm not really worried about this."
Well, Alexander on the gun can attack with Long Pike, give Ketsu a shield, and kill Poe. That's probably what I expect to see.
That's exactly what I expect to see. But I wonder if Jason is setting up a play where he's going to take the Saboteur of the Ketsu and just go ahead and kill the Long Pike. I don't think he should. I mean, I think you should avoid this Long Pike. I mean, if you're scared of the overwhelming barrage, potentially.
It's worth saying that right now, if he had taken the damage on K2SO, he would be 1 damage away from winning this game.
Yep, and he's got a Crate Dragon, which is a strong play right there.
That's
going to be a handshake.
Yep, Jason has taken this one 2-0.
Okay, so with Grit and Determination, Han Blue does actually finish off Kira. Had a lead that whole game. There was the interesting turn with the Crate Dragon, but then ultimately is the second Crate Dragon that seals the game for Jason. So he'll be looking at the rest of the matches as they finish, watching for the breakers here, and is right on the bubble of the top cut at the Portland Planetary Qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta imagine that he's the Crate Dragon came in as a blessing and a curse, because exactly the sequence that we saw earlier that would have actually ended the game. But he ended up pulling it out, and that's amazing. So we're gonna go ahead and cut to the casting desk and then get prepped for our guest segment, so we can guest segment.
And Justin, do we have any giveaways coming up soon?
Ooh, buddy, do we have a giveaway? We're getting nastier because we got some juice. We got some juice that we're giving away, so we want to get everyone prepped and ready for this good old free stuff. But I'm really excited to be talking to our next guest, Jack. Jack has something amazing to talk about. They do amazing things over at the Golden Dice content channel. They're just amazing guys, but they're also doing a charity event, and we're extremely excited to hear about it. And just also talk about how Limited in this game is so insane and amazing, and I'm excited to see where Limited is going to push and go further. And I just feel like people need to play more Limited. I mean, Draft and everything and above is so good. So if we can go to the chat and just ask Jack to hop into the waiting room, we'll get this prepped and ready for Jack to get in here. Yeah, how do you feel about this tournament right now, Loop? I feel like we have a pretty diverse little meta here. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, so I mean, if you show up the standings, I mean, we have round 7. We know that Zayd on Palpatine did beat Gandork.
Wow, he beat Gandork.
Now both of them were Palpatine will be the one undefeated going on, and then we have a whole bunch of matches that are on the bubble.
Oof.
So this was Han with Jason, beating one of the Kiras, which frankly is good news for Gandork. I mean, I don't think Gar actually wants to see Kira much.
Yeah, very true.
The top cut.
Very true.
We have Nicholas Fogelson, who I think is the Boba, or one of the Bobas that we've seen here, going against somebody with a melee title of LeBron Jimmy.
LeBron Jimmy. By the way, Judge is giving them a lesson, and Andrew says, I wanted limited format PQs. Honestly, that's one of my favorite things about Magic Pro Tour is the introduction of Limited into the competitive scene. Now, I know that there's some talk that FFG talked about how Limited wasn't going to be in the competitive scene for the first season of competitive play for Star Wars Unlimited, but the Limited is so good in this game. If people have not had the chance to sit down and actually play limited in Star Wars Unlimited. Limit yourself, baby, because draft. Besides pre-releases, draft is so unreal in this game.
Yeah, Limited is my favorite formats, and I like Twin Suns too when I've got an opportunity to do it. But I really like that aspect of either sealed or draft, where it tests both your deck building and your piloting.
Yep.
Because you got to be a diverse player, and there's plenty of people that are great pilots. There's plenty of people that build great decks, and I think Limited actually puts a little bit of both to the test. And who doesn't like opening a pack or two?
I'm addicted.
That's a good night. So around here, it's always draft o'clock.
Hey guys, we do have Jack in the call with us now.
Oh,
Jack, welcome. Can you hear us?
Talk to us, buddy.
Yo. What is up, guys?
How's it
What's
going?
up, Hottie?
We're super amped to hear about this Golden Dice charity fundraiser with Extra Life, dude. It's awesome that y'all are doing that, as Justin kind of alluded to. Tell us all about it, man.
Give us
How
the
can we help?
deets.
How can we help?
Yeah, one of our local game stores, Top Deck Games, did an Extra Life event, and I participated with them in Destiny days, so
Nice.
like pre-COVID. So that was kind of my exposure to Extra Life, and I really love those events. Like, they got wild with it, which I don't think I'm there just yet. It was like a standard tournament, and then at any point in time, you could like put money on the table to like do something. So there was like one thing where it was like if you donated $20 mid-game, you could just like defeat a character.
Nice.
And in Destiny,
That's
that was
sick.
like your life pool. So
That's sick.
it was kind of wild. So we're not quite there going too crazy yet. This is like the first time like for me kind of running something like this. So I just wanted to do something simple where we just run out of space. We come and we do draft, and not just make it about drafting, because there's always opportunities to like help other people. And I'm sure there's stories of people coming in your life, helping you, reaching down a hand to you, help you when you need something. And so,
Of course.
even in the video, like I said, I love helping people. I like playing SWO, and I like drinking beer. So those three things just felt like the right choice to do for this event.
Dude, he's speaking my language.
Jack, there's a bunch of questions that we're going to have for you, but before we jump into that, is there a way that people can donate to this online?
Yep.
Yes, there is. We have like an Extra Life team on their website. So if you are like not in South Jersey, Philadelphia area, which I'm sure plenty of you are not, you could definitely head to our link. I can get you guys a link. I just posted it in the group chat that we're all in.
Awesome.
Of people just can log on there and donate $5, $10, whatever they feel like it.
That's amazing. Yeah, we would love to make sure that that's announced and put everywhere in the stream chat, because it's such a big deal. I think you guys doing that, it means so much, and it obviously it just doesn't surprise me that it's coming from y'all. Yeah, you guys are such amazing people, and yeah. So talk to us about Limited real quick. What's going on with this Limited? I think Loopy wants some commentary on this too, because I think we like some draft.
Man, I love sealed and I love draft, and I wish I play more of both. Sealed, it almost feels bad in a sense that I do it 5 times in one weekend and then I don't do it for another 4 months.
Yeah, for sure.
So you definitely want to find ways, and Brian, one of my teammates, has mentioned wanting to get involved in more sealed and draft too. So just trying to bring that element, but draft is always a great way to just come to an event and give people some packs, open them, have a good time. It's a low competitive atmosphere.
Yep.
And we're starting to see some of our stores try to get back to that, because set 1, there was a product shortage, I know. Set 2 was over the summer, people's schedules are hard.
Yep.
But set 3, I'm already seeing some of the stores in our area trying to get back to that weekly drafts, which I drafted set 2 1 or twice maybe, and probably similar for set 1, but that was more due to product. So I definitely want to get back in there, because I think stores are missing out on an event that could really just change up weekly events.
Yeah.
All right, so I actually see that we have the top 8 that's happening here. So we're going to be getting back pretty soon to the matchups in Portland. But tell us about Golden Dice. You guys are some of my favorite content creators. What you doing currently for Star Wars Unlimited?
I'm riding solo.
I appreciate that. Yeah, we get an annoying jingle stuck in your head every time you listen to us, and that's our main goal.
And I totally ripped it for my Only Hans intro, so thanks for not being, a jerk about that.
No, of course, I love that. If we could get every content creator to make that their intro, it'd be perfect.
Yep.
I think you said that, but you guys are some of the most fun guys to have around. So, what kind of communities are you in over for SWO? I mean, what are you doing to prepare yourselves? We did the Baltimore PQ that you guys played, and I was commentating. Tell us about that.
Yeah, we came from Destiny, so we kind of had our core from there. And when SWU got launched, we wanted to jump into it. It helps that I've known Brian since kindergarten. I've known Flock for the past like 8 years. Same thing with Scott. So we're really just all friends who love the game and want to make content and have fun doing it. And I feel like that shows. Speaking of the Maryland event, if you know how we did, you know that we're not the most competitive people. We were probably more time in Outback Steakhouse than we were actually playing cards.
I heard Flockton was actually passed out.
Yes, he was passed out in the corner after
after top 8. So
yeah, Platform said I should buy air tags for them, which is probably pretty good advice, just to stick in their pockets.
So are you going to Worlds in Vegas?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think pretty much all 4 of us are in. Scott's going through a work change. He's hoping to get off of that. But me, Flock, and Brian are definitely 100% there. We're already looking at, some hotels. And then I know, some of the KTOD crew were trying to do, a block for all their subscribers and whatnot. So we were going to see potentially staying there. But that's I want to go to Worlds and I want to be around people. So it's the KTOD, staying with them would be awesome. And even if I don't win a single game at Worlds, I'm going to have a blast. I'll lose a lot of money, but have a blast.
Hey, brother.
Yeah, and since you've been on that server for a while, I think we have a little bit of time on the round here. I'm watching the other, gameplay, Matt. What is KTOD?
They're just the worst.
Aren't they, though?
No, I know Mike from Destiny days as well, and then I, more recently got to know Maddie, Justin, Steven, and then, know some of their playtest team as well, Reflex and Chrono from before, and just meeting Tada, recently and seeing him at Maryland and stuff. But, yeah, they're just great. It's an awesome server. The deck threads are probably, some of my most viewed Discord channels, and basically it's hey, I'm playing Kira ECL. You hop in the deck thread, and there's already hundreds of messages talking about it.
Nice.
And they're competitive, and they're open about everything that you're playing too. So there's never any hiding of information. They're always trying to bring everybody up, make everybody as competitive as they can be.
Yep.
I did wear my KTOD shirt to Maryland, but I never took off my Golden Dice hoodie because I knew how bad I was doing. I was I'll save them the embarrassment. They don't have to associate me with that.
Yeah, I know you're active over there. I am too. Certainly,
yeah.
I feel that my teammates at Late Night Gaming, we got our play test group, and we're great, and we're doing really good. But some of the advice you get over on those forums too. I'm actually in probably 30 Discords for Star Wars Unlimited. So,
wow.
All kinds of options. But as far as good deck lists and good threads where you can actually get some give and take, that's really one of the best.
Yeah, I probably check their Discord more than the Golden Dice Discord. So
Woo!
It's a great time in there, and it's just awesome people all around too. Don't get it a view as you join in and it's a bunch of sweaty people, and you might be in the wrong space or something like that. It's super friendly. There's awesome guys in there, top to bottom.
Nice.
Definitely recommended.
That's awesome, man. Well, Jack, we appreciate you so much for hopping on and being able to talk with us. And like I said, we posted that the Extra Life event everywhere, so we're hoping that we can kind of help spread that as much as possible. I think it's best for everyone in this space to not only give to people in the space, but people outside the space that need it more than ourselves. So I think at the end of the day, it's really important that we give. So we appreciate you so much hopping on, and it means a lot. So honestly.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me and giving me that chance to spread that out to people outside of our local area.
Yeah.
And absolutely cheers for a member of the Star Wars Unlimited community reaching out and doing good beyond that. I'll put links to the Golden Dice podcast in the chat in just a moment, and everybody fund that Extra Life fundraiser for these guys.
Big time.
Sure,
yeah.
A good time.
Big time. And play more draft. Play more limited at your local stores, and if your local stores aren't doing it, boycott them. Just kidding. Actually, just give them a strike. Tell them that you need to do it.
You don't have to dress up as Hera to do it. I promise you.
Dude, no, you got to get nice, big, and green, brother. It's Shrek or die up there. You do Shrek things, and they'll do it for you.
All over your cards as you go.
Get green all of your cards and play mats, and I promise you they'll start doing draft for you. I promise you it's so worth to play in your local game store. It's really, honestly, one of the best things you can do is not only for your competitive end, get more practice in the local game store, but also just meet more people, dude. This thing is about community and giving community time with each other. It's better playing Star Wars Unlimited when you're drinking a beer and you're with a friend. I promise you.
And if you're at Star Wars Unlimited, excuse me, I caught myself saying Destiny. But if you're at Star Wars Unlimited Worlds and you see Flockton in a gutter, please get him out and return him.
Yeah,
to
DM me
Just
on Twitter or Discord. Like, get in contact with me if you see Flock by himself, please.
Gosh.
All right.
Jack, we put that link in the chat, so everybody that is watching, go click that Extra Life link. It's in the chat room right now. Jack, thanks so much for joining us. Coming up next, we got a big giveaway, guys.
We got a big giveaway, so let's go ahead and move into the giveaway announcement. Jack, we love you. See you later. All right, guys, let's get back to the commentating desk. I need this to be super serious. Loopy, I'm gonna move to our commentating desk real quick. I'm gonna get you off screen real quick. I'm gonna go to the one without you. We'll put you right back. I just need people to see how serious this is. Okay, we're gonna get full face Bucketheads real quick. Ready for this, Leo?
It is getting very serious.
All right, guys, look at me. We're here. We're here together, guys. We've had an amazing day. It's gotten better. Technical difficulties? Who knew her? We didn't care.
Yeah, rounds ago.
We're here. You're here. And we appreciate you guys spending your Saturday not only thinking about Star Wars Unlimited. I promise you your friends hate you. But we love you. And that's important. So what we want to do because we love you, and that's not only just us. That's Late Night Gaming and the Bucketheads and everyone involved with the stream. We love you. So we want to give away our second giveaway for the day. It is going to be 6 packs. Let's do 6. We'll do 6 packs of Star Wars Twilight of the Republic Unlimited packs.
Baby. Set 3.
Guys, I want you to know this. We have packs on the ground. This is not like we're going to buy packs for you when the set releases. Brother, we have packs on the ground, ready to ship.
Loopy will show you the packs that you're going to get in the mail as soon as you win this.
Actually, let's cut to the Loopy cam real quick.
Loopy,
let's cut to
those packs, baby.
Cut to the Loopy cam real quick. Oh my God, that's some packs. Fanning the beautiful face there. That is some Twilight packs that you're looking to win. The second thing you're going to win is some Spark of the Rebellion packs. Who knew her? Who knew her? Spark of the Rebellion set 1. Who knew her? She's pretty. She's clean. She's mean. We're going to win some Spark of the Rebellion packs. We got a deck box soft crate from us. We got a initiative token. I feel like you always need initiative tokens. I have like 10 of them, and I need more. I want to collect more. We are doing this awesome giveaway. If you want to win this.
Now, here's the important part.
If you want to win this giveaway, you need to make sure that you are subscribed to Late Night Gaming YouTube and the Bucketheads. It is in the description. Please, already people are putting W's in the chat right now.
Oh, just wait, guys.
Just wait. We're not doing W's.
Don't worry about the W's.
We're not doing W's.
Don't worry about the W's.
We're not doing W's. If you want to win this pack, I'm screaming in the mic. My apologies. If you want to win this giveaway, you need to be subscribed to the Bucketheads and to Late Night Gaming, and I want to see the coolest little emoji combo you got in the chat right now. Give me some emoji combos.
The best emoji combo that gets sent in this chat.
Best emoji combo.
And you already know if you're not unique with it and you do something that we expect, you might not win it.
You might not win it. Well, I need the best emoji chat. I need some kissy faces, some bears with the eyes closed. I need some devil faces with the prey emoji next to it.
Some race cars with the wind coming out the back.
Maybe the F1 emoji. I need the best emoji combo in the chat right now.
Spam emojis.
You need to be subscribed to both YouTubes and do the best emoji combo, and you'll win some free stuff.
And Leo, our guy on the sticks over here, man in the chair, he is going to pick his favorite emoji combo that he sees. So send him an emoji combo. Keep sending it.
Buffering. Some of them are face blue smiling, blue wide eye. KTD a face.
Thank God we don't actually have some of the custom reactions from Discords right now, because this might get out of control.
This might get out of control.
There's some great custom reactions that I have, in Discord. There's a whole bunch of stickers on K2D among other places that would be hilarious right now.
Let's keep the emojis coming, and we'll
Leo,
see
you
how
gotta
we
feel
go.
it out, baby. You gotta feel it out.
Feel out the emojis. We'll see who's gonna win this.
I'm gonna choose the best emoji description.
Yeah, that's how we're getting most of them. Is the emoji
By the way,
description.
Leo, if you can give me a chance, check the overhead camera just so we're not late on the top 8 round again.
Oh, don't worry, we already.
I'm watching the overhead, guys.
Okay,
I can see that.
We're great.
Through the way that I see it. So we're there. We got probably 15 minutes till the top 8 starts. I'm gonna work on actually getting some of these lists put together.
Keep sending them, guys. Leo's looking right now for his favorite. He's looking for his favorite.
I'm seeing some cool emojis here.
Oh.
So far, the emoji.
Is that a little
cool
thermometer
lightsabers.
in a funny face?
It's COVID themed.
It's COVID themed.
It's COVID themed. Emojis.
Some cool lightsaber swords and a light. Okay, I like that. I like that.
All right. And we'll give it another couple rounds. I know. I wish this was on Twitch. We have better. Have a better emojis there. I know. Next time we will be on Twitch. Next time, I promise.
All right, Leo. What are you feeling here?
What are you feeling here, guys? Again, this is 6 packs of Twilight of the Republic, some Spark of the Rebellion packs, a initiative token, and a soft crate from Star Wars Unlimited. We might throw in some extra goodies in there straight to you.
And remember, you got to subscribe to both Bucketheads and Late Night Gaming.
You have to be subscribed to Bucketheads and Late Night Gaming in order to get this giveaway. Some of them are loading. We're waiting for We're waiting for Leo to make the decision here.
Oh, we got one.
We got one.
Oh,
Angelo.
Angelo.
We got Angelo, and I cannot pronounce your last name, and I really wish I could. Say again?
Hito Sushi.
Hito Sushi. Angelo Hito Sushi.
We'll take Leo's word for it.
We're going to do that. It's a face blue wide eyes, face red heart shape, face fuchsia poop shape, hand orange covering eyes emoji. And you have won the giveaway.
Angelo, you got to find us and DM us. You can DM us through any of the Discords, but if you need a place to find us, you can join bucketheads.gg. Just type bucketheads.gg into your URL. It'll take you to our awesome Discord, and you can DM us there.
Yep, and we'll take your DM. If you find the Bucketheads Justin or Bucketheads Britain, DM us. We'll get your address, location, and all the information we need from you, and we'll send you all this juicy giveaways. That is of courtesy of Late Night Gaming and the Bucketheads. We love y'all so much. Thank you guys so much for being in the stream. Don't worry, we have another giveaway. If you didn't win this one,
there's one more big one.
We have a big one. This one is nasty as all get out. This one is huge. We're doing big. We're going crazy. There's merch. There's a bunch of packs. There's a bunch of juice. If you want that, it's going to happen right before the finals tonight.
Yep.
And you know what that means? You need to get everyone and their mama into this, because I'll give you a little hint for that. That is us trying will amp up the giveaway the more people we get in the stream.
Yeah.
So if we see those numbers going crazier and crazier and crazier, that giveaway gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
By the way, for people getting into the stream, the giveaway has closed for the round 7 giveaway, so you don't need to put your emoji combos anymore. Anyone that's commenting Boba will not win that giveaway.
We outvoted Justin on that point.
Yep, and we outvoted Justin on that point. I officially have lost, and I give up. So top 8.
Top
Harrison's
8.
asking.
It's about to start right in a second. So
Top 8
guys,
is about to start in about another 10 to 15 minutes
Yeah,
or
guys,
less. They
it
have
is
just
soon.
gone to the top cut. If you guys want a chance to check out the Melee link, I'm sure Loopy will link that in the chat.
Well, I'm actually putting together the bracket right now,
Amazing,
so I'll have
amazing.
something to show in a moment. Do you wanna list off, what we have in the top 8 as we go?
Yeah, I would like to actually see that if we could pull up
let's
a
pull
Melee
up
link
this
here,
Melee
and I'll
link
actually
here.
list off the top
And if
8.
we want to, let's see if the round 7 is in. It is in. Leo, can you switch us over to the monitor?
By the way, it looks like Gandor did not lose in the top 8. That he actually ended up conceding and just going to get food, which is a very common.
And that's actually, I wouldn't surprise me there with how fast that went. I thought that might have been exactly what happened.
Yeah, absolutely.
So RT listed the top 8 in
The
our group
Discord
message.
Yep. We have the Melee open, so we can switch.
Yeah,
to
we're about to
the-
show it. We're about to show it right here, so we can talk through it.
We'll change the graphic asset on the top.
A lot of familiar
From Just
faces
Jack.
here, guys. A lot of
Can you
familiar
change the Just Jack
faces.
to top 8?
You want the?
Just say top 8.
Like right here?
No, in the graphic asset that says Just Jack.
Oh, yeah.
Let's just do type in top 8 there.
Let's get
All right,
zoom in
guys.
on this,
Thank you so much for putting all your emoji combos in the chat. We got Elbow Cough Gar Saxon, Elbow Cough Boba. Not the winner.
All right, here's our top 8.
Angelo, please hit us on Discord. If for some reason we don't get your DM on Discord, either to Bucketheads Justin or Bucketheads Britain, we'll end up re-raffling that giveaway
we'll just
off.
have to give it to someone
But
else, I
Make sure we
guess.
get that. We get your Discord DM right now before the stream ends tonight, because we want to be able to make sure that we get that to someone. I'll let you check the Discord right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you don't hear back from us, it's because we're on stream right now. But Justin's jumping in right now to see if there's DMs
Can
coming
you
through.
get me real names?
That's just me. I'm actually looking to, because we have the Melee links. I'm actually having to link them up with the deck list because I'm doing the bracket right now.
Yep.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Loopy. We do have we have a little bit of information here. We have the records and we have their Melee account. But what we don't have, of course, is their legal name and
Bro,
their
you trying to tell me the real name is not LeBron Jimmy?
Yeah,
I don't know what LeBron Jimmy is. I know Zaid Park is a Pelp Green. I know the Gandork is on Gar Yellow. Cam Sullivan, who's the 5 seed, is on Boba Yellow.
Yep.
So I'm making the things.
Let's go.
As soon as I can get it. But
So we can actually see here there was 2 5-2s that made it in.
Yep. And who were they?
It was Suffers Might and LeBron Jimmy. So those are obviously some usernames that I don't know who it relates to.
Those are
but
some usernames, baby.
But we got LeBron. We got LeBron and his son in here, and we got Suffers Might.
I think we might have crashed that chat again.
Dude, that's what we do best, baby. We crash chats.
We crash.
Yeah, no, we break the internet on a regular basis.
Let's
with this.
go, dude. You send us a chat. We'll jump in and break it.
So I find out that Restream actually takes a while to process all of the things from the 3 channels. So we'll be watching emojis. They're pretty cool. So
there's like a half-second cadence for it sending in the new messages, so it doesn't just like pop them all up at once. There's like a methodical flow of all these emojis coming in. There's some great emojis in here, guys. We appreciate some of the creativity, even if you did not win. Like we said, if you sub to both Late Night Gaming and the Bucketheads, and you join our Discords, which are linked, guys, conveniently linked right here at the top of this window here. Check them out. You will get plenty more giveaways. That is
the big thing is we do giveaways almost every week and on our channel for every episode. So if you want to win some more free stuff, go ahead and check us out. It's our call to action for the night. The big thing is, guys, get more people into the chat. We would love to discuss with you and talk with you. But we're going to be doing another big giveaway. And if Angelo doesn't get to us in the next round, we'll end up kind of re-raffling for that top 8 cut.
They're just all kind of, like we said, it's going to ramp with the number of people that are in this
So as we go into the finals giveaway, it'll ramp and get bigger as the stream grows in size. So we may start it off at a mere, 5, 6 packs of Twilight, and then oh my gosh,
those are nothing.
We get more. We have what's the math on that? We have 9 more packs of Twilight that are available to give. So if we start at 5, I mean, I can only go up from there, guys.
Yeah, Loopy, are we right on that math? Is that 9 more packs remaining for Twilight that we have allocated? Or are we a little lower than that?
First one I gave away was 5, and then the second one we gave away was 6.
But guys, the Twilight packs are not all that's coming in this giveaway. So
7 more.
So we got 7 more Twilight packs specifically, but we've also got a whole bunch of Spark packs that are going to be ramping up. All of these are going to be kind of funneling into a bigger and bigger giveaway the higher the number goes. So its top cut is about to happen.
Oh, it is 7 more packs. My math is awful.
Yeah, yeah. You're at 11, and you're like, yeah.
That's why I can make top cut at PQs.
Yeah. Simple miscalculations.
If it grows in size, it gets bigger. The John Madden play-by-play we deserve.
he plays Boba. He can only count to 8. I mean, that's actually basically how it goes for a flip math. But that's what it is.
I count to 5, brother. I count to 5 and recount 2.
Justin doesn't really even play Boba, but when somebody plays Boba against him, he thanks them and salutes them before they leave. He's like, "Thank you for playing the best day.
Thank you for your service."
I love it. This is the most balanced experience I've ever had.
I met Justin playing Boba on a unnamed digital
platform.
Are
you really playing Boba?
Well,
this is why he's hyping it up.
The first time I ever played Loopy was actually on Vader. That was my Vader deck, and you were playing Moff Gideon.
Yes. Yep, I was playing, and I have, really, Rodney put me to shame with his 1,500 games of Ray Red. I have 350 only of Moff Gideon, but I have a lot of games with Moff Gideon.
Yep.
That's good. Okay, so we have...
Outmaneuver saying it's hard to make top cut when you're casting. I keep telling people that, but they don't believe me.
It is a little difficult.
I'm going 070 on the day, but people keep calling me 07 for a reason.
Because that's what the stats actually show.
I'm just here for the play entry promo.
Yeah.
The legal authority is all I care about here.
Yep. And who doesn't need a little more legal authority in their life for the participation? And there is actually 128 copies that went out to all of the places that did it. They did not limit it to 64 as was initially suggested.
Yeah.
So everybody can have some legal authority in their life.
Yeah.
And if you win here. All right, I've almost
Jay
got the bracket,
Freak.
Jasper,
So
right?
Jay Freakin here asked, "Did we figure out if Boba is balanced or not?" It's been a long stream. It has been a long stream. It's been a long and fun stream. And the truth is, I think Justin had a really tough time arguing that Boba was balanced
I did
against
not
Thor.
have a tough time.
Well, I think the
Thork
poll
was jump change.
I think the poll said differently. But what I will say is, Boba has now been beaten twice by Gar.
Oh, give us.
We have the results of the poll. What are
the numbers
who
saying?
won the Boba debate? The
Let's
great
see.
Boba debate during the Portland Planetary Qualifier. This is the results from Late Night Gaming. We have
100% for Justin.
a tie. 24% of the votes go to Thork, arguing Borgo is too strong.
Wait, 24?
Another 24% of the votes go to Justin, arguing Boba is fine. And a whopping 52% of the votes go to the Gandork for going 5-0 with Gar Saxon.
Yo.
So,
Let's go.
shout out Gar.
I'm gonna count that as a win. I'm gonna count that as a win for Justin right there, baby.
Because that's like 75% on Team Beat Boba.
That's win J Case right there. Hard to make top cut when you believe ECL is a problem. It is hard to make top cut when I am the best in the game. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. It's hard to make top cut when I'm arguing with Thork rather than playing the game. Look, guys, ECL is a problem, and I think you got to realize that.
All right. So let me see if I got some real names to match up with these deck lists.
Gar Saxon.
Yeah, we have Gar Saxon in for sure. We have 2 Boba Yellows that I know for sure. And
Jasper earlier in the day. Now they did lose to the Boba Green, which I believe was Nick, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So we have at least one Boba Green with Nick as the 2 seed. The number 1 seed is Zayd with his Pelp. I tell you what, that Pelp is going to run wild if there's not any more aggro decks. In this top cut. I'm not aware of a Sabine that's qualified yet, so we'll see.
I'd be highly surprised if there is not an aggro deck that makes top cut here. I feel like that has actually not happened in the entirety of all the PQ season, but there hasn't been a single aggro deck in the top cut. So this will heavily surprise me if we start a first here. That'll shake a lot of PQ list, and a lot of conversation over the week if there's a PQ that doesn't have an aggro deck in top cut.
But let's talk about it. This is the last weekend of the PQ season, a PQ season that has been dominated by one name specifically. So what is the natural evolution of a month of PQ play? Some of the players are looking for new options to beat Boba.
Yeah, but I mean we're ramping right into set 3 here, so there's going to be a lot of debate obviously going into set 3, and one of the conversations we'll have 2 more guests on for the night. As of right now, we'll have Jeff from Outmaneuver coming in after this top 8 game, and he's going to be opening some packs of Twilight of the Republic live on stream for everyone to see. But the next thing is actually going to be Rebel Resource coming in for the top 4 cut. And Ryan will talk a little bit about expectations for set 3, especially building into the meta range there. Yoda's looking crazy, but do we think Yoda's an answer to the Boba Fett on the 7 flip? So there's a lot of the debate conversation that I think is going to be really important to be had is kind of what that's going to be going toward. How do we feel this next set of meta is going to compare going into what is already common meta right now, Boba Fett? I mean, another thing that I like to argue with people right now is to me personally, Loopy, I think. Here's what I think. Oh, someone said last weekend in Canada, 119 player PQ, 0 aggro, 7 Boba Green, yellow ECL, and 1 Ray Tarkentown on the top.
Yep.
Wow.
And we actually just found out here. Turns out LeBron Jimmy is not the real name.
Oh.
It is actually Jimmy Lynch.
Unfortunately.
So shout out for him for top cutting, and he has on Sabine ECL going against the 1 seed undefeated Palpatine.
Nice.
As the 1/8.
Angelo has gotten back to us on the DM there.
Yep, Angelo, we got your DM here. I will shoot you back a message as soon as we get off the stream tonight. So if you'll hear from me tonight, or if I fall asleep right after the stream, you'll hear from me tomorrow. But
Thank you
we'll
so
get you
much
back.
for getting
Thank
back
you so
to
much
us on that.
You're locked in for sure. You're locked in.
Loopy, I want to peg you this because I feel like maybe I haven't heard this in conversation. Now, I've been so busy with working on the show and the things that I haven't been able to keep up to date with a lot of the competitive commentary as far as videos in the past 2 weeks from a lot of our favorite creators. I'm going to ask you this. Now, introduction of tokens into a game is is pretty. It changes things. The introduction of tokens changes games, and it may not be the fact that the tokens are absolutely broken, but you can think at every TCG. It's not a new concept to TCG engine. So if we introduce tokens, how do we feel like this actually is going to shift the way that this game is played? Because you're able to get wider than most decks, or have the ability to play really cheap units on cheap abilities.
Yep. So I certainly don't have the Magic background of lots of people. I actually am known for saying that I actually was an early adopter of Magic and then quit in 1994, and that's true. as the set was there.
You played one set and were like, this sucks. I'm waiting for Star Wars Unlimited.
No, actually, it got a little expensive even then. Yeah. And I moved on to a Star Trek CCG, then a Star Wars CCG, and then I was off for a while as I went to college and school.
Nice.
But I think the tokens are fascinating. I mean, they do enable go wide, as you said, and we'll see what all happens. And it's not only the tokens; it is quite a bit with the cards that then enable or reward the go wide play. We have things like in Defense of Camino, that's going there.
Yep.
Strong when defeated effects that go across. I mean, you wonder whether it's this set that caused kind of the double green cards that we've been seeing with when defeated that have never seemed really good.
That
I mean,
Krell.
is that going to turn? I don't know about Pong Krell, because Pong Krell, has the IG 88 axiom that if it dies to open fire, it might not be great, on 5. But certainly if you can protect a Pong Krell, I mean, that is a hugely powerful effect. So I'm interested to see how it goes. I really think that it's cool stuff. I mean, you also have some downsides to token. I mean, one thing that I've been doing in my testing is I'm a green-red player, and I don't know that Maul is going to be better than Vader. Can't say that at all right now. But I can tell you that a Maul unit with a Fallen Lightsaber attacking with the Maul leader out with Overwhelm does 16 damage of Overwhelm to 2 battle droids.
Yeah, that's pretty
because
crazy.
of how that interaction works, because he can attack 2 things at once. So you can also be punished for playing some tokens, and that's an interesting aspect of it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's...
All right, so...
Oh, go for it.
We have shout-outs to Rebel Trader from Take the Initiative, who's the third partner in our passing today, getting us the information on the ground. We have the 1 seed Zaid Park on Palpatine Green going against Sabine ECL, LeBron Jimmy. We have the Gandork on Gar going against Cam Sullivan on Boba Yellow. We have Boba Red going against Boba Green, and then we have a Boba Yellow Mirror. So we have a lot of Boba in the top cut, and then the Palpatine manages to find the 1 Sabine in the field. We'll see if he can, get past it.
Yeah,
that is rough.
I'm actually. I hope that we get to see again Nick Gandork on the Gar Saxon yellow. I want to see that matchup being played against multiple different decks. I think it's important to see a deck that is taking down Bobas and specifically look into other matchups. I know that the Sabine ECL is going into the Palp Green, and I want to see how that goes down. I mean, that Palp Green has had such a successful day. And as far as I know, I don't know what the matchups of Zaid the entire day is, but I really want to see where Zaid takes and skirts that matchup and see how strong Palp Green piloted could be against another top 8 cut.
And I am downloading the bracket here, the 1 through 8 bracket that will be there, and I'll be sending it in the Discord chat if you want to pull it over to the commentary screen.
We can go ahead and drop it in.
Putting this together, so check that in just a moment as soon as I can get it saved.
Absolutely.
But we go into the top cut here. Things change a little bit. When you go into the top cut of a planetary, first off, the rounds get longer, which tends to help a control deck.
Yep.
I don't know for sure if it's timed at all. Some have been untimed. Others are at a 75-minute total round timer, so there's a little bit more time.
Yep.
Another thing that happens in top cut is you typically have open deck lists. So you're going to be able to see the deck list of the opponent before you go. So that's something that can negate some of the surprise value as we go. And then certainly there's a lot on the line as we go through. Guardian Games has a lot of prizing on the line. It's not just the Evansons and the Legal Authority people. I think people had that misconception when planetaries start. But, I mean, there's packs here. All of the stores put in a lot of prizes. And, there's prize support from Fantasy Flight itself.
Real quick, before we get into this bracket, I do want to answer this question. Darth Panda says, I think it's an interesting conversation, if you don't mind getting a little off topic for 2 seconds here. Says Darth Panda asks, when do you think they will have a Vader and Luke showcase, maybe at Galactic Championship this year? What is your take on that, Loopy?
I don't know. They have said that they will have one. I mean, I'm obviously a Vader player myself, so that's news to me.
Yep.
And I would love to see a Vader showcase. So, I mean, I trust that they will follow through on their statement that there will be a Luke and Vader showcase. Luke and Vader are two of the most iconic characters in Star Wars.
Yep.
They were the learn-to-play characters. They were the first leaders revealed. They were the first leaders played. And they did not have a showcase in Set 1, whereas Set 2 and Set 3 starter deck leaders have. So, I mean, we'll see where it happens. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it's something like a prize that's available at maybe the regionals.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
I can see that.
It wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't in some packs. I did see that they're actually doing some collector's packs.
Yep.
Hopefully, at least in my mind, the collector packs will be comprised of cards that are possible to pull in regular packs. I think it's good to have collector's packs if you still have the main packs have all of the cards in them, whereas I don't feel there. So I don't know. If I had more information about it, I would say, but I have honestly no idea about show, because I've tried real hard to get somebody that might know to tell me what it is, but the folks over at FFG are pretty tight-lipped.
Sneak me the information. Sneak me. All right, let's get into this bracket. We got a good bracket here. Thank you so much for making it. Let's kind of see where we're going here.
Yeah, Loopy, did you do this? Did you do this on purpose, where you aligned the Boba Fett's all on one side here, making a full row?
That's actually just the pairing. So
yeah.
I mean, we have so long as they hit the top 8 cut correctly and they have the seeds go as they should. You should have the 1 versus the 8, the 4 versus the 5, the 2 versus the 7. So we will have one Boba in the final. We don't know what color. And then we have Palpatine really hitting a hard draw out of this field. I mean, I think he would have liked to see every deck other than Sabine ECL.
Yep.
As his first match. We have Gandork, with a yellow matchup. Probably not ideal there. You have a Boba yellow mirror, and then you have green versus red. So the colors of the rainbow. Boba's a little like Skittles. You can pick your PQ deck. The first thing you do is pick what color to play with Boba.
Yep.
But can play with basically any color and wildly different strategies. They're well represented on one side of the bracket, and we have some very diverse decks on the other side.
And so we are jumping into actually not game 1, but the top 8 cut here. So we're jumping into top 8, and we've got the matchup between the number 1 Palp and the number 8 Sabine.
So let's go look at these deck lists. So we have Zayt on the Palpatine. And we'll pull a Palpatine leader here. Palp is going to be one of those leaders that you get to the top resource range of 8 resources and stuff gets nasty. But when you're going against this aggro matchup, it's going to be very hard to get to that range. Now, there's a lot of stop in this deck. You have Overwhelming Barrage, you have units, you have Sentinels, you have stuff that you can stop the game with. But it's about pulling those options. And you're going to have to pull those options on curve every game against a deck that is, even off curve, gonna gas you out. On the other side of that deck is gonna be Sabine, which we know is a common enemy of Palp. Sticking to the Empire, Sabine Wren is graffitiing all over the Empire base here. The walls are littered with graffiti because the rebels are coming in heavy, and she's coming to attack hard. The deal 1 ping to damage is allowing a lot of push and burn into the deck. And at the end of the day, Palp is looking for the stop. We want to stall this deck out, and Sabine's looking for that on-curve Poe, that on-curve Wrecker, just to bring that deck all the way to the starting into the end point. Loopy,
all right.
How do you feel this matchup's going to go?
Well, I mean, this is one of the few times that I will actually use the F word and say that Sabine is favored. This is a matchup that just is really, tough for Pelt. And I mean that, though. I think that content creators go a little bit too far overboard in claiming things favored or not favored or trying to get to exact percentages. Lots of things depend on the exact list. Lots of things depend on others. But the natural enemy of Palpatine's is Sabine. I actually have this exact list because we did some cool stuff that we have there, and Rebel Trader's in the room too. If you want to drag him in here, he actually knows the Sabine player, Jimmy Lynn. From there, and I'm going to, as you talk to RT.
So give us 1 second here, Loopy. We have
We're definitely trying to fix this overhead camera. It's looking a little saturated and contrasty. Something randomly changed here. Now we're in the top cut, and this is where the players are going to be able to look at each of their deck list and study in between rounds at the beginning of the rounds. They're going to be able to look at the deck list and say, hey, what's in this deck? What's in the sideboard? I think the Sabine green is going to be pretty standard here. You're going to be looking at that deck and saying, I pretty much know what's going on. I think the indifferences in that deck is the Sundari Peacekeepers. How many are you running? How many Metal Ceremonies? How many Timely Interventions are you running? Well, how many Adelphis are you running? And these are common cards that are going to this deck that are slotting in. And Frank, Loopy knows a lot. Frank's on my mind because he just topped 8 in Memphis up in the chat. So congratulations to Bantha and Frank there. Loopy knows a lot about this match because he finals with this deck. And on the other side, Zaid is playing the pop double green, and I think you're probably looking to see if you could pull the juice in game 1 to get this prepped in for sideboard for game 2. If you can get over this game 1 hurdle and you're not 1 down in the top 8, you're going to be feeling a lot happier rather than dealing with this Sabine going into sideboard. If you can get your sideboard answers here, you're going to feel a lot happier.
Yep, so certainly I know a lot about this match. I mean, it's easier to talk about what the game plan is where Pelp wins, or the world where Pelp wins, than it talks about the world where Sabine wins. Because it has so many mid-range options. That
real quick, Loopy, we seem to have your audio not coming through on the stream here.
I think it's there,
I
but
feel like we're finally getting it's a little bit delayed, and
it's choppy right now.
The Sabine player is trying to.
We're doing some hot fixes here. Give us 1 second while we fix this real quick. We need to fix the camera as well as what's being shown on stream. Fleo, go ahead and transitions the scene. It'll actually change the things we need to do here. We should also add the timer there. We don't need the full timer, but just the top 8 graphics shown on the bottom there, just to show that this is the top 8 of the Portland Planetary Qualifier between LeBron Jimmy and Zaid Park. This is Zaid Park undefeated on the day, and LeBron 6-1 with the Sabine Green ECL.
Gun, which is where RT is from. I mean, I'm looking at his list right now. You guys are looking at the shuffling of the 2 decks. So Sabine kind of has a 45 card core. The decision points that he has is he looks like he's running 2 Fighters for Freedom main deck, which is actually good for this matchup. He's got 2 Bright Hope main deck, which I imagine will come out. He's got 2 Adelphi on the board, and he is running a
Dodana.
And we are having a little bit of technical difficulties here, so you'll hear Loopy cutting in and out, and if that happens, just bear with us because there is a little bit of a delay
in the board
right
too,
now. We are working through.
Yep.
And I'll try to stop talking when he is giving some analysis here, especially if it's keeping consistent. But while his audio is cut out, I'll just provide a little commentary of what's going on for the game, as well as our guys on the desk here are trying to work through some of these technical difficulties to make sure that the color saturation is back and that Loopy's audio is back. Hey Loopy, by the way, you are cutting in and out if you can hear me. So there's a lot of gaps here. I'm trying to fill those gaps right now, but if you hear me talking over you, it's not because I'm trying to talk over you, it's just because I can't actually hear you right now through the stream. So it looks like Salacious Crumb is coming onto the board, and this is the first game out of all the games that they have been playing the ground units on the space side. That's always a little fun when you send the units to space. Emperor's Royal Guard is coming out. It's not defending quite yet as a Sentinel, and Cassian and Battlefield Marine are on the other side.
Well, it's Crumb in space. That's actually a spacious Crumb. We found that out during one of the other matches.
That is right. It is a spacious Karam right there. And there's a command.
So
coming down on the board.
Command is one of the best cards in the deck, and actually particularly strong here is the Emperor's and then does 2 Palpatine deck because it can see that it's not a Sentinel yet because
we're trying to stay with you here, Loopy. We're trying to stay with you here. It's coming. Right now. It's popping in and out, Loopy. Just a heads up. You're popping in and out.
All right.
All right. So we are going to jump into this commentation.
So we'll
right
also
here.
have the game camera fixed going into the rest of this round. I know it just changed weirdly enough to get a little bit grainy and saturated. We'll have this fixed. Look, we're at a really good point here for this Sabine ECL. We have Cassian and 2 Alliance X-Wings. Now, Sabine is running this Rebel package, and we know with this Rebel package, you're going to maximize the most out of this, and this is exactly what Zayd is looking for here, is a Sentinel on the ground. It's not a Sentinel yet, but it's a big body moves, and has that overwhelming barrage ready to play. You got to imagine that Zayd's just going to end up swinging that Emperor's Royal Guard right into the Cassian and getting it out. Here's the thing, guys. There's a full resources ready for the Sabine. Now, Sabine is dead. Emperor's Royal Guard is weakened, but we do still have ECL here. And there's K2SO that's going to come out.
All right.
So, Brayden, if you're Sabine here, what are you looking for out of the Sabine? I think a lot of your play has been stalled by Zayd, and I think he's pulled exactly what he needs to pull. Command. He's buffing up what potentially is going to be a Sentinel if he drops an official down. We knew he had a bunch of Piets in the deck earlier in the day. So at the end of the day, easy officials are going to drop, and it's just going to be a hard deck to get through as soon as that becomes a Sentinel online.
What's really difficult for LeBron Jimmy's perspective right here, playing on the Sabine, is the fact that his leader's already come out and been destroyed, and only 9 damage is sitting on the opponent's base. That is definitely a little slow when you're running the Sabine deck. Now they're going into 6 resources, and there is no board state at all for the Sabine. That is going to be very, very punishing, and they're definitely crossing that threshold where any round now Palpatine will take the advantage.
Again, we apologize, guys, for the discrepancies in the camera. It looks like we're getting a little bit more of a clearer image.
Yeah.
Now, Poe is going to drop on the field, and Yularen is going to drop. So that ended up clearing out that Emperor's Royal Guard. Now, if Yularen was on the field before the Emperor's Royal Guard, it would have been a Sentinel. That clear is, I mean, Sabine Green already 22 damage on the 11 damage.
11 damage.
On
It's
the,
11
on the
to 1
base
right now.
of the Palp Green. It's starting to gas out just a little bit here, but we do have a Gamorrean Retainer.
All right, there is pumping some Sentinel options down onto the board. Let's see how Sabine can respond. Poe's already down, has not attacked yet, and they're going to regroup right now. I don't know exactly. I mean, you have to swing into the Gamorrean Guards at this moment in time, unless you have some special card that can maybe get around that and deal with the Yularen, which would then remove the Sentinel.
And you're looking for an answer for this Poe. You can't leave a Poe sitting there nice and pretty. I mean, how many resources are we sitting out for the Palp Green?
We're sitting at 7.
With one more resource, if you could ping the Poe here and give it some life. We're a little too saturated on our screen.
And there is a Fighters for Freedom. Is that an ECL to bring in the Fighters for Freedom, which will have the Saboteur to go around the Gamorrean Guard, defeating the Colonel Yularen, which will then remove the Sentinel. Only temporarily, though, because Darth Vader just hit the field.
Now, Darth Vader's going to hit the field. It looks like we're going to do the win plate effect. Of course, first searching the top 10 cards of your deck for a black card with 3 or less. It's going to be Salacious Crumb and the Admiral Piet. Now, this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. Now, Emperor's Royal Guard is not on the field, but we are at the 7 resource range. Admiral Piet is at maximum value here. We're looking for things like Reinforcement Walker. We're looking for things that we want to bring into the game, immediately bringing presence onto the board. This is what's going to help against the Sabine Green. They're not going to have the answer to go against something like a Reinforcement Walker that's healing 6 and killing your Poe and killing your Wrecker.
So much is happening. That's going to be a lot of pressure to deal with. I mean, I was already getting nervous when it was resource 5 and the Sabine was dead and there was only 9 damage on base. We've only gotten like 2 more damage on base, and now the board state is completely dominated by Palp.
So we're going to go ahead and do Poe, and Poe's actually going to just do the discard of Metal Ceremony to do the 2 damage onto the Gamorrean Retainer to not take any damage as it's an on-attack ability first. Sabine's going to drop, and I think LeBron here is just trying to skirt around some of the stall options. So the stall options are absolutely going to be Sentinel play here. And the problem is with the Admiral Piet, I think if you're LeBron, you're trying to take care of that Admiral Piet because it's going to bring immediate value to the board. You're not even scared of just Maul. You're not even scared of just Vader coming.
Everything is like
You're
that now.
scared of everything from 6 resources up, which could be an ATST. It could be... there's so many things that you're scared of here.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure that you take care of that while also still applying pressure to that base.
Oh my
it's one of those
gosh.
units where you have to look. You got to peek in the hand.
Here
What are we
is
seeing?
big-
ECL's already spilt by the Sabine, so we're not looking for like an ECL wrecker. There's timely intervention.
This is 8 resources. This is where the reinforcement walker could hit the board.
There's a relentless in the hand of Zayd.
And not going to play a
So he's
card
going to
off
go
the
ahead and
jump.
damage the Poe Dameron because he's looking for the Palp flip from Poe. So I think,
And it's going to go to base with that?
well, we're looking for the discard from LeBron. He's deciding what he wants to do with the discard here. So there's the 3 options of obviously doing the 2
They are
damage.
discarding.
So he's going to do the 2 damage to base, and where is he swinging the rest of the 6? Is it going into base? It looks like it is.
I love the Metal Ceremony discard here. The
So-
Metal Ceremony card is kind of a win more card, and in this position, he can definitely ditch it to get some extra value out of Poe.
Yep, 20 damage on the top of Palp here. So now it's the base is raced. So now
The
as
base
Palp
is
green,
raced.
Zayd is looking for a chance to stabilize. So Palp's going to come out. He's going to take
Yep.
the Poe Dameron. LeBron is definitely calling this. And look, man, we're in this lethal range. So that's going to be an immediate 3 damage
To the base.
because
Okay.
the Darksaber gets pulled off the
Okay.
floor. Pause.
7
what are you
left.
discarding? What are you keeping? You are discarding
7 left.
everything because you need to pull into some option like a Poe or a Wrecker, something to get over some of these units.
Yeah, absolutely. If it's
Or
not
you're looking
something
for
that
more
helps you win the game.
space. I think that's a big thing too. Is if you can't get answered in space, besides an overwhelming barrage, this is where the Palp is probably gonna.
I'll tell you, in this position as an aggro player, with 1 unit on board and just not enough reach to be lethal, I am dying to find a for a cause. Another for a cause is what I am looking for, and that's got to be what LeBron Jimmy is looking for too. They call him the GOAT of Swooball.
Swooball. Yeah, LeBron is looking to potentially try to get a hit out of that Greenswater Daywing and put himself into a lethal range with For a Cause. The problem is that Zayd's looking real scary, and unless Zayd doesn't have an answer in the hand, it looks like that Greenswater Daywing is probably going to end up dying. There goes the
And,
Relentless.
yeah.
And it's going to be ambushed because of Admiral Piet.
Yeah, that's so punishing. The Piet has not been dealt
And
with,
it's
and
going
now
to
there's
stop the event play. Now, here's the
Oh,
difference
no.
between a lot of Palp double
No
green
For a
players,
Cause.
guys, is that Palp double green's usually going to resource that card. When are you ever going to hit that resource? But stopping the For a Cause is put immediate
my
pressure
gosh.
back onto LeBron, saying you have to play units.
You
but
have
look
to
at
play
that
units.
field.
There's not a single unit that he can put on this board that can deal with any of these. They all just walk over them.
So Alliance X-Wing gets dropped. Now, I don't know the exact damage that's on LeBron's base here,
Oh,
but there's
LeBron's
so
base,
much
LeBron's
damage.
base is, well, we're about to see he's spinning it up, so let's just take a moment and then we'll see. It looks like we're at about 10 damage on base.
Yeah, there's a bunch of damage, and this is exactly what we guys were talking about. Is this is such a hard matchup for the Palp double green, but
Could be a
if
little
they
more.
can get the first game away without sideboarding, better options for
All right, here was a big
this
screen.
aggro matchup, it's gonna be a great series. We're
Everything
looking happy.
Everything just went into the base, and now it's 15 damage on LeBron's base, and
Poe's
it's
gonna
still
go for
going.
8. I have to imagine that Poe's gonna go for 8.
It's still going. We're just like not going to watch this number stop scrolling. 21 damage on base, and it's almost a tie ball game now. LeBron is in a dangerous position after being literally just 1 hit, 1 For a Cause away. It was just within reach, or even a sacrifice. Heroic sacrifice might have just put within 1 health, and then the Sabine Pink could have done it.
So 21 damage on base of Sabine. It's gonna go 2 to base off of the Alliance
Okay,
X-Wing, and that's
but
just gonna
it's
be
still
game off the Relentless.
yeah,
So that's game
there's
1
nothing.
for the Palpatine.
And
That's
crazy.
That's hard, and that's a difficult thing to deal with. That is a difficult thing to deal with as a Palpatine player. If you're getting the option to win against a Sabine Green game 1 without sideboarding in, you're feeling so much happier. So much happier.
Yeah, absolutely. this is a surprise in game one. We all go into this game thinking that Palpatine is going to struggle against the Sabine, that Sabine's going to put it within dangerous reach around the time that Sabine's coming out. But instead, it was still sub 10 health by the time Sabine got defeated. It's so difficult for the Sabine right now. And now, back against the wall, it's elimination round. I mean, you're sweating a little bit, your hands are sweaty, your decision making is a little skewed because this is very tight and everything is on the line for you. And one thing we haven't talked about today when we've been talking about all these prizes, all these giveaways, all this fun shit going on, the thing we have not mentioned is the fact that this is still a World Championship qualifier. Everybody kind of knows it now because we've had a lot of PQs, but it has to be mentioned these players are playing for a spot in the World Championship.
So I think if you're in the position of LeBron, you're looking here and maybe you're sweating a little bit. You still got, even with a sideboard in, you still take a commanding expectation in this game. You could still gas out decks that sideboard in for you to try to stop you. Now Zayd got an amazing turn hand, amazing game one hand. Emperor's Royal Guard, command, all into your top end. You were able to stall this game out as long as possible and was able to play a relentless on curve with ambush.
Yeah,
you know, that is not very often for these Palp Greens into the Sabine ECL matchup. So for LeBron, you're looking for the right cards. You're looking for your curve plays. You're talking Poe, you're talking Wrecker on curve with ECL, allowing you to put board pressure on the board to make sure that you're not losing this game. You have too much stuff going on. Yeah. So Palp Green has to sit back a little bit more relaxed in the game, taking game one, but this is still a very hard series for the Palp Green.
Yeah, this is very difficult for the Palp Green to win, but if he sticks to the game plan, then it might just work out again. We saw that game kind of just blow up out of nowhere. Obviously, the Sabine had not gotten a ton of damage on the base by the time it was defeated, but the truth is, at one point it looked like a modest board for the Palpatine. It was the Gamorrean Guards and the Colonel Yularen, right? That's not so scary, but then all of a sudden, you defeat with a Saboteur the Colonel Yularen, and you're like, I did it. I got around the Gamorrean Guards. There's no more green unit on the board to make them a Sentinel. And then boom, on that turn, Vader's coming down to the board. Absolutely insane. And then right after that, following it up with Admiral Piet, and you suddenly have no more options on the table. You can't even deal with the Admiral Piet. I'm pretty sure the Sentinel was still on the board at that time. And all of a sudden, you've got a Vader behind a Sentinel. It's bringing out more units with it. You've got Piet on the board now because of that. And then suddenly, it's getting really hard to win. And you can't even put a unit on the board. So here they go into game two. Zayd is up 1-0 on the Palpatine versus the Sabine Green. It's a Palp double green. LeBron is playing the Sabine. LeBron is playing the Sabine, and he is down right now 1-0. This is the top 8 of the Portland Planetary Qualifier. If you're just now joining us, thanks so much for jumping in. We are currently in the top cut, and guess what? When we get past the top 4 and we're leading up to the finals, we are going to have a big giveaway. And the bigger the audience, the bigger the giveaway. So share the link around. Here we go.
So we're into game 2 here. Initiative on the Sabine. Battlefield Marine's going to drop first. Scanning Officer is going to check the resources.
Officer.
There's nothing in the resources. And surprisingly, the resource wing leader is the really surprising thing.
Yeah, I love a wing leader turn 2 play. That is like either that or playing it on my leader. Oh, I love to do it. I would not resource it, but maybe there's some more good copies in that deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of surprising not to see the wing leader being played.
Fleet Lieutenant, that's another great chance. That's one of those things that I would drop a wing leader potentially for as a Fleet Lieutenant. Fleet Lieutenant feels so good to play because you're getting the +2 immediately and you're getting a unit on board. But let's see. TIE Vanguard coming in.
So we know that the Battlefield Marine, it's going to be the ECL Fleet Lieutenant, by the way, into the Scanning Officer. Looks like Sabine is just trying to get the official off the board here to make sure that there's no Sentinel play from, but we know in Zayd there's also a Phase 3 Dark Trooper in the deck. So there's going to be something coming out of that stall range that Zayd needs. That's exactly what this deck needs. It's all the Sentinels in the world, and that's exactly what this deck has. The problem is that LeBron can easily start to incline himself into a different arena. So if the ground arena is getting crazy right now because there's a flying Battlefield Marine, then that's okay. You just move to the space. Start throwing Alliance X-Wings down. You're just hoping to skirt around that Overwhelming Barrage, and there goes the Phase 3 Dark Trooper. The one ping from Sabine here. It's on Sabine flip 2 on Resource 4 here. You got to imagine maybe LeBron has another wing leader for the Sabine. Sabine flip's going to come out first. There's no resources besides one on the Palpatine here. Maybe there's a Darksaber.
There is a Sentinel in the way, though, which is definitely going to stop up that Sabine. I really hope that there's a way around that Sentinel, maybe a card that can defeat it. Let's see. But right now, LeBron is looking in a better position than he was in the last game. We'll see how this plays out. But in the last game when we jumped in, Sabine was already defeated and the base was at 9 health. They're already at 9 health with Sabine on the board and 3 units.
Timely intervention out of the Fighters for Freedom is a great play there to get rid of the Phase 3 Dark Trooper. Out comes Sabine. Damage on the board. There's 12 damage on the base of Zayd. Now, this is a different game from Game 1. And you got to imagine Zayd sideboarded in his options to better play against a Sabine. So, this is already tempo up that the Sabine player wants. We may think it's interesting early game ECL plays, but I think what's happening in the mind of LeBron is he's saying, hey, I can't let you have units. If you have units, that's the whole point of double green. If you have units and I play Overwhelming Barrage, you need a unit for that. So Phase 3 Dark Trooper is going to go down again, and I think you're going to see LeBron happily drop something right into that Phase 3 Dark Trooper to say, hey, I can't let you have that.
Yeah,
Fleet Lieutenant with Saboteur is going to go right into the base, so that's going to be swinging 5 to base off the Fighters for Freedom. This is a completely different game from Game 1. And now Colonel Yularen drops in. It's going to get 1 health off the base. You're going to see the Battlefield Marine just trade right into the Phase 3 Dark Trooper. Sabine's going right into the base.
He might have some more Sentinels in hand. As soon as that Yularen hit the board last time, there was a Gamorrean Guards to follow it. At this point, Zayd is doing everything he can to slow up LeBron's plays, but LeBron definitely has the better board state right now and more damage to the base this time around to speak for it. It's a good position for LeBron.
So something we're not seeing often from the Palp player here, which is you got to understand in this aggro matchup, you're needing the units to be able to take this. A Palp is not really ever going to be sacrificing one of his units to make sure the card draw happens. He has to be able to continue to trade here. So Yularen's going to go right into the Fighters for Freedom, which makes sense. That automatic burn damage coming from Fighters for Freedom off the red play is going to make sense there. 3 damage to base off the Fleet Lieutenant, and then another Phase 3 Dark Trooper. That's all Phase 3 Dark Troopers dropped in this game. Game 2.
After Sentinel, after Sentinel, after Sentinel.
And there's the wing leader play off the Sabine. Who needs a Darksaber? You got a janky Darksaber anyways. Black Sun Starfighter comes off. You know, Sabine's going to go right into the Phase 3 Dark Trooper. You're also having a Sentinel in the space. You're not too happy about blocking a wing leader because at the end of the day, it's 2 damage. It's going to trade right into that Black Sun Starfighter. You don't care about it. And
this could be 27. This could be 27 damage to base right here. It's going to be very, very close now for the Palp.
And you got to think as a Palp player, this is exactly how this matchup usually goes down. Yep. It's looking really rough, and I think if you don't pull an answer here, you might have to scoop. It's looking, there's Overwhelming Barrage in hand, but that's not enough damage off the Black Sun Starfighter. Maybe you just can't kill the entire board here.
Oh man, I mean this is the Overwhelming Barrage. Even with an Overwhelming Barrage, it won't take down the whole board. So I think this is it, right?
You got to look for a Sentinel if you don't have it.
A Sentinel could stop it up, but only temporarily.
And that's going to be Scoop. So LeBron's going to win the Game 2 of Top 8 Cut Planetary Qualifier Portland, and it's Silver Scrapes. If you know what that is.
Let's go, baby. This is Game 3 right here.
Luby's got some updates.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Actually, some updates here.
All right, these guys.
Gar Saxon Gandork, the winner of our hearts and souls, the people's champion of this entire meta, taking down Boba Fett's like a KDA like no other, has advanced to top 4. We can't wait to see what that matchup is. Right now, we're into Game 3 Silver Scrapes.
Gar Saxon did
of LeBron James. Well, I have Loopy in my ear, our executive producer in the ear, telling me that the Gar Saxon did advance into the next round of the Planetary Qualifier. Top 8 right now of the Portland Planetary Qualifier, live with Zayd Park playing the Palp Double Green. LeBron Jimmy, also known as LeBron James, playing Sabine Green ECL. It's 1-1. Silver Scrapes tied for the game.
They say not streaming Gar is a crime in the chat. I will I will throw it out there. They asked who we wanted on board, and we said either the #1 Palp player or the Gar matchup. And we got the Palp Sabine.
We got the Palp Sabine. It's gonna be a scanning officer first round, and I think even off that play turn on game 2, I think LeBron's kind of keeping his hand here. He knows that scanning officer might come out, and if it erratas two nasty little timely interventions or Cassian and Andor, you're kind of rough there. Ban Gar, too OP. He is too OP. I'm glad that we appreciate that. Thank you guys so much for respecting that. I think he really is too crazy for the meta right now. Put some respect on his name. The ops are hard.
We definitely need to do something to get Boba back into the meta here. We need him to fight.
Scanning officer is going to be ready, so we're at 3 resources here. Now, Zayd did win off the back of having a command in game 1, and we did not see that game 2. And you got to imagine that he's looking for that command, especially into things like Green Squadron A-Wing. Correct? You know what I mean? We're looking to take down things like Green Squadron A-Wing with that non-unique ability from command.
And this is a really good example of the kind of aggro strategy of going to an opposite lane. I'm not even sure. I think he actually took the first action possibly, but it's really good for him to have the only space unit up there. Hopefully that A-Wing can go unanswered for a little bit and just poke some damage.
So this is a common LeBron play here. He is going to ECL in the Fleet Lieutenant, do the damage, and then end up striking one of the official units here. He's looking for the trade because he knows he can't afford to have an Emperor's Royal Guard on the board. That 5 toughness Sentinel is going to be too hard to deal with an official. So we have to look at where Zayd's going to play this, because the ECL is always being played into Fleet Lieutenant. And we think it's an interesting play, but it won game 2 so convincingly. We saw the Phase 3 Dark Troopers come down, 3 of them last game, but it didn't stop anything. And it looks like Zayd is going to take the 1 ping damage to base with LeBron.
So something I'm confused about here is why, when he played that ECL on the Fleet Lieutenant, did he do the trigger on the A-Wing? Was that the same action, or was there an action in between?
No, he did the trigger on the A-Wing, and then the Yularen came down and sniped out the Fleet Lieutenant on the trade. So Sabine's unit's going to come out, or Sabine Leader unit is going to come out. We're going to drop how many resources here? Last time we got a timely intervention. Fighters for freedom, but it's actually just gonna be with them.
Whoa, run into the space side of things over here. Double A-Wings out there.
With an Alliance X-Wing.
Yeah, this is a big space side. I love this strategy. Just avoid everything that Zayd is playing, and don't even worry about it. Just fly space.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Zayd is looking for a overwhelming barrage or a Black Sun Starfighter, and looking at the hand, we don't see that at all. Potentially, a command would be very helpful here. You could kill one of the Green Squadron A-Wings, buff up the Phase 3 Dark Trooper. I mean, if you're looking for plays like that, it's going to make it hard to deal with, but that space side is looking too crazy. It's going to get an experience token on the Phase 3 Dark Trooper going into the Sabine. I mean, Zayd is looking like he needs answers in his hand right now, and it doesn't look like he has them. LeBron's just going to go ahead and trade the Sabine into the Phase 3 Dark Trooper, which is going to leave that entire space side completely open.
And if there's no answer on the space side of things, this is going to be sitting at 17 damage by the end of this turn, and Sabine hasn't even flipped yet.
So there is Enterprising Lackey. Now, usually with the Enterprising Lackey, you're looking for a beautiful overwhelming barrage. That is the line, and it looks like Zayd is just going to claim initiative, and that's going to be a bunch of loaded damage on there. 17 damage on base. Now, Sabine Leader died. Sabine Leader died. There's a smuggled out Cassian that comes in at the 5 resource range. It looks like he's going to swing just straight 3 into base. That's 20 damage on base, guys. We're at 5 resources. That's 20 damage on base. Medal Ceremony is going to go down, and that's going to put an experience token on all those rebels. If I'm Zayd, I'm looking for an overwhelming barrage, but I don't even know if that's enough.
Oh my gosh, he gets all 3 out of the Medal Ceremony. That is what you live for when you have that in your hand. So nice for him. And that means that just on the space alone, if you ignore the ground, swinging for 10 damage just in space alone. So doesn't even need the ground unit. He can swing lethal.
Lethal is here, and it's here to stay. Sabine is going fast, someone says. Now, there's the overwhelming barrage on the Enterprising Lackeys, and that's exactly what you're looking for. But here's the problem. Do you have enough? That's 4 damage on top of a Green Squadron A-Wing, and that's the rest onto an Alliance X-Wing, and that's the entirety of that Enterprising Lackey.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for, but it's 1 turn too late. It's right after the Medal Ceremony, making it even harder to burst through.
And if you're LeBron, you just swing right in. There's heroic sacrifice.
This might be
and that's game right there. Yeah. There's no way you're going to answer that Green Squadron A-Wing, and that's exactly what you're looking for if you're LeBron.
Oh, Confiscate to keep it going. Confiscate to keep it alive.
By the way, the Cassian will need to die. Confiscate's gonna.
There's one.
But that's one damage. It's just a Sabine ping away, and that is the game. LeBron. Before we call it, and that's the game.
LeBron on the Sabine, coming in hot, beating the Palpatine. I think we expected it in that matchup, but it was great to see some good matchups here. This was really sick going to game 3.
Game 1. Game 1 out of Zayd was a masterclass of exactly what you need to pull into this matchup, and LeBron took it back, and that was the point of this whole. Even if you pull into your sideboard, it's still a tough matchup. It makes it easier for you as the Palp Green player, but this is exactly what you did not want to see going to this top 8 cut. You are trying to avoid this deck. You don't want to play this deck in the top 8 cut because this is a nightmare to face against. Bye-bye Palp is correct. We have Sabine Green moving on in the tournament. We would have loved to have seen Palp Double Green go further into it, but Zayd, the only undefeated player on the day, faces the rival of the night, Sabine Green ECL in the top 8 cut. And that's it for the set for Palp Green. Now, we have a bunch of time in the stream cut. We're going to see if the judges maybe potentially can pull in another game for the top 8 cut. If it's not, that's okay. We have an amazing guest segment where we have Jeff J-Rod from the Outmaneuver podcast going to be opening some Twilight of the Republic packs live on stream with us, so we can commentate and say, hey, I want those cards, give us those cards, those are so fun, I want those cards. If we go over the guest segment, what I'm going to have J-Rod do is Jeff is going to pop himself into Discord. We'll have him screen share his screen, and we'll just kind of talk to him through Discord.
And he's in the waiting room ready. That was a great, undefeated through Swiss, and really puts Sabine. You saw the strength of the matchup itself, as Sabine was able to lean into some changes that were made as well. So Jimmy Lynch from Eugene, Oregon, will advance.
Jimmy Lynch, so LeBron James.
Loopy, I think you're back on the mic here with us. If you can hear me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, sweet, awesome.
Well, we're excited to hear you, Loopy. We're so excited to hear you. We missed you.
Yeah, so we got to take some breaks, keep everything fresh as going. I thought that the commentary was great, and that's a top 8 match. I mean, really kind of a tough draw out of the 8 decks that the Palpatine could have faced to get the Sabine in the field. But we have the Agro presence advancing on to actually go against Gar Saxon in the top 4. That's going to be the semifinal, I believe. I think we're waiting on the results of all of the Boba matches as we sit.
Yeah, we are. And J-Rod just joined the chat. J-Rod, let us know if you can hear us.
J-Rod!
I think clicked out of this. Hey, J-Rod.
All right.
Hey, J-Rod, can you hear us?
All right, so Boba Red advanced. So we have Nick Fogelsong advancing, and we also had Raiden advancing out of the Boba mirror. So we're going to have to be real quick with J-Rod here. I'm sure that the top 4 is going to commence real soon.
Ooh, all right.
Okay, so we got a screen share here. I can pull that up.
Screen share here.
I gotcha.
I don't know if it's letting me screen share right now.
No, we got you. We see you.
It is. We see it. We're just getting it set up for stream.
Yeah, 1 second.
Oh, okay, I can't see my own thing. Let's see them.
I will have to join this, so.
All right, so while we're waiting here, can you tell us a little bit about the Outmaneuver podcast, J-Rod?
Yeah, no problem. So Outmaneuver was started by a bunch of friends just loving the game and wanting to share our love for the game with people and helping new players kind of get into maybe some more competitive side of things. So that's definitely been our little niche that we've created for ourselves. Just trying to be community friendly, helping people build a community, that kind of stuff.
And you guys have been covering the game since before even release, if I recall, right?
Yeah. So Dudeness and I, how we met was we were the first 2 people that were just jamming half starter games because we were around before the full starters were even revealed. So we just played, a bunch of games and became friends that way. And he ended up creating, a thing that we can't talk about right now.
All right, so yeah, no, there's a digital platform that some people practice with that can be mentioned on some channels, but not others at the current matter. So I thank everybody for appreciating that. And we have some beautiful Twilight of the Republic packs. J-Rod is a content creator, so has a little bit of an opportunity and has saved some packs to open right here. So let's get at it.
All right, what are you pulling here, boy?
Hopefully some fire.
Some Gasseroni?
Yeah.
So
come on now.
So one thing that Outmaneuver does is sometimes they stream pack opens on their Discord. So you can check that out. I'll link the Outmaneuver Discord and your channel for the chat for everybody if anybody wants to see more pack opening.
Nice little hyperbole here. Let's go. Starting off with the banger.
Bring your packs down a little bit, sir. We want to see your packs, baby.
Down?
Yep. There you go.
I'm trying to see myself and it's a little hard right now, I'm going to be honest.
Oh, your camera
Am I in a
just
good
cut
spot
out.
here?
Your camera just cut out.
We're missing you, J-Rod.
We're missing you.
There we go.
There we go. We're back.
Jesse.
Good?
James.
Jesse.
Just in time for bang. Execute.
Ooh, your favorite card, Jeff. Your favorite.
What's going to happen to that card? What's going to happen to that card?
What's going to happen to that card?
Oh, hey.
Ooh, and your spoiler.
Spoil this card?
And your spoiler.
Spoil that one. Let's go. All right, let's just dive. Let's just rip through these.
Someone
Maybe
says
I'll get
the
a
frame
showcase
rate,
here?
though.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll get a no showcase here, a little foil base. Let's see, clone or droid. Boom, clone. That's the way it should be.
Oh, we dropped the stream there, Jeff.
Oh.
All right.
My phone's dying on me. My fault. We're going quick here. My bad, boys.
Let's see the last. What's your rare?
Come on.
Or your legendary. You're pulling legendaries. Oh, baby.
Yeah, slide more. You get time for one more. Is that it?
Yeah, go.
We dropped the stream. All right, so they're going to list. So we're going to have to get back with J-Rod, later.
Yeah,
on
Jay.
the flip side. So we got you later. This is going to be Gar Saxon versus Sabine. This match is not going to take the time because this is two aggro tempo decks. So we have the Gandork bringing Gar Saxy back, and let's go.
Cool. Let's get right back into the overhead camera.
All right, so what the players are doing right now for the top cut of a planetary qualifier is they're reviewing deck lists. And we do actually have both of these deck lists that I popped over there.
Yep.
So maybe we can look them at the same time.
Absolutely. By the way, we got to change that graphic to top 4. So it's going to be Gandork and LeBron Jimmy.
And Gandork looks like is on the top side of that screen.
So Nick is going to be on the top where LeBron Jimmy is. And it's going to be 0-0. They're checking each other's deck list. Now, Luby, talk to me here. What is the win con for Nick here? How does Gandork get out of the Sabine green here? Do they race? Does he control? Does he tempo?
So it's actually very similar. It's most similar to like a Boba yellow, but actually Gar Saxon is a pretty strong matchup into Sabine ECL, I think, because the shields make some of the units more durable.
Yep.
I mean, he's running the 7 Fleet Defenders. I don't know if you have Gandork's list here, but that's a very, very strong play into Sabine ECL.
Yep.
And all of the shields that he has, if Sabine doesn't go at the units, really there. So it's probably a point. If I'm playing Sabine and I actually see Gar Yellow, I'm looking at myself as the control, not the beatdown.
Yep.
In the